and intention implies a decision to attend. It is also clear that there are areas of inquiry where there is room for the influence of prejudice of one sort or another and where the effort to be open-minded is required. Though however Laprun liked to lay emphasis, in a general way, on thinking as a form of life, of action, he was particularly concerned with the search for truth in the religious and moral spheres. Here above all there was need for thinking with the whole soul, with the whole of oneself. In arriving at this conviction Laprun was influenced by the thought of Pascal II and by Newman's Grammar of Assent III as well as by Ravizon and by Alphonse Gratry, 1805–72. Gratry was a priest who maintained in his writings that though Christian faith could not be attained simply by human effort, it nonetheless satisfied man's deepest aspirations and that the way to it could be prepared if a man sought truth with his whole being and if he tried to live in accordance with moral ideals. In his work on moral certitude Laprun begins by examining the nature of assent and of certitude in general. As one would expect in the case of a French philosopher, there are frequent references to Descartes. A prominent feature however of Oie Laprun's reflections is the stimulus derived from Newman's Grammar of Assent. For example, he agrees with Newman that assent itself is always unconditional, and he also accepts Newman's distinction between real and notional assent, though he expresses it as a distinction between two types of certitude. There is then a certitude which one can call real and another which one can call abstract. The latter is related to notions, the former to things. 5 Laprun also distinguishes between implicit certitude, preceding reflection, and actual or explicit certitude, which arises as a result of a reflective appropriation of implicit knowledge. As for the role played by the will, no truth can be perceived without attention, and attention is a voluntary act. Further, when it is not a question of assent to self-evidently true first principles but a matter of reasoning, of the discursive activity of the mind, an effort of the will is obviously required to sustain this activity. But Laprun is not prepared to accept the view of Descartes that judgment, in the form of affirmation or of denial, is in itself an act of the will. In the case of legitimate certitude it is the light of the evidence which determines assent, not an arbitrary choice by the will between affirmation and denial. At the same time truth may, for example, be displeasing, as when I hear a critical statement about myself, the truth of which I do not want to accept. An act of the will is then required to consent to what I really perceive to be the truth. Consentment, must however be distinguished from assent, a sentiment, even if the two are often entangled. Assent is involuntary, but the consent which is added to it, or rather which is present as by way of implication, is voluntary. It is true that the intervention of the will may be required to overcome hesitation in giving assent, but this intervention is legitimate only when the hesitation is judged to be unreasonable. In other words, Laprun wishes to avoid any implication that truth and falsity depend on the will and at the same time to attribute to the will an effective role in man's intellectual life. This general treatment of assent and certitude constitutes a basis for reflection on man's assent to moral truths. A moral truth in the strict sense is an ethical truth. But Laprun extends the range of meaning of the ten to include metaphysical truths which, in his view, are closely connected with ethical truth. The moral life is defined as any exercise of human activity which implies the idea of obligation, and a truth of the moral order is any truth which appears as a law or a conditi 01t of the moral life. Point 2 Thus altogether, moral truths in the proper sense and metaphysical truths, form what one may call the order of moral things, choses, the moral order. One can also say that it is the religious order. If we abstract from positive religion, three moral truths can be summed up under four main headings: the moral law, liberty, the existence of God, and the future life. Point 4. The influence of Kant can be seen not only in the close connection which Laprun makes between man's moral life and his religious belief, but also in particular lines of thought. For example, Laprun agrees with Kant that moral obligation implies freedom, and he approaches belief in the future life by arguing that recognition of the moral law and of a moral order warrants conviction that this order will triumph, and that its triumph demands human immortality. Though however Al-Laprun often refers appreciatively to Kant, he has no intention of accepting that Kantian position that religious beliefs are objects not of theoretical knowledge but solely of practical faith. And he criticizes at length the views of philosophers, such as Kant, Pascal, Maine de Byron, Cournot, Hamilton, Mansell, and Spencer, who either deny or severely restrict the mind's power to prove moral truths. To put the matter in another way, the title of the work, On Moral Certitude, can be misleading. The word moral refers to the moral dispositions which, according to Al-Laprun, are required for the full recognition of truths in the moral order. But it is not intended to indicate that in the case of moral truths a firm assent is given to a more or less probable hypothesis, still less that it is given simply because one wants the relevant propositions to be true. Al-Laprun can therefore claim of his book that it establishes, as against the fideists, that truth is independent of our will and of our thought, and that we have to recognize it, not create it. Greater than one, the fact of the matter is that Al-Laprun was a devout Catholic whose sense of orthodoxy prevented any substitution of the will to believe for the perception of adequate rational grounds for assent. When therefore he undertakes to show, as against the dry rationalists who admit only a kind of logical mechanism, that in regard to the recognition of moral truths the will has a particular role to play, he has to stop short of any view which would entail the conclusion that these truths cannot be known to be true. At one end, so to speak, he can maintain that effective recognition of such truths requires personal dispositions of a moral nature which are not required for recognition of the truth of, say, mathematical propositions. For example, a man may refuse to recognize a moral obligation which entails consequences that, for lack of the requisite dispositions, he is reluctant or unwilling to accept. And an effort of will is required to overcome this aversion to the truth. At the other end, Al-Laprun can maintain that a purely intellectual assent to the conclusion of a proof of God's existence cannot become consent and be transformed into a living faith without a personal commitment of the whole man, including the will. Complete certitude is personal, it is the total act of the soul itself embracing by a free choice, no less than by a firm judgment, the truth which is present to it. One Al-Laprun can also admit that in the case of moral truths an effort of the will may be required to overcome the hesitation occasioned by obscurities which are not present in the case of purely formal truths, such as mathematical propositions. If, for instance, a man contemplates only the ordinary course of nature, two appearances seem to tell against immortality, and the man may therefore hesitate to assent to any argument in favor of human survival. Laprun insists however that though an intervention of the will is required to overcome such hesitation, this intervention derives its justification not simply from the desire to believe but rather from recognition of the fact that hesitation to give assent is unreasonable and therefore ought to be overcome. It is understandable that to some minds Al-Laprun should have appeared as a pragmatist or as a pioneer of modernism, in spite of his efforts to safeguard the objective truth of religious beliefs. But even the most orthodox theologian could hardly object to the claim that it is not simply by a process of reasoning that philosophy passes into religion, and that for a living faith what Al-Laprun describes as consentment is required. Moreover, from the theological point of view it is considerably easier to see how room is left for the activity of divine grace in Laprun's account of religious belief than it is in the case of the purely rationalist apologetics which he criticizes. To be sure, Al-Laprun writes from the standpoint of a convinced believer, and what appear to some people as adequate grounds for not believing are presented by him as occasions for doubts and hesitations which the genuine seeker after truth can see that he is morally obliged to overcome. But though the arguments which he presents to establish the truth of the beliefs which he judges of importance for human life may appear unconvincing to many minds, he himself regards them as possessing a force which, for the man of good will, should outweigh the force of contrary appearances. In other words, he has no intention of expounding a pragmatist theory of truth. 2. Mention has been made of the fact that Al-Laprun regarded thought as a form of action. But this theme is best considered in connection with his pupil Maurice Blondel, 1861–1949. Author of L'Action. Blondel was born at Dijon, and after studying at the local lycée he entered the École Normale at Paris, where he had Lapron and Boutroux as his teachers and Victor Delbos as his fellow student. One Blondel experienced considerable difficulty in getting action accepted as the subject for a thesis, though he eventually succeeded. After two failures he obtained the agrégation in 1886 and was appointed to teach philosophy in the lycée at Montauban. In the same year he was transferred to Aix-en-Provence. In 1893 his thesis, L'Action, was submitted to the Sorbonne. His application for a university post was at first refused, on the ground that his thought was not properly philosophical. He was then offered a chair of history. But in 1894 the then Minister of Education, Raymond Poincaré, appointed him professor of philosophy in the University of Aix-en-Provence. Blondel held this post until 1927, when he retired because of failing eyesight. The original edition of L'Action appeared in 1893.3. This was also the date of Blondel's Latin thesis on Leibniz. For what is generally known as Blondel's trilogy appeared in 1934-7. It consisted of Thought, La Pensée, 2 volumes, 1934, Being and Beings, LCTREET Ustra, 1935, and Action, 2 volumes, 1936-7. This last mentioned work should not be confused with the original L'Action, which was reprinted in 1950 as the first volume of Blondel's Premiers T'Écrits, first writings. La philosophie et l'esprit chrétien, Philosophy and the Christian Spirit, was published in 2 volumes in 1944-6, and Exigences philosophiques du Christianisme, Philosophical Requirements of Christianity, appeared posthumously in 1950. In addition, Blondel published a considerable number of essays, such as his letter on the requirements of contemporary thought in the matter of apologetics and history and dogma. The correspondence between Blondel and the Jesuit philosopher Auguste Valencin, 1879-1953, was published in 3 volumes at Paris in 1957-65, while Blondel's philosophical correspondence with La Bertanière, edited by C. Tresmontant, appeared in 1962. There is also a collection of philosophical letters written by Blondel to Boutroux, Delbos, Brunswick and others, Paris, 1961. Blondel has often been described as a Catholic apologist. So indeed he was, and so he saw himself. In the project for his thesis L'Action, he referred to the work as philosophical apologetics. In a letter to Delbos he stated that for him philosophy and apologetics were basically one. From the start he was convinced of the need for a Christian philosophy. But in his opinion there has never yet been, strictly speaking, any Christian philosophy. Blondel aspired to meet this need, or at any rate to point out the way to do so. Further, he spoke of trying to do for the Catholic form of thought what Germany has long since done, and continues to do for the Protestant form. 4 But there is no need to multiply references to justify the description of Blondel as a Catholic apologist. Though however the description is justifiable, it can be extremely misleading. For it suggests the idea of a heteronymous philosophy, a philosophy, that is to say, which is used to support certain theological positions or to prove certain preconceived conclusions which are considered to be both philosophically demonstrable and an essential propedeutic to or theoretical basis for Christian belief. In other words, the description of a philosophy as Christian apologetics suggests the idea of philosophy as a handmaid or servant of theology. And insofar as the business of Christian philosophy is conceived to be that of proving certain theses dictated by theology or by ecclesiastical authority, the conclusion is likely to be drawn that Christian philosophy is not philosophy at all but theology in disguise. Blondel recognized of course that philosophical concepts could be used in the explicitation of the content of Christian faith. But he insisted, rightly, that this process was internal to theology. 1 Philosophy itself, he was convinced, should be autonomous, in fact and not simply in theory. Christian philosophy too should therefore be autonomous. But an autonomous Christian philosophy did not, in his opinion, exist. It was something to be created. It would be Christian in the sense that it would exhibit man's lack of self-sufficiency and his opening to the transcendent. In the process it would exhibit its own limitations as human thought and its lack of omniocompetence. Blondel was convinced that autonomous philosophical reflection, consistently and rigorously pursued, would in fact reveal in man an exigency for the supernatural, for that which is inaccessible to human effort alone. It would open the horizon of the human spirit to the free self-communication of the divine, which answers indeed to a profound need in man but which cannot be given through philosophy. Point 2. In brief, Blondel envisaged a philosophy which would be autonomous in its reflection but, through this reflection, self-limiting, in the sense that it pointed to what lay beyond itself. He was considerably influenced by Pascal, but he had a greater confidence in systematic philosophy. Perhaps we can say that Blondel aimed at creating the philosophy which was demanded by the thought of Pascal. But it must be philosophy. Thus in one place Blondel asserts that apologetical philosophy ought not to become a philosophical apologetics. Point 3. That is to say, philosophy ought to be a process of autonomous rational reflection, not simply a means to an extra-philosophical end. Blondel therefore wished to create something new or at any rate to make a substantial contribution to its creation. But he was not of course thinking of creation out of nothing, of bringing into existence, that is to say, a novelty without relation to past thought. We cannot enter here into any detailed discussion of the influence exercised upon his mind by particular movements and individual thinkers. But a general, even if very sketchy account of the sort of way in which he interpreted the development of Western philosophy seems to be required for the elucidation of his IMS. In Aristotelianism Blondel saw a remarkable expression of rationalism, of the tendency of reason, that is to say, to assert its omniocompetence and to absorb religion into itself. With Aristotle thought was divinized, and theoretical speculation was represented as man's highest activity and end. In the Middle Ages Aristotelianism was of course harmonized with Christian theology in a way which limited the scope of philosophy. But the harmonization was a conjunction of two factors, one of which, left to itself, would aspire to absorb the other, and the limitation of philosophy was imposed from outside. Philosophy may have been autonomous in theory, but in practice it was heteronymous. When the external control weakened or was lifted, rationalistic philosophy once more asserted its omniocompetence. 2. At the same time new lines of thought came into being. For example, whereas medieval realism had concentrated on objects of knowledge, Spinoza, though one of the great rationalists, started with the active subject and the problems of human existence and man's destiny. To this extent he pursued the way of immanence, but he also understood that man can find his true fulfillment only in the absolute which transcends himself. Point 3. A step forward was made by Kant, with whom we see philosophy becoming self-critical and self-limiting. It is not, as in the Middle Ages, a question of limitations imposed from outside. The limitations are self-imposed as the result of self-criticism. The act of limiting is therefore compatible with the autonomous character of philosophy. At the same time Kant drove a wedge between thought and being and between theory and practice or action, whereas Spinoza had aimed at overcoming the gulf between thought and being. Syntheses were attempted by the great German idealists, from whom the philosopher has much to learn. Point 1. But with Hegel especially we see a tendency to divinize reason, to identify human and absolute thought, and to absorb religion into philosophy. As a counterweight we can turn to the tradition from Pascal through Maine de Byron up to Laprune and others, which starts with the concrete active subject and reflects on the exigencies of its activity. What is wanting in this tradition however is a method which will make possible the construction of a philosophy of immanence which at the same time leads or points to transcendence. From what has been said it should be clear that Blondel was no supporter of the Back to Aquinas movement. 2. In his opinion the Christian thinker, concerned with the development of philosophy of religion, should not attempt to go back but rather to enter into the development of modern philosophy and to go beyond it from within. One great contribution of modern thought, he was convinced, was the concept of autonomous but self-limiting philosophy. This rendered possible for the first time a philosophy which would both point to the transcendent and refrain, through its own critical self-limitation, from trying to capture the transcendent in a rationalistic network. It would thus leave room for the divine self-revelation. Another contribution of modern philosophy, though foreshadowed in earlier thought, was the approach to being by way of the active subject's reflection on its own dynamism of thought and will, the method of immanence in other words. In Blondel's opinion, it was only by means of this approach that a philosophy of religion could be developed which would mean something to modern man. For God to become a reality for him and not simply an object of thought or of speculation, man must rediscover God from within, not indeed as an object which can be found by introspection but by coming to see that the transcendent is the goal of his thought and will. If however Blondel was convinced that Catholic philosophers should throw themselves into the stream of modern thought, he did not mean to imply that modern philosophers had solved all the major problems which they raised. For example, whereas Aristotle in the ancient world had exalted thought to the detriment of practice or action, Kant in the modern world had emphasized the moral will at the expense of the theoretical reason, doing away with reason, as he put it, to make way for faith. The problem remained of uniting thought and will, thought and action or practice. Again, the method of immanence, the approach to being through critical reflection on the subject, could easily be converted and had in fact been converted, into a doctrine of immanence, asserting that nothing exists outside human consciousness or that the statement that anything so exists is devoid of meaning. There remained therefore the problem of pursuing the method of immanence while avoiding the doctrine or principle of immanence. To be sure, some of Blondel's critics accused him of immanentism, in the sense that they attributed to him the principle or doctrine of immanence and concluded that on his premises man could never emerge from the prison house of subjective impressions and ideas and assert the existence of any reality except as a content of human consciousness. Though however they were able to select certain passages in support of this interpretation, it is evident that he had no intention of proposing any doctrine which would entail subjective idealism. It is indeed true that he derived stimulus from a number of philosophers who enclosed all reality within the realm of thought. But one of his aims was to close the gap between thought and being, considered as object of thought, without reducing being to thought. And though he was obviously aware of the fact that God cannot be conceived except through consciousness, he had no intention of suggesting that God is identifiable with man's idea of him. He wished to pursue a method of immanence which would lead to an affirmation of the transcendent as an objective reality, in the sense of a reality which was not dependent on human consciousness. For the solution of his problems Blondel okayed to a philosophy of action. The term action naturally suggests the idea of something which may be preceded by thought or accompanied by it but is not itself thought. But as Blondel uses the term, thought itself is a form of action. There are of course thoughts, ideas, and representations which we tend to conceive as contents of consciousness and possible objects of thought. More fundamental however is the act of thinking which produces and sustains thought. And thought as activity or action is itself the expression of the movement of life, the dynamism of the subject or of the whole person. There is nothing in the properly subjective life which is not act. That which is properly subjective is not only what is conscious and known from within, it is what causes the fact of consciousness to be. Action might perhaps be described as the dynamism of the subject, the aspiration and movement of the person seeking self-fulfillment. It is the life of the subject considered as integrating or synthesizing preconscious potentialities and tendencies, as expressing itself in thought and knowledge, and as reaching out towards further goals. Blondel makes a distinction between what he calls the will willing, la volonté volante, and the will willed, la volonté volue. The latter consists of distinct acts of volition. One wills first this, then that. The former, the will willing, is the movement which is common to every will. Point 2 Blondel does not of course mean to imply that there are in man two wills. His contention is that there is in man a basic aspiration or movement, la volonté volante, which expresses itself in willing distinct finite objects or ends but which can never be satisfied with any of them but reaches out beyond them. It is not itself the object of psychological introspection but rather the condition of all volitions or acts of will and at the same time that which lives and expresses itself in them and passes beyond them, as they are inadequate to it. Moreover, it is the operation of the basic will which leads to thought and knowledge. Knowledge is nothing more than the middle term, the fruit of action and the seed of action. Thus even mathematics can be seen as a form of the development of the will. 2 It does not follow that truth is simply what we decide that it is to be. What Blondel means is that man's life of thought and knowledge, whether in the sciences or in philosophy, is rooted in man's basic activity and must be seen in relation to it. In his view, the genesis and the meaning or end of science and philosophy can be properly understood only in terms of the subject's fundamental and dynamic orientation. It hardly needs saying that in his insistence on the basically dynamic character of the subject or ego, Blondel stands within the general current of thought to which Maine de Biron gave such a powerful stimulus. But he also derived inspiration from his reflection on the thought of the German philosophers as he understood it. Though, for example, he wished to overcome the Kantian dichotomies between theoretical and practical reason, the noumenal and phenomenal selves, and the spheres of freedom and necessity, he was certainly influenced by Kant's emphasis on the primacy of the practical reason or moral will. Again, we can find links between Blondel's concept of la volonté volante, Fichte's idea of the pure ego as activity, and Schelling's theory of a basic act of will or primitive choice which expresses itself in particular choices. But it is a question not of Blondel's taking or borrowing this idea from one philosopher and that idea from another philosopher, but rather of his developing his own ideas in dialogue with the ideas of other thinkers, either as expressed directly in their writings or as conveyed to him through the works of his friend Delbos. And we cannot discuss this process of dialogue here. The philosophy of action can be described as a systematic inquiry into the conditions and dialectic of the dynamism of the subject, or as critical reflection on the a priori structure of the will-willing, seen as determining or expressing itself in man's thought and action, or perhaps as critical reflection on the basic orientation of the active subject as manifested in the genesis of morality, science, and philosophy. The word subject should not be understood in the narrow sense of the Cartesian ego or of the transcendental ego of German idealism. For action is the life of the human composite, the synthesis of body and soul. 3 But I use the basic orientation of person as aiming at a goal with which Blondel is concerned. In other words, he is using the method of immanence to solve what he sees as the problem of human destiny. To take an example, Blondel tries to show that the idea of liberty or freedom arises on the basis of the determinism of nature. The will is subject to desires and tendencies, but in its potential infinity it transcends the factual order and reaches out towards ideal ends. On the basis of a determinism of nature, the subject becomes aware of its freedom. But at the same time it substitutes for the determinism of nature that of reason and obligation. Obligation is a necessary postulate of the will and a synthesis of the ideal and the real. Morality or the moral order does not represent therefore an imposition from without, it arises in the dialectical self-unfolding of the dynamism of the subject. But the feeling of obligation, the awareness of a moral imperative, can arise only through the subject transcending the factual, in the sense that it learns to find the motive of its behavior in the ideal. In other words, the moral consciousness involves an implicit metaphysics, an implicit recognition of the natural or factual order as related to a metaphysical or ideal sphere of reality. As one might expect, Blondel proceeds to argue that the total activity of the human subject cannot be understood except in terms of an orientation to a transcendent absolute, to the infinite as final end of the will. This does not mean, of course, that the transcendent can be discovered as an object, whether internal or external. Rather is it a question of the subject becoming aware of its dynamic orientation to the transcendent and of being faced with an option, the choice between asserting and denying the reality of God. Philosophical reflection, that is to say, gives rise to the idea of God, but precisely because God is transcendent, man can either affirm or deny the reality of God. Blondel sees man as beset by what an existentialist might call anxiety, as seeking an adequation between the will-willed and the will-willing. In his view, the adequation cannot be attained except through God. But the method of immanence can lead only to the necessity of an option. As Sartre was to say after him, Blondel tells us that man aspires to be God. 2. This means however that he is faced with the choice between substituting his own will for the divine will, thus choosing against God with the idea of God-s, and becoming God, united with God, only through God. Ultimately, what a man becomes depends on his will. Is his will to live sufficient, to speak paradoxically, to die by consenting to be supplanted by God, one his will being united with the divine will? Or will he seek to be self-sufficient and autonomous without God? The choice is man's. At a point in the dialectic of man's basic movement or aspiration, the idea of God as a reality necessarily arises. But it still remains open to man to affirm or to deny God as a reality. Blondel's theory of the option was understood by some critics as implying that in his view the existence of God was incapable of proof, and that assertion of it was simply the result of an act of the will to believe, that is to say. In point of fact, however, Blondel did not reject all proofs of God's existence. He regarded the philosophy of action as itself constituting a proof, inasmuch as the way of immanence showed the necessity of the idea of God. It was not a question of rejecting, for example, the argument from contingency as worthless, but rather of interiorizing it and trying to show how the idea of the necessary being arises through the subject's reflection on its own orientation or movement and aspiration. As for the option, Blondel regards this as necessary if God is to be a reality for us. Point 2. Speculative knowledge may precede the option, but without the option, without the subject's free self relating to God, there can be no effective knowledge. The living thought which we have of him, God, is and remains living only if it turns towards practice, if one lives by it and if one's action is nourished by it. 3. This however demands a voluntary act of self-relating not to the idea of God but to God as being. Catholic critics also understood Blondel as claiming that supernatural revelation and life were not gratuitous but necessary, fulfilling, that is to say, a demand in the nature of man, a demand which man's creator had to satisfy. Though however Blondel's statements sometimes provided ground for this interpretation, it is clear that the supernatural which is demanded by the method of immanence is simply the undetermined supernatural, in the sense that the philosophy of action shows, for Blondel, that man should accept and surrender himself to the transcendent. Christian revelation is the positively determined form of the supernatural, and man should accept it, if it is true. But the method of immanence cannot prove that it is true. At the same time, nobody could accept the positively determined supernatural, unless there were something in him to which it answered and responded. Otherwise it would be irrelevant. And the method of immanence shows that this something, a dynamic orientation to the transcendent, is really there. 1. Of course, if we say American Samoa, we have said above, that the philosophy of action reveals the necessity of the idea of God. The impression can easily be given that Blondel regards the method of immanence as leading to the specifically Christian belief in God. Looking back, however, on modern philosophy, Blondel sees some systems as resolutely trying to exclude the transcendent and others as trying to take the transcendent by storm, as it were, and producing only an idol or caricature. In his view, the method of immanence, as pursued in the philosophy of action, opens man's mind and will to the transcendent, while leaving room for God's self-revelation. In this sense, a truly critical philosophy is a Christian philosophy and a Christian apologetics, not in the sense that it tries to prove the truth of Christian doctrines, but rather in the sense that it leads man to the point at which he is open to God's self-revelation and to the divine action. Philosophy cannot directly demonstrate or procure, for us, the supernatural. Point 2. But it can proceed indirectly by eliminating incomplete solutions to the problem of human destiny and showing us what we inevitably have and what is necessarily lacking to us. 3. Philosophy can show the insufficiency of the natural order for providing the goal of the dynamic orientation of the human spirit. At the same time, philosophy's self-criticism reveals its own incompetence to provide man with the beatitude to which he aspires. It thus points beyond itself. Though Blondel made it clear enough that he had no intention of identifying God with the immanent idea of God, and though he was opposed to the historicism of the modernists, To anyone who is aware of the situation in the Catholic Church during the modernist crisis, it is not surprising that Blondel came under suspicion and was thought by some to have been involved in the condemnation of religious immanentism in the encyclical Pascendi which Pope Pius X issued in I-907. Matters were not improved by Blondel's opposition to the Action Française movement, which he regarded as an unholy alliance between positivist sociology and a reactionary Catholicism. For though Charles Maurras was an atheist who endeavored to make use of the Church for his own ends, the movement was supported by a number of distinguished but very traditional theologians and Thomists who disliked Blondel's originality and independence, considered him corrupted by Genin thought, and did not hesitate to accuse him of modernism. In point of fact, Blondel's ideas were never condemned by Rome, in spite of efforts in this direction. But it is probably fortunate for him that he had not become a priest, as he had once thought of doing. It must be added, however, that he did not indulge in the kind of ardent polemics carried on by his friend La Bertanière. And the obscurity of his style, or, if preferred, the fact that he was a highly professional philosopher and not a popularizer, may well have contributed some protection. In any case, Blondel weathered the years of controversy and criticism and, as has already been mentioned, he at length produced his trilogy, La Pensée, L'Être et les Êtres, and the second L'Action, followed by Philosophy and the Christian Spirit. Some writers on Blondel have pretty well neglected the later works, perhaps regarding them as an expression of second thoughts under the pressure of criticism and as being tamer and more traditional than the original L'Action. Other writers have insisted that the trilogy represents the philosopher's mature thought, sometimes adding that the emphasis placed in it on ontological and metaphysical themes shows that it is a mistake to describe him as an apologist on the basis of the first L'Action and the letter on apologetics. In some instances they have been glad of the opportunity to assimilate his thought to the metaphysical tradition passing through St. Thomas Aquinas. Though however the trilogy obviously does represent Blondel's mature thought, and though he did indeed come to have a greater respect for Aquinas, Blondel continued to be concerned with developing an autonomous philosophy which would be at the same time open to Christianity. In this sense he remained an apologist, even if in his later writings he emphasized the ontological implications and presuppositions of his thought as previously presented. In La Pensée, Blondel inquires into the antecedent conditions of human thought and defends the theory of cosmic thought, La Pensée cosmique. In his view, we cannot justifiably make a sharp dichotomy between human beings as thinking subjects on the one hand and nature as mindless matter on the other. On the contrary, Leibniz was right in maintaining that the material always has its psychical aspect. Indeed, the intelligible organic universe can be described as a subsistent thought, 1. Not of course conscious thought but thought in search of itself. 2. In the process of the world's development, conscious thought arises on the basis of a hierarchy of levels, each successive level pre-requiring the antecedent levels, introducing something new and creating problems, as it were, the solution of which demands a higher level. In man the spontaneous, concrete thought present in nature persists, but there also arises abstract analytic thought which deals with symbols. 3. The tension between them had been noted by some previous philosophers. The scholastics spoke of reason, ratio, and intellect, inte iuctus, Spinoza of degrees of knowledge, Newman of notional and real assent. Together with advertence to the distinction between different types of thought, there has gone the vision of a synthesis at a higher level, as with the scholastics and Spinoza in their several ways. The condition of any such synthesis, of the self-perfecting of thought, is participation in the life of absolute thought, in a union with God in which vision and love are one. But the attainment of this goal of the dialectic of thought lies beyond the competence of philosophy and of human effort in general. In Dire et les Êtres, Blondel turns from thought to being and interrogates, as it were, different kinds of things to discover whether they merit being described as beings. Matter fails to pass the test. It is not a being. It is less a thing than the common condition of the resistances, which all things oppose to us and which we oppose to ourselves. It is indeed, to use the language of Aristotelianism, the principle of individuation and multiplicity, and it thus provides a good ground for the rejection of monism, but it is not itself substantial being. The living organism, with its specific unity, its spontaneity and relative autonomy, presents a better claim, but though it transmits an élan vital, its activity is counterbalanced by passivity, and it lacks both real autonomy and immortality. As for human persons, they present a still better claim. At the same time, their lack of self-sufficiency can be shown in many ways. It may seem therefore that it is the universe in its totality which alone merits the name of being. But the universe is becoming rather than being. It participates in being, but it is not being itself. In these reflections, Blondel obviously takes it that there is in man an implicit and real idea of being in itself, one which is for 1d not to be fully instantiated in matter, organisms, persons, or even in the universe considered as a developing totality. But he does not claim that this implicit idea is able to provide a basis for the ontological argument of Saint Anselm. Hence he is bound to ask whether there is justification for asserting that the idea refers to a reality. While not rejecting arguments of a traditional nature from the world to God, Blondel maintains that our idea of God has its source, not in a light which belongs to us, but in the illuminating action of God in us. 2. The fundamental and congenital aptitude of the spirit for knowing and desiring God is the initial and supreme cause of the whole movement of nature and thought, so that our certainty of being is thus grounded on being itself. 3. In the second action, Blondel says that in the original work of this name he had deliberately left on one side the redoubtable metaphysical difficulties of the problem of secondary causes and had considered action only in man and with a view to a study of human destiny. In the second action, however, he widens his horizon to include action in general, and he includes themes which had been passed over in the first version. He argues, for example, that the pure and complete concept of action is verified only in God, who is absolute activity, el agir absolu, and who is the productive course of all finite things. At the same time, there are graded approximations, so to speak, to the absolute divine activity, and the question arises, how is it possible for God to create finite beings as and responsible moral agents? Blondel tries to combine recognition of man's creative activity and moral responsibility with the belief in divine creation and with his theory of the basic orientation of the human spirit to the transcendent and of the perfecting of human nature through the union of the human will with the divine. This broadening of horizons to cover wide-ranging ontological and metaphysical themes undoubtedly gives to the trilogy a different flavor, as it were, from that of the original L action and the letter on apologetics. But though the trilogy widens the scope of reflection, it does not constitute a repudiation of the first L action. Blondel remains profoundly convinced of the basic dynamic orientation of the human spirit to God, and the widening of horizons can be seen as a covering of problems implicit in his original line of thought. The change in Blondel's ways of expressing his thought and the respectful attitude which he often shows to Aquinas can be misleading. For instance, though in La Pensée Blondel is careful to allow for the role of traditional type proofs of God's existence, he makes it clear that if they are taken in isolation and as exercises in theoretical metaphysics, they lead to an idea of God, and that for God to be a living reality for man, the God of the religious consciousness, something more is required. He may avoid use of the word option, but the fundamental idea remains. Blondel will not allow that there is a final and unbridgeable dichotomy between the God of the philosophers and the God of religion. The difference arises because there are different types of thought in man, but the ideal is an integration of conflicting tendencies within man. And this ideal was obviously present in the original L action. It is difficult to see how Blondel can ever be a popular writer. He writes for philosophers rather than for the general public. Moreover, a good many readers, even if they are philosophers, are probably often left wondering precisely what he means. But he is notable as a Catholic thinker who developed his ideas in dialogue with modern philosophy in its spiritualist, idealist, and positivist movements. He did not call simply for a return to the medieval past, when brought into line with modern science. Nor did he adopt an attitude of discipleship in regard to any given thinker. We can of course discern lines of thought which link him with Augustine and Bonaventure, just as we can see affinities with Leibniz, Kant, Maine de Byron and others. but he was throughout an original thinker. And the general idea of a philosophy which should be intrinsically autonomous but at the same time self-critical and self-limiting and open to Christian revelation is presumably acceptable in principle to all Catholic thinkers who have any use for metaphysical philosophy. 1. Some really of course believe that the approach to metaphysics from within, by way of reflection on the active subject, which was characteristic of Maine de Byron and which is especially noticeable in the first action, smacks of subjectivism. In this case they will welcome the widening of horizons in the trilogy as equivalent to an acknowledgement of the inadequacy of the way of immanence. But Blondel's approach does at any rate have the merit of trying to exhibit the relevance of religion. And he recognized the fact, also seen by the so-called transcendental Thomists, that the traditional proofs of God's existence, based on the external world, rest on presuppositions which can be justified only by systematic reflection on the activity of the subject in thought and volition. 3. Among Blondel's correspondents was Lucien Le Bertanier, 1860–1932. 1. After studying in a seminary at Bourges, Le Bertanier became an Oratorian in 1886 and taught philosophy in the Oratorian school at Juilly and then at a school in Paris. In 1900 he returned to Jouilly as rector of the college, but when the Combes government had passed its legislation against religious orders and congregations in 1902, he went to live in Paris. In 1903 he published Essays in Religion us Philosophie, Essays de Philosophie religieuse, and in 1904 Christian Realism and Greek Idealism, Le Réalisme chrétien et l'idéalisme grec. In 1905 Blondel made him editor of the Annales de Philosophie chrétienne. In the following year however 2 of his writings were placed on the index. In 1902 he published Positivism and Catholicism, Positivisme et Catholicisme, but in 1913 he was prohibited by the ecclesiastical authorities from further publication. In this period of enforced silence 1 or 2 writings of Le Bertanier were published under the name of Friends. 2 but the bulk had to await posthumous publication. In 1935 Louis Keynes started to publish these works at Paris under the general title Œuvres de Le Bertanier. In spite of the treatment which he received, Le Bertanier never broke with the Church. St. 111 did he abandon his deep Christian faith. It is indeed both probable and natural that the placing of 2 of his books on the index and the later veto on further publication increased his hostility not only to authoritarianism but also to Aristotelianism and Thomism. 3 But this hostility certainly did not originate in reaction to the measures taken by ecclesiastical authority. It was a reasoned attitude, based on his view of human life, of the nature of philosophy and of the Christian religion. If it had not been for his reduction to silence, his ideas might have made a much greater impression. As it was, other philosophers were coming to the fore by the time when his works were at length published. One must add however that whereas Blondel concentrated on expounding his own thought, Le Bertanier tended to work out and exhibit his ideas while discussing those of other thinkers, sometimes in a markedly polemical manner. Thus the first volumes of the works as published by Louis Keynes contain Le Bertanier's studies on Descartes, Études sur Descartes, 1935, and his studies in Cartesian philosophy, Études de philosophique cartésienne, 1938, while the outline of a personalist philosophy, Esquisse d'une philosophie personnaliste, 1942, presents a philosophical outlook which is developed, in large measure, by way of critical discussion of the ideas of other philosophers, such as Renouvier, Bergson, and Brunswick. One part, for example, is entitled The Pseudo-Personalism of Charles Renouvier. It does not follow of course that Le Bertanier's ideas are not of value. Moreover, Blondel too developed his thought through a process of dialogue with other philosophers. At the same time in the original L'Action and in the trilogy the reader is much less distracted from the author's own line of thought by polemical and historical excursions than in the case of Le Bertanier's main works. In the notes which form the preface to his studies on Descartes, Le Bertanier asserts that every philosophical doctrine has as tsn to give a meaning to life, to human existence. Every philosophy has a moral motivation, even if the philosopher gives to his thought a quasi-mathematical form. This can be seen even in the case of Spinoza, in whose thought the geometrical structure is really subordinate to the underlying aim and motivation. Further, the test of a philosophy's truth is its viability, its capacity for being lived. Libertanier is actually referring to the need for detecting the animating principle, the underlying and pervasive moral motivation, in any philosophy studied. But what he has to say expresses of course his own idea of what philosophy should be. There is only one problem, the problem of ourselves, from which all the others derive to what are we? And what ought we to be? The animal, Libertanier asserts, is certainly not a machine, but it does not enjoy the self-consciousness which is required for raising problems in regard to the world and itself. For the matter of that, the human will to live is in origin akin to that of the animal. That is to say, the human will to live is oriented first of all to the things of time and space. The living organism, impelled by the will to live, learns empirically to seek for some things as satisfying desires and needs and to shun other things as causing suffering or menacing its existence. With the awakening of self-consciousness, however, the situation changes. Man becomes conscious of himself not as something already made and complete but rather as something which is to be and ought to be. In fact, according to Libertanier, we are carried, as it were, out of or beyond ourselves by the aspiration to possess the plenitude of being. Here, however, several paths lie open to man. In the first place, man finds himself in a world of things, which self-consciousness sets over against him. On the one hand, he can make of this world of things a spectacle, an object of theoretical or aesthetic contemplation, possessing things, so to speak, without being possessed by them. This is the attitude exemplified in Aristotle's idea of contemplation. On the other hand, man can strive to discover the properties of things and the laws governing the succession of phenomena in order to obtain mastery over things, to use them and to produce or destroy phenomena as he wills. Both attitudes can be described as pertaining to physics. But in the first case we have a physics of contemplation, while in the second case we have a physics of exploitation, such as has been practiced from the time of Descartes onwards. In the second place, however, man does not find himself simply in a world of things. He is not simply an isolated individual face to face with a material and non-self-conscious environment. He finds himself also in a world of persons who, like him, can say T or I am. This world of persons forms already a certain unity. We live and feel and think and will in a social world. Within, however, this material unity, human beings can obviously experience hostility to one another. Beyond the basic natural unity there is a moral unity which is something to be achieved rather than something given. In this field the aspiration to possess the plenitude of being takes the form of the sense of obligation to become one with others, to achieve a moral unity of persons. Libertanier distinguishes between things and beings, reserving the word being for the self-conscious subject, who is characterized by an interiority which the thing does not possess. This self-conscious subject aspires to possess the plenitude of being through union with other subjects. How is this unity to be achieved? It is of course possible to attempt to achieve it by means of an authority, of whatever kind, which dictates what men should think and say and do, treating human beings as animals which have to be trained. But this procedure can produce no more than an external unity which, according to Libertanier, simply transfers conflict from the external to the internal spheres. The only efficacious way of achieving unity between beings which exist in and for themselves is by each person overcoming his egoism and giving himself by setting himself at the service of others, so that the unification is the fruit of an expansion from within, so to speak, and not imposed from without. There is of course a place for authority, but for an authority which maintains a common ideal and tries to help persons to develop themselves as persons rather than to mold them by coercion or to reduce them to the level of sheep. What Libertanier has to say on this matter obviously has its implications both in the political and in the ecclesiastical sphere. For example, when referring in one place to what he regards as the wrong use of authority, he mentions Caesarist or fascist domination. It does not follow, however, that emphasis on fascist totalitarianism is accompanied by a blindness to the possible shortcomings of democracy. For instance, In a note he speaks of democracy which instead of being a dynamic movement, towards the ideal through the spiritualization of human life has become a stampede towards the goods of the earth through a systematic materialization of life. In other words, modern Western democracy, though animated originally by an impulse directed to ideal goals, has become materialistic and cannot therefore simply be contrasted with political authoritarianism as the good is contrasted with the bad. As for the ecclesiastical sphere, it is obvious that Le Bertanier was opposed to the policy of trying to impose uniformity from above and to the sort of methods from which he personally was to suffer. He had, as it were, a post-Vatican II mentality long before the Second Vatican Council. The same kind of ideas about the development of persons as persons and of their union through personally willed acceptance of common ideals came out in his theory of education. According to Le Bertanier, therefore, there is a natural unity. All men constitute one humanity by nature. There is also a unity which remains to be achieved, as a willed ideal. This shows that we have a common origin and a common goal. Beings, self-conscious subjects, that is to say, proceed from God and can attain their end only through union with the divine will. God is not 50 much a problem as the solution of the problem which we are for ourselves. Without reference to God we cannot answer such questions as what are we, and what ought we to be? Or, rather, in attempting to answer these questions we are inevitably led into the sphere of religious belief. Le Bertanier was influenced by Maine de Biron and Boutroux, and also by Blondel. Philosophy was for him the science of life, human life, and its point of departure was ourselves as interior and spiritual realities having consciousness of ourselves. Point 3. The word science, however, must not be misunderstood. Science in the ordinary sense is a science of things, a physics of some kind, even if it takes human beings in their phenomenal reality into consideration. But metaphysics, to have a meaning for us, must illuminate the problems of life, and it must be livable. Biology deals with life and psychology with mind, and they have of course their value. But metaphysics is concerned with the self-conscious active subject as oriented to an ideal and a goal, and it is a science of life in the sense that it illuminates the nature and goal of the life of this subject, or of the person, considered as such. There is no great difficulty in understanding Le Bertanier's hostility to Aristotelianism and traditional Thomism, an hostility which led him to take a dim view of what he regarded as the weak concessions made by Blondel to Aquinas and the Thomists. In Le Bertanier's opinion, Aristotelianism was a physics rather than a metaphysics, even if part of it was labeled metaphysics. And the God of Aristotle, wrapped up in himself, bore little resemblance to the living and active God of religion. As for Spinoza and other monists, they denied to all intents and purposes the irreducible distinctness of persons, while the positivists cut off the goal of unity in distinction from its ultimate transcendent and at the same time immanent foundation. The reader is likely to conclude that Le Bertholnier's idea of philosophy and his critical discussions of other philosophers, such as Aristotle, Descartes, Spinoza, and Bergson, were influenced by his Christian belief. This conclusion would be obviously correct. But in the case of Le Bertanier all was out in the open, there was no attempt at concealment. In his view it was wrong to suppose that Christianity could be superimposed on a philosophy which had already been constructed or which was developed independently of Christian faith. For Christianity is itself the philosophy in the etymological sense of the word, that is to say wisdom, the science of life which explains what we are and, on the basis of what we are, what we ought to be. The question whether or not there can be a Christian philosophy rests on a false assumption if one is thinking of a philosophy worked out independently of Christian belief and which would serve as a natural basis on which Christianity could be superimposed as a supernatural superstructure. This is the sort of idea which followed in the wake of the invasion of Aristotelianism in the Middle Ages. Christianity is itself the true philosophy. And by the very fact that it is the true philosophy it excludes every other system. For every philosophy which deserves this name, presents itself, if not as exhaustive, at least as exclusive of what is not itself. To Le Bertanier obviously does not mean to imply that a man who is not a Christian is unable to raise and reflect on metaphysical problems. For it is clear that human life or existence can give rise to problems in anyone's mind, whether he is a Christian or not. La Bertonnier's thesis is rather that it is Christianity which provides the most adequate solution available to man. Or, better, Christianity is for him the saving wisdom, the true science of life, by which man can live. As he explicitly recognizes, La Bertonniere thus returns to the point of view of Saint Augustine and other early Christian writers who looked on Christianity as being itself the true and genuine philosophy which fulfilled and supplanted the philosophies of the ancient world. The separation and subsequent conflict between philosophy and theology was a disaster. Saint Thomas Aquinas did not baptize Aristotle, he Aristotelianized Christianity, introducing into it the pagan conception of the world and of life. 3 To be sure, if we once make a sharp separation between philosophy and theology, it appears inappropriate to describe Christianity as a philosophy, even as the true philosophy. But there is no compelling reason to make the separation. It may seem that philosophy is the work of pure reason and belongs to the natural level, whereas theology is the fruit of revelation proceeding from the supernatural sphere. But according to La Bertonniere, it is a mistake to look on the natural and the supernatural as two worlds, of which the latter is superimposed on the former. The terms natural and supernatural should be understood not in terms of a metaphysical dualism but as referring to two opposed manners of being and acting, of which one corresponds to what we are, to what we think and to what we do in virtue of our innate egocentricism, while the other corresponds to what we have the obligation of being, of thinking and of doing through will generosity. If therefore metaphysical philosophy is regarded as dealing with the problems of what we are and what we ought to be, it is in no way derogatory to Christianity to describe it as the true philosophy. For it is precisely on these problems that it throws light, with a view to enabling man to become what he ought to be. Given this point of view, it is natural enough that La Bertonniere should emphasize the close connection between truth and life. One does not demonstrate that God exists, no more than one demonstrates any existence. One finds him in seeking him. But one seeks only because one has already found him, only because he is present and active in the consciousness which we have of ourselves. 2. In regard to Christian dogmas, La Bertonniere thoroughly dislikes the idea of them as pieces of information, so to speak, which come from a supernatural world and which we simply have to accept on authority. He certainly rejects a purely relativistic view of Christian dogmas, but he looks on them from the point of view of their capacity to illuminate human problems and to be guides for life. Without relevance for human life they would have no real meaning for us. It is not, La Bertonniere insists, a case of making man the measure of all truth, including revealed truth. For by considering truth in relation to ourselves and our lives we thereby measure ourselves by the truth rather than the other way round. If we understand the term pragmatism as covering the view that truth in the religious sphere becomes truth when we see its relevance to our lives, we can of course describe La Bertonniere as a pragmatist. But if we understand pragmatism as implying, for example, that the assertion of God's existence is true only in the sense that it is useful for man to make this assertion, he was certainly not a pragmatist. For he believed that we cannot know ourselves properly without recognizing the reality of God. From one point of view, La Bertonniere's view of the nature of philosophy and metaphysics is a matter of terminology. That is to say, if we decide to mean by metaphysics the saving wisdom, it is clear that for the Christian Christianity itself must be the metaphysics. 1. And if La Bertonniere were accused of reducing the Christian religion to the level of a philosophy, he could reply that the accusation rested on a misunderstanding of his use of the word philosophy. At the same time, when he says that metaphysics, identified with Christian doctrine as the science of our life, has ourselves as its point of departure, one can understand theologians suspecting him of pure immanentism, especially if they take such propositions out of the context in which he is distinguishing between what he means by metaphysics and what Aristotle meant. It may seem that La Bertonniere has really no place in a history of philosophy. But this judgment obviously presupposes a concept of philosophy which he rejects. In any case his thought is of some interest. It continues the approach to metaphysics from within which was characteristic of Maine de Byron. But in its concept of the relation between metaphysics and Christianity it goes back to St. Augustine. By his attitude to Aquinas's attempt to incorporate Aristotelianism into a comprehensive theological philosophical world vision, Libertanier recalls to our minds the reaction which produced and followed on the condemnations of 1277. But his hostility to Aristotle and Aquinas is motivated not so much by veneration for the sanctity and for tradition as such as by his own personalist and, to a certain extent, existentialist approach. For instance, his attack on the Aristotelian theory of matter as the principle of individuation is made in the name of a spiritualist personalism. He is in a real sense a modern Augustinian who develops his thought through dialogue with other philosophers such as Descartes, Bergson and Brunswick. His insistence on Christian doctrines becoming truths for us, are truths, in proportion as we discern and appropriate their relevance to human life may assimilate him to the modernists. But he combines this insistence with a genuine attempt to avoid a relativism which would exclude the claim that there are objective and abiding Christian truths. 4. The term modernism was first used in the early years of the 20th century and seems to have been coined by opponents of the movement. Though it was also used by writers such as Bonaude, who published the Program of the Modernists, Il Programma dei Modernist 1, in 1907. It is easy enough to mention names of persons who are universally classified as modernists. In France there is Alfred Louisy, 1857–1940, in Italy Ecobedo Bonaude, 1881–1946, and in Great Britain George Tyrrell, 1861–1909. But it is a great deal more difficult to give a clear account of the content of modernism, and still more difficult to define it. Perhaps the easiest way of coping with the matter is to give an historical account, as proper attention can then be paid to differences in interests and lines of thought. One can of course attempt to delineate modernism as a system, in an abstract manner, but one then exposes oneself to the pertinent objection that modernism as a clearly defined system was created not by the modernists themselves but by the ecclesiastical documents condemning them, such as the Decree Lamentabili and, much more, the encyclical Pascendi, both of which appeared in 1907.2. It would however be quite out of place to attempt to give a history of the modernist movement in this chapter. And the primary purpose of the following remarks is to show why thinkers such as Blondel and Libertanier were suspected of modernism, and how the thought of Blondel at any rate differed from modernism in the sense in which modernism was condemned by Rome. The term modernism, taken by itself, might be understood in terms of modernization, in the sense of an attempt to bring Roman Catholic thought into line with contemporary scholarship and intellectual developments. In view of his positive attitude towards the greatly increased knowledge of Aristotelianism which was creating a stir in the 13th century, St. Thomas Aquinas has been spoken of as a modernist. One again, Catholic scholars such as Louis Duchesne, 1843–1922, who were concerned with applying to the origins of Christianity the methods of historical criticism which had developed in liberal Protestantism, especially in Germany, can be described as modernist in this general sense of the term. So of course can writers such as Blondel who insisted on the need for a more positive appreciation of modern philosophy. As used however with reference to a current of thought in the Catholic Church at the end of the 19th century and in the first decade of the present century, the term modernism is obviously more specific than modernization or aggiornamento in a general sense. In the case of Louisy, for example, it refers to his conclusions about what was required or implied by the updating of historical and biblical studies. For instance, Louisy believed that Jesus as the Son of God was the creation of Christian faith reflecting on and transforming the man Jesus of Nazareth. This transformation involved also a deformation inasmuch as, for example, it involved attributing to the man Jesus miraculous actions the acceptance of which as historical events was ruled out by modern thought and knowledge. The task of historical criticism was to rediscover the historical figure hidden beneath the veils which faith had woven about it. In brief, Louis maintained in effect that the historian of Christianity must approach his subject as he would approach any other historical theme, and that this approach demanded a purely naturalistic account of Christ himself and of the origins and rise of the Christian Church. We may of course wish to distinguish between historical inquiry in itself and higher criticism as it developed in liberal Protestantism and then influenced some Catholic thinkers, but it is understandable that Louis's ideas did not commend themselves to the authorities of the Church. For these ideas pretty well undermine the Church's claims. Louis was not a professional philosopher and was quite prepared to admit that philosophy was not his speciality. Point 2. At the same time, in his remarks about belief in God, he can be said to assume that the human mind cannot attain knowledge of the transcendent. God is really the unknowable of Spencer, that which transcends the reach of what Kant described as theoretical knowledge. We think of God in terms of symbols, and from a practical point of view we are warranted in acting as though there were a personal divine will having a claim on the human will. But in the moral and religious sphere we cannot prove the absolute truth of any belief. In this sphere truth, as related to man's good, is as subject to change as man himself. There are no absolutely true and immutable revealed truths. What is called revelation is man's interpretation of his experience, and both experience and interpretation are subject to change. Later on Louis approached the position of Auguste Comte. That is to say, he saw in the history of religion an expression of the experience not of the individual but of the community. Christianity had promoted the ideal of a united humanity and was passing into the religion of humanity. Finally, Louis seems to have returned to the idea of a transcendent God, not however to any belief in revelation or in the Church as custodian of revelation. For present purposes however we can emphasize simply his relativistic and pragmatist view of truth in the ethico-religious sphere. In general, the modernists tended to assume that modern philosophy had shown that the human mind cannot transcend the sphere of consciousness. In one sense of course this is a truism, insofar, that is to say, as it means that we cannot be conscious of anything without being conscious of it or think of anything without thinking of it. But immanentism was understood as excluding any proof of God's existence by, for example, a causal argument. What is given in man is a need for the divine which, rising into consciousness, takes the form of a religious feeling or sense which is equivalent to faith. Revelation is man's interpretation of his religious experience. This interpretation is expressed of course in conceptual or intellectual forms. But these can become antiquated and stifling, so that new forms of expression have to be sought. Revelation in a general sense can be considered as the work of God, even if from another point of view it is man's work. But the idea of God revealing absolute truths from outside, as it were, truths which are promulgated by the Church in the form of unchangeable statements of unchanging truths is, from Bergson to Sartre, incompatible with the concept of evolution, when applied to man's cultural and religious life, and with the accompanying relativistic view of religious truth. The foregoing remarks are of course a partial summary of views expressed in writings by different authors. Point 1. But they may suffice to show how Catholic philosophers such as Blondel and Edouard Leroy could be accused of modernism or of modernist leanings. For Blondel, as we have seen, pursued what he called the method of immanence and approached God in terms of the human spirit's basic orientation as manifested in its activity, while Leroy, through his acceptance and application of the Bergsonian views of intelligence and intuition, appeared to attribute to religious dogmas a purely pragmatic value. Blondel however never accepted immanentism as a doctrine. Nor could he, as he tried, by means of the method of immanence, to open the mind to the transcendent divine reality and lead it to the stage at which there was a point of insertion, so to speak, for God's self-revelation. As for Leroy, he certainly expounded a pragmatic interpretation of scientific truth and applied it also to religious dogmas. But he defended his position and was never separated from the Church, either by his own action or by that of ecclesiastical authority. According to La Bertanière, who was given to such remarks, what Leroy did was to reduce not Christianity to Bergsonism but Bergsonism to Christianity. The main theme of this chapter has been philosophy as apologetics. The new approach in apologetics was represented by Laprouin, Blondel, and La Bertanière. Their thought had indeed some points in common with views expressed by the modernists. But they were primarily concerned with philosophical approaches to Christianity, whereas the modernists were primarily concerned with reconciling Catholic faith and beliefs with freedom in historical, biblical, and scientific research. While therefore Blondel, as a professional philosopher, was careful not only to stop short of pronouncements about revelation but also to justify this stopping short in terms of his own concept of the nature and scope of philosophy, the modernists were naturally compelled to reconsider the nature of revelation and of Catholic dogma. In other words, they occupied themselves with theological topics in a way in which Blondel did not. And as their idea of what was demanded by modern historical and biblical research was a radical one, they naturally fell foul of ecclesiastical authorities who were convinced that the modernists were undermining the Christian faith. Looking back, we may think that the authorities were so much concerned with the conclusions at which the modernists arrived that they failed to consider whether or not the modernistic movement expressed recognition of genuine problems. But we have to see things in their historical perspective. Given the actual situation, including the attitude of the authorities on the one hand and the concept of modern scholarship and knowledge on the other hand, one could hardly expect events to be other than what they were. Moreover, from the philosophical point of view, the thought of Blondel is of considerably more value than the ideas of the modernists. Chapter 12. Thomism in France. It would be incorrect to say that the Thomist revival in the 19th century originated with the publication in I-879 of Pope Leo XIII's encyclical letter Et Ni Patris. But a assertion of the penient value of Thomism and the encyclical's exhortation to Catholic philosophers to draw their inspiration from Aquinas while developing his thought to meet modern intellectual needs certainly gave a powerful impetus to an already existing movement. Papal endorsement of Thomism had of course several effects. On the one hand, it encouraged the phonation, especially in clerical circles and in ecclesiastical seminaries and academic institutions, of what one might describe as a party line, a kind of philosophical orthodoxy. In other words, it could be used in support of the subordination of philosophy to theological interpretation and of the activities of the rigid and narrow-minded Thomists who were suspicious of and hostile to the more original and independent-minded Catholic thinkers, such as Maurice Blondel. On the other hand, the call to look back to the thought of an outstanding thinker of the Middle Ages and to apply the principles of his thought to problems arising in the modern cultural situation undoubtedly helped to promote a great deal of serious philosophical reflection. Whatever one may think about the perennial value of Aquinas's thought, there was a lot to be said in favor of approaching philosophy by way of the system of an outstanding thinker and of thinking on systematic lines, that is to say, of certain basic philosophical principles and of THEIR application instead of following the rather wishy-washy eclecticism which had tended to prevail in ecclesiastical academic institutions. Exaggeration should be avoided. Official approval of a certain line of thought could and did produce a party spirit which was narrow and polemical. At no time indeed was Thomism as such imposed on Catholic philosophers in a way which would imply that it was part of the Catholic faith. In theory, the autonomy of philosophy was upheld. It is however undeniable that in some circles there was a marked tendency to depict Thomism as the only line of philosophical thought which really fitted in with Catholic theology. The theory was of course that it fitted in because it was true rather than it must be thought of as true because it fitted in. But one can hardly shut one's eyes to the fact that in many ecclesiastical institutions Thomism, or what was considered such, came to be taught in a dogmatic manner analogous to that in which Marxism-Leninism is taught in communist-dominated education. At the same time, the Back to Aquinas movement could obviously stimulate more able minds to endeavor to recapture the spirit of Aquinas and to create a synthesis in the light of the contemporary cultural situation. And there certainly have been Thomist philosophers who have embraced Thomist principles not because they were taught to do so but because they came to believe in their validity, and who have tried to apply these principles in a constructive way to modern problems. To this positive development of Thomist thought France has made a signal contribution, and it is with this contribution that we are concerned here. In its earlier days the Thomist revival owed a great deal to Desire-Joseph Mercier, 1851–1926, and to his collaborators at Louvain. After having taught philosophy in the seminary at Malines, Mercier was appointed professor of Thomist philosophy in the University of Louvain in 1882. In 1888 he founded Th Philosophical Society of Louvain, and in 1889 he became the first president of the newly established Institute of Philosophy of the university. The Revue Néo-Scolastique, now the Revue Philosophique de Louvain, was started by the Philosophical Society under Mercier's editorship. In his years as a professor, Mercier labored strenuously to develop Thomism in the light of modern Probalance and of modern philosophy. Among his writings are 2 volumes on psychology, 1892, a work on logic, 1894, a book on general metaphysics or ontology, 1894, and a work on the theory of knowledge, criteriology generate, 1899. In general, Mercier concerned himself with developing a realist metaphysics in critical dialogue with empiricism, positivism, and the philosophy of Kant. But he was also particularly insistent on the need for a first-hand knowledge of science and for a positive relation between philosophy and the sciences. He himself wrote on experimental psychology, and through the Institute of Philosophy he encouraged the formation of a band not only of philosophers but also of scientists, such as the experimental psychologist Albert-Edouard Micot, I-88-II-965, who had studied in Germany with Wundt and Kielp. Nowadays Mercier's philosophical writings may seem rather old-fashioned, but there can be no doubt of his real contribution to bringing Thomism into closer touch with contemporary philosophical and scientific thought and with making it intellectually respectable. In I-906 he was appointed Archbishop of Malines, and in the following year he was made a cardinal. Though Mercier admired Kant in some respects, he criticized at length what seemed to him to be Kant's subjectivism and his restriction of the scope of metaphysics. For a considerable time Kant was one of the principal bogeymen of the scholastics. At a later date, however, another Belgian, Joseph Marichal, of whom more will be said later, adopted a much more positive approach, trying to appropriate Kant, as it were, and then to go beyond him. Some people doubt whether the so-called transcendental Thomism which stems from Marichal can properly be described as Thomism. But at any rate its development is one expression of the marked change in the attitude of Thomists to other currents of thought in modern philosophy. Nowadays the orthodox Thomist of the type of Jacques Maritain has become comparatively rare. The relaxing of polemical attitudes on the part of Thomist philosophers through a genuine effort to enter into, understand and evaluate other currents of thought has been accompanied in recent years by a notable diminution in the Church's attempt to encourage and promote a philosophical party line. For example, the Second Vatican Council was careful not to make pronouncements in the philosophical area. Besides, a number of Catholic theologians are understandably anxious to emphasize the independence of faith from any philosophical system, including Thomism, while others prefer to look for a philosophical basis in, say, the anthropology of Martin Heidegger. Again, certain developments in theological thought have tended to weaken the idea that Christian beliefs need to be expressed in categories borrowed from a particular philosophical tradition. It is indeed questionable whether theologians can get along without philosophy quite as easily as some of them seem to assume. The point is, however, that the handmaid of theology situation, to which reference was made above, has greatly changed. Given the changed situation, it is arguable that the impetus of the Thomist revival is spent. With diminished official backing and with the development of tendencies in theology which are hostile to the use of metaphysics for apologetic purposes, if not to metaphysics as such, it is natural that there should be a marked reaction against Thomism. There may of course be a renewal of interest in the spirit and ways of thought of Aquinas. The present writer is, however, happily not called upon to indulge in hazardous prophecies. His task is to make some remarks about Thomism in France. France has made a signal contribution to the development of Thomism in the modern world. Among the pioneers Reginald Garrigou-Lagrange, I-877-1964, a well-known Dominican philosopher and theologian, has indeed appeared to a good many people as a rather narrow representative of Neo-Thomism, intent on maintaining and promoting an orthodox party line. But despite his rather limited outlook, one he contributed by his writings to raising the standard of thought in Thomist circles. An opponent of modernism, in I-909 he published Le Sens commun, La philosophie d'entre et les formules dogmatiques, Common Sense, the philosophy of being and dogmatic formulas. His well-known book on natural theology, Dieu, son existence et sa nature, appeared in I-9 I-5.2. In I-932 he published Le réalisme du principe de finalité, the realism of the principle of finality, and in I-946 La synthèse thomiste. 3. He also published theological works and books on Christian spirituality and mysticism, a number of which have been translated into English. Another name which should be mentioned is that of Antonin Dalmais Sertilinges, 1863–1948, also a Dominican. Sertilinges was a prolific writer, who tried to exhibit the applicability and fruitfulness of Thomist principles in a variety of spheres and who devoted special attention to the relation between philosophy and Christianity. His best-known work is probably his two-volume study of St. Thomas d'Aquin, the first edition of which appeared in 1900. Other publications on Aquinas include a study of his ethics, La philosophie morale de S. Thomas d'Aquin, 1914, later edition 1942, and Les Grandes T/Essays de la philosophie thomiste 1 which appeared in 1928. A two-volume work on the relation between philosophy and Christianity, Le Christianisme et les philosophies appeared in 1939–41, and another two-volume work on the problem of evil, Le problème au mal, in 1949–51. Among other writings we can mention a book on socialism and Christianity, Socialisme et Christianisme, 1905, and one on the thought of Claude Bernard, La philosophie de Claude Bernard, 1944. 3. The two names however which are most associated with putting Thomism on the map, that is to say, bringing it out of a rather narrow and predominantly ecclesiastical circle and making it respectable in the eyes of the academic world, are Jacques Maritain and Sean Gilson. Professor Gilson of course is widely known for his historical studies which have won him respect even among those who are not particularly sympathetic to Thomism. Maritain is first and foremost a theoretical philosopher. Gilson, as befits an historian, has concerned himself with exhibiting the thought of Aquinas in its historical setting and therefore in its theological context. Maritain has been more concerned with exhibiting Thomism as an autonomous philosophy which can enter into dialogue with other philosophies without appealing to revelation and the principles of which are relevant to the solution of modem problems. Given the suspicion of metaphysics which is not infrequently encountered among theologians, including Catholic theologians, and given the natural reaction in Catholic colleges and seminaries to past indoctrination in what amounted to a Thomist party line, it is understandable if Maritain in particular is commonly regarded as old-fashioned and if his writings no longer have the vogue which they once enjoyed. 2. But this does not alter the fact that his was probably the greatest single contribution to the Thomist revival, to which impetus was given by the encyclical Letter Aeterni Patris in 1879. Jacques Maritain was born at Paris in 1882. When he went to the Sorbonne as a student, he looked to science to solve all problems, but he was liberated from scientism by the influence of the lectures of Henry Bergson. In 1904 Maritain married Raisa Umansoff, a fellow student, and in 1906 they were converted to Catholicism under the influence of Léon Bloy, 1846–1917, the famous French Catholic writer and vigorous opponent of bourgeois society and religion. In 1907–08 Maritain studied biology at Heidelberg with Hans Driesch, the neo-vitalist. He then devoted himself to studying the works of Aquinas and became an ardent disciple. In 1913 he delivered a series of conferences on the philosophy of Bergson, and in 1914 he was appointed to lecture on modern philosophy at the Institut Catholique at Paris. He has also taught at the Pontifical Institute of Medieval Studies at Toronto, at Columbia University and at Notre Dame, where a center was set up in 1958 to encourage studies on the lines of his thought. After the Second World War, Maritain was French ambassador to the Holy See from 1945 until 1948 and then taught at Princeton University. Later he lived in retirement in France. He died in 1973. It has sometimes been said that whereas Gilson rules out the so-called critical problem as a pseudo-problem, Maritain admits it. This statement is however misleading, if taken by itself, for it suggests that Maritain starts his philosophizing either with trying to prove, abstractly, that we can have knowledge, or with following Descartes in taking self-consciousness as undeniable and then attempting to justify our natural belief that we have knowledge of objects external to the self, or that there are things corresponding to our ideas of them. If the critical problem is understood in this sort of way, Maritain excludes it just as much as Gilson does. He does not try to prove a priori that knowledge is possible. And he sees clearly that if we once shut ourselves up in the circle of our ideas, there we remain. He is a realist, and he has always insisted that when I know Tom, it is Tom that I know, not my idea of Tom. 3. At the same time, Maritain certainly admits the critical problem, if by this is meant reflection by the mind on its pre-reflexive knowledge with a view to answering the question, what is knowledge? To ask in an abstract manner whether there can be knowledge and to attempt to answer this question in a purely a priori manner is to enter a blind alley. The only way out is the way we came in. But there can perfectly well be an inquiry leading to knowledge of knowledge, the result of the mind's reflecting on its own activity in knowing something. The question, what is knowledge? Suggests however that there is only one kind of knowledge, whereas Maritain's concern has been with inquiring into distinguishable ways of knowing reality. He has written a good deal in the field of theory of knowledge, but his best known work on the topic is probably Distinguer pour honneur, aux les degrés du savoir, the first edition of which appeared in 1932. One of his preoccupations, here and elsewhere, is to interpret knowledge in such a way that it does count as knowledge of the world, but yet not only leaves room for but also demands philosophy of nature in particular and metaphysics in general. In the degrees of knowledge, Maritain expresses his agreement with Meyerson that a concern with ontology, with causal explanation that is to say, is not foreign to science as it actually exists, as distinct from what may be said about it, but he argues that the mathematical nature of modern physics has resulted in the continuation of a world which is so remote from the world of ordinary experience as to be practically unimaginable. He is not of course objecting to the mathematicization of physics. To be experimental, in its matter, and deductive, in its form, but above all in regard to the laws of the variations of the quantities involved, such is the ideal proper to modern science too. But in Maritain's view, the encounter of the law of causality, which is immanent in our reason, and of the mathematical conception of nature has as a result the construction in theoretical physics of more and more geometrized universes in which fictional causal entities with a basis in reality, encha rationis cum fundamento in re, the function of which is to serve as support for mathematical deduction, come to include a very detailed account of empirically determined real causes or conditions. 3. Theoretical physics certainly provides scientific knowledge, in the sense that it enables us to predict and to master nature. But the functions of its hypotheses are pragmatic. They do not provide certain knowledge of the being of things, their ontological structure. And in the range of reason, Maritain commends the views on science advanced by the Vienna Circle. As one would expect, he rejects the thesis that whatever has no meaning for the scientist has no meaning at all. 1. But in regard to the logical structure of science itself and in regard to what has meaning for the scientist as such, the analysis of the School of Vienna is, I believe, generally accurate and we 11 founded. 2. Maritain is still convinced however that though science constructs encha rationis possessing pragmatic value, it is inspired by a desire for a knowledge of reality, and that science itself gives rise to problems which go beyond the mathematical analysis of sensory phenomena. 3. Theoretical physics for Maritain is therefore a cross, as it were, between purely observational or empirical science on the one hand and pure mathematics on the other. It is a mathematicization of the sensible point, for philosophy of nature however is concerned with the essence of mobile being as such and the ontological principles which account for its mutability. 5. It deals with the nature of the continuum, of quantity, of space, motion, time, corporal substance, vegetative and sensitive life, and so on. Metaphysics is concerned not with mobile being as such but simply with being as being. It therefore has a wider range and, according to Montaigne, goes deeper. All this is set in the framework of a theory of degrees of abstraction based on Aristotle and Aquinas. The philosophy of nature, just like science, abstracts from matter as the individuating principle, that is to say, it is not concerned with particular things as such, but it is still concerned with the material thing as that which can neither exist without matter nor be conceived without it. Mathematics is largely concerned with quantity and quantitative relations conceived in abstraction from matter, though quantity cannot exist without matter. Finally, metaphysics includes knowledge of that which not only can be conceived without matter but can also exist without it. It is at the purest degree of abstraction because it is furthest removed from the senses. It opens up on the immaterial, on a world of realities which exist or can exist in separation from matter. 6. It is hardly necessary to say that Montaigne is reasserting the concept of the hierarchy of the sciences derived from Aristotle and Aquinas. He has of course to fit modern science into the scheme, for physical science as it has developed since the Renaissance is not the same as what Aristotle called physics. Basically however the scheme is the same, though, like Aquinas, Montaigne leaves room at the apex of the sciences for Christian theology, based on revealed premises. Theology apart, metaphysics is the highest of the sciences, science being conceived in Aristotelian fashion as knowledge of things through their causes. Nobody could accuse Montaigne of lacking the courage to express his convictions. He admits of course that metaphysics is useless, in the sense that it is contemplative, not experimental, and that from the point of view of one who wishes to make empirical discoveries or to increase our mastery of nature, metaphysics cuts a very poor figure in comparison with the particular sciences. But he insists that metaphysics is an end, not a means, that it reveals to man authentic values and their hierarchy too, that it provides a center for ethics, and that it introduces us to the eternal and absolute. Montaigne insists that if he adopts the principles of Aristotle and Aquinas, this is because the principles are true, not because they come from these venerable figures. As however his metaphysics is substantially that of Aquinas, at any rate when separated from Christian theology, it would be inappropriate to outline the content here. 3. It is sufficient to say that Aquinas, with his emphasis on esse, being in the sense of existence, is represented as the genuine existentialist, though Montaigne is not the man to despise essences, which he thinks of as grasped within the existent, though the mind considers them in abstraction. Rather than attempting to recapitulate Thomist metaphysics, it is preferable to draw attention to the two following points. In the first place, though Montaigne is the last man to despise the activity of the discursive reason, and though he criticizes what he regards as Bergson's exaggerated depreciation of the intelligence and of the cognitive value of concepts, he has always been ready to recognize other ways of knowing than those exemplified in the sciences. For example, he claims that there can be a non-conceptual, pre-reflective knowledge. Thus there can be an implicit knowledge of God which is not recognized by the person who has it as knowledge of God. In virtue of the internal dynamism of the will, choice of the good, as against evil, involves an implicit affirmation of God, the good itself, as the ultimate goal of human existence. This is a purely practical, non-conceptual, and non-conscious knowledge of God which can coexist with a theoretical ignorance of God. 1. Again, Montaigne has written about what he calls knowledge by connaturality. This is found, for example, in religious mysticism. But it also plays a part in our knowledge of persons. And another form of it, distinct from mysticism, is poetic knowledge, arising through the instrumentality of emotion, which, received in the preconscious life of the intellect, becomes intentional and intuitive too, and tends by its nature to expression and creation. Knowledge by connaturality is also prominent in moral experience. For though moral philosophy 8 belongs to the conceptual, discursive, rational use of reason, it by no means follows that a man actually arrives at his moral convictions in this way. On the contrary, moral philosophy presupposes moral judgments which express a knowledge by connaturality, a conformity between the practical reason and the essential inclinations of human nature. In the second place, Maritain has tried to develop Thomist's social and political philosophy, applying its principles to modern problems. If Aquinas had lived in the time of Galileo and Descartes, he would, according to Maritain, have freed Christian philosophy from the mechanics and astronomy of Aristotle, while remaining faithful to the principles of Aristotelian metaphysics. If he were living in the modern world, he would free Christian thought from the images and fantasies of the Sacrum Imperium and from worn-out temporal systems. In outlining a philosophical basis for the fulfillment of such a task, Maritain has recourse to the distinction, also encountered in the personalism of Mounier, between individual and person. Accepting the Aristotelian Thomist theory of matter as the principle of individuation, he describes individuality as that which excludes from oneself all other men and as the narrowness of the ego, for over-threatened and forever eager to grasp for itself one personality is the subsistence of the spiritual soul as communicated to the composite human being and as characterized by self-giving in freedom and love. In the concrete human being, individuality and personality are of course combined, as man is a unity. But there can be societies which disregard man as a person and consider him simply as an individual. They emphasize individuals precisely as distinct particulars, neglecting the universal, as in bourgeois individualism, which corresponds, philosophically, to nominalism. Or they may emphasize the universal to such an extent that the particulars are completely subordinated to it. This happens in totalitarian societies of various kinds, which correspond, philosophically, to ultra-realism, for which the universal is a subsistent reality. The moderate realism of St. Thomas would be expressed, in the social-political sphere, in a society of persons, which would indeed satisfy the needs of human beings as biological individuals but would at the same time be grounded on respect for the human person as transcending the biological level and, indeed, any temporal society. Man is by no means for the state. The state is for man too. It may be added that during the Spanish Civil War Maritain supported the Republic and thus incurred a good deal of opprobrium in certain circles. Politically speaking, he has been on the left rather than on the right. 4. Etienne Henry Gilson was born at Paris in 1884 and did his university studies at the Sorbonne. After the First World War, in which he served as an officer, he was appointed professor of philosophy at Strasbourg. In 1892, however, he accepted the chair of history of medieval philosophy at the Sorbonne, a post which he held until he was appointed to a similar chair at the Collège de France in 1932. He founded and directed the Archives d'Histoire doctrinale littéraire du Moyen Âge and also the series Études de philosophie médiévale. In 1929 he cooperated in founding the Institute of Medieval Studies at Toronto, and after the Second World War he acted as its director. In 1947 he was elected a member of the French Academy. On the advice of Uwe Brull, Gilson studied the relations between Descartes and scholasticism. His main doctorate thesis was on freedom in Descartes, La Librairie chez Descartes et1 Etymologie, 1903, while the minor thesis was entitled Index Scholastico-Cartésien, I9-I3. But the main fruit of the research suggested by Uwe Brull was Gilson's Études sur l'Er6 de la pensée midi/Veil dans la formation du système Cartésien, Studies on the Role 0 medieval thought in the formation Old Cartesian System, which appeared in 1930. Meanwhile Gilson had studied Aquinas, and in 1919 he published the first edition of Thomism. Introduction à l'étude de Thomas d'Aquin. The first edition of La Philosophie au Moyen Âge was published in I922.2. Works followed on Saint Bonaventure S. Saint Augustine 4, Saint Bernard 5, Dante 8 and Duns Scotus 7. Gilson has also collaborated in the production of volumes on modern philosophy. Despite his astonishing productivity in the historical field, which is not confined to the readings mentioned above, Gilson has also published works in which he presents personal philosophical positions, even if his views are often developed in an historical setting or context. 8. One of the features of his philosophical outlook is his rejection of the primacy of the so-called critical problem. If we cancel out, as it were, all our actual knowledge and then try to decide a priori whether knowledge is possible, we create for ourselves a pseudo-problem. For we could not even raise the question unless we knew what knowledge is. And we know this through actually knowing something. In other words, it is in and through the act of knowing something that the mind becomes aware of its capacity to know. In Gilson's opinion, Aquinas's attitude on this matter was far superior to that of those modern philosophers who have believed that the proper way of starting philosophy was to wrestle with the question whether we can know anything at all outside the subjective contents of our own minds. Gilson's realism is also evident in his criticism of what he describes as essentialist philosophy. If we try to reduce reality to clear and distinct concepts, universal by their nature, we omit the act of existence, which is an act of singular or individual things. According to Gilson, this act is not conceptualizable, as existence is not an essence but the act by which an essence exists. It can be grasped only in and through essence, as its act, and it is affirmed in the existential judgment, which must be distinguished from the descriptive judgment. Thomism, as concerned with existing reality, is the authentic existentialism. It does not, like the philosophies which are nowadays described as existentialist, interpret existence narrowly, in the sense of something peculiar to man. Nor does it exclude essence. But it is primarily concerned with reality as existing and with the relation between received or participated existence and the infinite act in which essence and existence are identical. One of the chief representatives of essentialist philosophy, in Gilson's eyes, was Christian Wolff, but he traces the origin of this line of thought back into the Middle Ages, where Aquinas is for him the chief exponent of existential philosophy. Another feature of Gilson's thought is his refusal to extract a purely self-contained Thomist philosophy from the total thought of Aquinas. He does not indeed deny that the distinction made by St. Thomas between philosophy and theology is a valid distinction. But he insists on the artificiality of tearing from its theological setting a philosophy in which the selection and ordering of themes is determined by theological ends or by their theological context. Further, it seems clear to Gilson that theological beliefs in free divine creation, for example, have had a great influence on philosophical speculation, and that whatever some Thomists may say, they do in fact philosophize in the light of their Christian beliefs, though it by no means follows that their philosophical reasoning must be invalid or that they have to appeal to theological premises. In other words, Gilson has maintained that there can be a Christian philosophy which is genuinely philosophical. Its Christian character would not indeed be ascertainable simply by inspecting its logical arguments. For if this were the case, it would be theology rather than philosophy. But comparison between philosophies shows that there can be a philosophy which, while remaining genuinely philosophical, does not deprive itself of the light afforded by revelation. This point of view has given rise to a good deal of discussion and controversy. Some writers have maintained that to speak of a Christian philosophy is as inappropriate as to speak of a Christian mathematics. But Gilson has persisted in maintaining his thesis. Insofar as this is the historical judgment of a scholar who sees clearly the influence exercised on philosophy by Christian belief, especially in the patristic and medieval periods, there is no difficulty in accepting it. For it can hardly be denied that under the influence of Christian belief, concepts derived from Greek thought were often given a new stamp or character, fresh themes were suggested, and philosophy, pursued for the most part by theologians, was used to extend a general Christian world vision. Whereas, however, many people would claim that philosophy became adult only through separation from Christian theology and the attainment of complete autonomy, Gilson insists that there is still room for genuine philosophy pursued not simply by Christians but by philosophers as Christians. He is doubtless justified in rejecting the claim that Christians who develop natural theology, for example, are in no way influenced by their antecedent beliefs. But some would conclude that it is then a case of apologetics, not of authentic philosophy. The retort might be made that the complete autonomy of philosophy is a myth, and that if it is not the handmaid of theology, it is the handmaid of something else, being always parasitic. However, the question whether philosophizing pursued in the interests of the development of a comprehensive Christian worldview is genuine philosophizing or not, is probably best answered by inspecting examples. From the titles of books mentioned above it will be seen that Gilson, like Maritain, has written on aesthetics. In a general sense his point of view is Thomist. Art is regarded as a making or production of beautiful objects which cause contemplative enjoyment or pleasure. Gilson however derives from this view of art as creative the conclusion that it is a great mistake to think that imitation belongs to its essence or nature. Abstract art as such needs no special justification. Whether a given picture, for example, is or is not a genuine work of art is clearly not a question which can be settled by philosophical reasoning. But if art is creative, there can be no good reason for regarding non-representational works as deficient, still less as disqualified from counting as works of art. 5. Mention has been made of Garrigou-Lagrange, Sertillanges, Maritain, and Gilson. It is neither possible nor desirable to list all French Thomists here. In view of his influence however mention should be made of Pierre Rousselot, 1878–1915, a Jesuit theologian and philosopher who was killed on service in the First World War. In theological circles he is known for his views on the analysis of faith, but his main publication is El Intellectualisme de Estremis d'Aquin, one in which he argues that the movement of the intellect to being is the expression of a dynamism of the will, of love that is to say, which can find its goal only in God. In other words, he tries to dispose of the view that Aquinas was an arid intellectualist by revealing the dynamic orientation of the human spirit which underlies and gives rise to the movement of the mind in philosophical reflection. Similar ideas can be found in the writings of Aime Forest, b. 1898, who was appointed professor of philosophy at Montpellier in 1943. Author of works on Aquinas too, he is best known for his development of the idea of consent to being three, in which he shows the influence of modern French philosophers. In the first place, consent to being means consent to a movement of the human spirit whereby it does not stop short at empirical reality but transcends it towards the ultimate ground of all finite being. As the mind can stop short, or attempt to stop short, at the empirically given, consent or option is required to recognize the realm of values and to pass beyond to God, who alone makes empirical reality intelligible. In the second place, consent to being involves regarding finite existence as a gift, arousing a response in the human spirit. In other words, with Forest the metaphysics of being assumes a religious and also ethical character. 6. Garrigou-Lagrange obviously looked on most modern philosophers as adversaries, as defending positions which were to a greater or lesser degree opposed to the truth as represented by St. Thomas Aquinas. With Maritain and Gilson we find indeed intelligent discussions of the development and currents of modern philosophical thought, but their realism was such that they could not but regard the procedures of, say, Descartes and Kant as aberrations. It by no means follows, for example, that Gilson is unable to appreciate the achievement of Kant, given the latter's premises. But it is clear that for Gilson the premises should be avoided in the first place. An outstanding T-Pinker doubtless shows his talent in the way in which he develops the implications of his premises and steers clear of any patchwork eclecticism which tries to combine elements which do not really fit together. But constructive talent of this kind does not entail the validity of the premises. A much more positive attitude to modern philosophy, especially in regard to Kant, was shown by Joseph Marhal, I 878–1944, a Belgian Jesuit who was a professor of philosophy in the Jesuit House of Studies at Louvain from 1919 until I 935. A doctor of science of the University of Louvain, he had also studied mental psychology and psychotherapy in Germany, and his interest in the psychology of religion found expression in the 2 volumes of his Études sur la psychologie des mystiques, one which appeared respectively in I 924 and I 937. He is best known however for his Point de départ de la métaphysique, 2 particularly for the 5th cahier or volume on Thomism in confrontation with the critical philosophy of Kant, Le Thomisme devant la philosophie critique. Marichal is not of course so foolish as to claim that Saint Thomas Aquinas in the 13th century provided in advance all the solutions to problems raised centuries later by Immanuel Kant in a different historical context. He does however claim that the Kantian antinomy between understanding and pure reason, with its implications for metaphysics, can be overcome by developing a synthesis in terms of an idea of intellectual dynamism which is virtually present, in his opinion, in the thought of St. Thomas, and to which Kant, given his view of the mind's activity, should have devoted greater attention. In other words, Mankell does not simply confront the Kantian philosophy as it stands with traditional Thomism and then argue that the latter is superior. He uses an idea which he believes to be basic in the thought of St. Thomas to develop the critical philosophy in such a way that the antinomy between understanding and pure reason is overcome and the Kantian agnosticism is transcended. The 5th cahier contains 2 complementary parts. Both have as their point of departure the immanent object, immanent, that is to say, in consciousness. The first part is devoted to what Marichal describes as a metaphysical critique of the object, and the second to a transcendental critique. In the first critique the object is regarded as strictly intentional and so as having ontological reference, while in the second the object is taken as a phenomenon. But we cannot enter into details. To cut a long story short, Marichal enters by Kant's door and inquires into the a priori conditions of knowledge or of the possibility of objectification. In his view the most important a priori condition, overlooked by Kant, is the intellectual dynamism of the subject as oriented to absolute being. No more than Kant does Marichal postulate an intellectual intuition of the absolute or of God in himself. But he sees the act of judgment, which sets the subject over against the object, as a partial realization of the intellect's dynamic orientation and as pointing beyond itself. In other words, every judgment implicitly affirms the absolute, which reveals itself not as the direct object of an intellectual intuition but as the a priori condition of all objectification and the ultimate goal of the movement of the intellect. Affirmation of the existence of God is thus a speculative necessity, and not simply a practical postulate. It has been objected against Marichal that he assumes illegitimately that the Kantian method of transcendental reflection is neutral, in the sense that it can be used to enable us to reach conclusions which go beyond anything contemplated by Kant, in particular to establish the existence of God. If, it is contended, we once adopt the Kantian point of departure and method, we shall try in vain to overcome the Kantian agnosticism. It has also been objected that Marichal confuses the intellect with a natural appetite or pre-reflexive volitional tendency. Marichal's thesis however is that we cannot justifiably make a dichotomy between the formally cognitive function of intellect and its dynamic tendency. The former has to be interpreted in the light of the latter. Further, the fact that Kant recognized the activity of the mind shows that he ought to have reflected on the intellect's dynamism as an a priori condition of knowledge. For Marichal at any rate his development of Kant does not contradict the exigencies of the critical approach. We are entitled to regard Marichal as initiating the movement of thought which is customarily described as transcendental Thomism. To say this is not to deny that there were other antecedent influences, the thought of Blondel for example. But Marichal regarded Blondel as inclining too much to voluntarism, and he himself emphasized an intellectual dynamism which he believed to be implicit in the philosophy of Aquinas and which, if developed, would enable Thomism to satisfy the demand of modern philosophy, as represented by Kant and Fichte, for the transcendental turn, as it is sometimes described, and, at the same time to overcome the agnosticism which had made Kant the bogeyman of the neo-scholastics. For, as we have seen, he was convinced that use of the method whereby thought reflects on its own object-oriented activity would show that absolute being is an a priori condition of the possibility of this activity. Instead of rejecting the critical philosophy as a pernicious influence, he thought that it was necessary to adopt the transcendental method and at the same time to bring to light a condition of the possibility of the mind's intentional acts to which Kant himself had failed to do justice. As however Marichal believed that use of the transcendental method was a justifiable development of what was virtually present in the thought of Aquinas and that it could show the legitimacy of a metaphysics which Kant rejected, he regarded himself as a Thomist. He thus prepared the way for the development of transcendental Thomism. 1. But it would be misleading to describe the transcendental Thomists as Marichal's disciples. In the case of writers in German, such as J. B. Lotz and E. Korath, an Austrian, the contributory influence of other factors, notably the thought of Martin Heidegger, 1 is clear enough. And in France the influence of other French philosophers, such as Blondel, has to be taken into account. Still, Mankell is the patron saint, so to speak, of the movement. Marichal, as we have seen, was concerned in a special way with Kant. That is to say, it was the critical philosophy of Kant, at any rate when regarded in the light of subsequent idealist developments, which provided the setting or context for Marichal's approach to transcendental philosophy. And in his fifth cahier Marichal was particularly concerned with the problem set by Kant's antinomy between the understanding and pure reason and his rejection of traditional metaphysics. Some of the transcendental Thomists however have used the transcendental method to outline at any rate a general system of thought without noticeable emphasis on or preoccupation with Immanuel Kant. It would be inappropriate here to speak of non-French representatives of the movement. But a very brief mention can be made of André Marc, 1892–1961, a French Jesuit who was a professor of philosophy first at Jesuit houses of study and then at the Institut Catholique at Paris. In his Psychologie Reflexive 2 he used the method whereby thought takes itself in act as object of reflection to start with language as revelatory of the nature of man and then to develop a philosophical anthropology. In doing so he also deduced from our act of knowledge and its structure, as well as from the structure of its object, the diversification of the sciences, at any rate in outline s in a subsequent volume, Dialectique de l'affirmation, which has as its subtitle Essai de métaphysique réflexive. Marc developed a metaphysics, employing the reflexive method, thought's reflections on its own acts, to study the laws of being as such. 4 In another volume, Dialectique de l'agir, Paris-Lyon, 1954. Marc devoted his attention to the development of an ethics, defining the moral destiny or vocation of man in the light of his theories of man's metaphysical nature and of the structure of being. Other writings dealt with the possibility and conditions of an acceptance of Christian revelation. 1. There are of course other French thinkers who have been influenced to some extent by Marichal, such as Jacques-Édouard Joseph de Finance, b. 1904, a professor of philosophy at the Gregorian University in Rome, who has given special attention to freedom and man's moral vision and action. But instead of making further brief and inadequate remarks about individuals, we can conclude this section by suggesting one or two general features of transcendental Thomism. In the first place, the transcendental Thomists seem intent on developing a presuppositionless philosophy, or at any rate going back to an unquestionable point of departure. This can be seen in the first moment or phase of the transcendental method, the reductive or analytic phase. In the second place, they seem intent on developing metaphysics as a deductive science, systematically deduced, that is to say, from the point of departure. 2. And in the third place, they try to develop philosophy as the conscious subject's reflection on its own activity. It can hardly be claimed that this procedure is in accordance with the traditional presentation of Thomism. This does not of course show that the procedure is misguided. But it provides some ground for the critic's claim that Thomism is a misnomer, and for the suggestion that harmony between the results or conclusions of transcendental Thomism and traditional Thomism is due as much to common religious beliefs and preoccupations as to any factor intrinsic to purely philosophical argumentation. This is not, however, a question which can be settled by dogmatic a priori pronouncements on either side. Instead, we can remark that several philosophers have tried to make philosophy properly scientific by taking as a point of departure an unquestionable datum or proposition. Descartes was one of them, Husserl another. and the transcendental Thomists join the company. Even if, however, it is allowed that the attempt to develop a presuppositionless philosophy is legitimate, the question arises whether idealism does not result if the subject is taken as the basis of all philosophical reflection. Needless to say, the transcendental Thomists do not believe that this is the case. Indeed, they would claim to have demonstrated that it is not the case. The more old-fashioned Thomists, however, remain unconvinced. What Aquinas himself would have said about the matter, whether he would have approved of Maritain or preferred Marichal, we obviously cannot know. Chapter 13. Philosophy of Science 1. Mention has already been made of a number of philosophers who concerned themselves with reflection on the natural sciences. Reference has been made, for example, to Comte, and to writers belonging more or less to the positivist line of thought, such as Bernard and Taine, to the neo-critical philosophers Cournot and Renouvier, and to thinkers such as Ravizon, Lachellier, and Boutroux, who belong to the spiritualist movement. We can now take a brief glance at the ideas of a few writers who can more easily be described as philosophers of science. A well-known name in this group is that of Jules Henry Poincare, 1854–1912, 1. Born at Nancy, he studied mining engineering, but from an early age he was interested in mathematics, and in 1879 he started to teach mathematical analysis at Caen. In 1881 he went to the University of Paris where he lectured on mathematics, physics, and astronomy. In 1887 he was elected a member of the Académie des Sciences and in 1908 of the Académie Franelias. In 1902 he published La Science et l'Hypothèse, 2 in 1905 La Valeur de la Science 3 and in 1908 Science et Method. For his Dernières Pensées appeared in 1912.5. The best-known feature of Poincare's philosophy of mathematics and science is probably the element of conventionalism which it contains. When referring, for example, to geometry, he remarks that geometrical axioms are neither synthetic a priori intuitions nor experimental facts. They are conventions 6 and this means that they are definitions in disguise. 7 It does not follow, Poincare insists, that the axioms are decided purely arbitrarily. For though our choice is free and limited only by the need to avoid any contradiction, by the demands of logical consistency, that is to say, it is also guided by the experimental facts. One system of geometry is not in itself truer than any other system. But it can be more convenient than another system or more suitable for a specific purpose. We cannot justifiably claim that Euclidean geometry is truer than the non-Euclidean geometries. We might just as well claim that a decimal coinage is truer than a non-decimal coinage. But a decimal coinage may be the more convenient. And for most purposes, though not for all, Euclidean geometry is the most convenient system. Such conventions or disguised definitions play a role in physical science too. A proposition can start as an empirical generalization or hypothesis and end as a convention, inasmuch as this is what the physicist makes it to be. For example, it is by definition that force is equal to the product of the mass and the acceleration. This is a principle which is henceforth beyond the reach of any future experiment. Thus it is by definition that action and reaction are equal and opposite. Science begins with observation and experiment, but with the development of mathematical physics the role played by conventions grows too. It would, however, be a great mistake to think that according to Poincare science consists entirely of conventions in the sense of disguised definitions. This is a view which he describes as nominalism, attributes to Edouard Leroy and attacks. For Leroy, science consists only of conventions and it is solely to the circumstance that it owes its apparent certainty. Science cannot teach us the truth, it can serve us only as a rule for action. 2 To this theory Poincare objects that scientific laws are not simply like the rules of a game which can be altered by common agreement in such a way that the new rules serve as well as the old ones. One might of course construct a set of rules which would not serve their purpose because they were mutually incompatible. But, this point apart, we cannot properly speak of the rules of a game as being verified or falsified, whereas the empirical laws of science are rules of action in so far as they predict, and the predictions are open to falsification. In other words, Empirical hypotheses are not simply conventions or disguised definitions, they have a cognitive value. And even though absolute certainty is not attainable, inasmuch as an empirical generalization is always revisable in principle, in some cases at any rate science attains a high degree of probability. In mathematical physics, conventions have a part to play, and, as we have seen, what was originally an empirical generalization may be so interpreted that it is transformed into a disguised definition which is not open to falsification, as it is not allowed, so to speak, to be falsifiable. But this does not alter the fact that science aims at knowledge of the relations between things, that it predicts, and that some predictions are verified, even if not conclusively, while others are falsified. It cannot therefore be legitimately claimed that science consists entirely of conventions, and that, given internal consistency, any scientific system would serve as well as any other. Poincare's use of language is sometimes open to question. For example, when distinguishing between different kinds of hypotheses, he includes the disguised definitions which, he tells us, are to be found especially in mathematics and mathematical physics. 1 And it is obviously arguable that he ought to reserve the name hypotheses for empirical hypotheses which are open to falsification. However this may be, it is perfectly clear that for Poincare the natural sciences can increase our knowledge, and that this increase is attained by testing empirical generalizations which permit prediction. It is true that he regards some empirical statements of natural science as resoluble into a principle or convention and a provisional law, an empirical hypothesis, that is to say, which is revisable in principle. But the mere fact that he makes this distinction shows that he does not regard science as consisting simply of principles in the sense of conventions or disguised definitions. Conventionalism therefore is only one element in his philosophy of science. Science, for Poincare, aims at attaining truth about the world. It rests indeed on presuppositions or assumptions, the basic ones being the unity and the simplicity of nature. That is to say, it is presupposed that the P3.RTS of the universe are interrelated in a manner analogous to that in which the organs of the living body are interrelated. And the simplicity of nature is presupposed in the sense at any rate that if two or more generalizations are possible, so that we have to choose between them, the choice can only be guided by considerations of simplicity too. Though however science rests on presuppositions, it nonetheless aims at truth. In my eyes it is knowledge which is the end, and action which is the means. How varies it that science enables us to know? It is certainly not the essences of things. When a scientific theory claims to tell us what heat is, or what electricity is, or what life is, it is condemned in advance. All that it can give us is a rough image. The knowledge which we obtain through science is knowledge of the relations between things. Poincare sometimes uses a sensationalist language and maintains that what we can know are the relations between sensations. 3 But he does not wish to assert that there is nothing of which our sensations are the reflection. And it is simpler to say that for him science tells us the relations between things rather than the inner natures of things. For example, a theory of light tells us the relations between the sensible phenomena of light rather than what light is in itself. Indeed, Poincare is prepared to claim that the only objective reality is the relations between things, from which the universal harmony derives. Without doubt these relations, this harmony, could not be conceived apart from a mind which conceives or perceives them. But they are none the less objective inasmuch as they are, will be, or will remain common to all thinking beings. For the impression may perhaps have been given that while Poincare certainly did not regard all scientific laws as conventional, he looked on pure mathematics as dependent entirely on conventions. This is not however the case. For while he was quite ready to see certain axioms as disguised definitions, he believed that mathematics also comprised certain synthetic a priori propositions, the truth of which was discerned intuitively. He was thus not prepared to accept the view that Kant's view of mathematics had been simply exploded. Nor was Poincare favorably disposed to the thesis, as maintained, for example, by Bertrand Russell, that mathematics is reducible to formal logic. On the contrary, he criticized the new logics, of which the most interesting is that of M. Russell V. In his sensationalism, Poincare was influenced by the thought of Ernst Mach 6, while his view of mechanics seems to have been influenced by Heinrich Rudolf Hertz, 1857–94. 2. We have seen that according to Poincare, science is concerned not with the nature of things in themselves but with the relations between things as appearing to us or between sensations. The same sort of view was advanced by Pierre Maurice Marie Duhem, 1861–1916, who was both a theoretical physicist and a philosopher and distinguished historian of science. In R886, Duhem published at Paris a work on thermodynamics and in the following year he began to lecture in the Faculty of Science at Lille. In 1893 he went to Rennes, and in R895 he was appointed to a chair in the University of Bordeaux. His most important theoretical publication was La théorie physique, son objet et sa structure, the first edition of which appeared at Paris in 1906. 2. Duhem also published several works on the history of science, three the best known being Le Système du Monde, Histoire de doctrines cosmologiques de Platon à Copernic, the system of the world, a history of cosmological doctrines from Plato to Copernicus, consisting of 8 volumes, Paris, 1913–1958. In Duhem's opinion, study of the history of science was not simply a learned luxury, so to speak, which could be neglected without any detriment to one's study of actual scientific problems. As he saw the matter, one could not fully understand a scientific theory or concept without knowledge of its origins and development and of the problems which it was designed to solve. One of Duhem's principal aims is to make a clear theoretical separation between physics and metaphysics. The metaphysician, in Duhem's view, is concerned with explanation, to explain being, to strip reality of the appearances covering it like a veil, in order to see the bare reality itself, but it is only metaphysics which raises the question whether there is a reality underlying or distinct from sensible appearances. As far as physics is concerned, phenomena or sensible appearances are all that there is. Hence it cannot aim at explanation in the sense mentioned. A physical theory is not an explanation. It is a system of mathematical propositions, deduced from a small number of principles, which aim at representing as simply, as completely and as exactly as possible a set of experimental laws. A theory, however, is not exclusively a representation of experimental laws, it is also a classification of them. That is to say, by deductive reasoning it exhibits these laws as consequences of certain basic hypotheses or principles. And the test of a theory of light for example, is its agreement or disagreement with the experimental laws which themselves represent relations between phenomena or sensible appearances. Agreement with experiment is the sole criterion of truth for a physical theory. A physical theory does not explain the laws, though it coordinates them systematically. Nor do the laws explain reality. Duhem is at one with Poincare in insisting that what we know are the relations between sensible phenomena. He adds indeed that we cannot avoid the feeling or conviction that observed relations correspond to something in things apart from their sensible appearances to us. But he insists that this is a matter of natural faith or belief and not something which can be proved in physics. Duhem is aware, of course, that scientific theories permit prediction. We can draw some consequences which do not correspond to any of the experimental laws previously known and which simply represent possible experimental laws. 3 Some of these consequences are empirically testable. And if they are verified, the value of the theory is increased. If, however, a prediction which represents a legitimate conclusion from a theory is falsified, this shows that the theory must be modified, if not abandoned altogether. In other words, if we assume the truth of a given hypothesis and then deduce that on this assumption a certain event should occur in certain circumstances, the actual occurrence of the event in these circumstances does not prove the truth of the hypothesis. For the same conclusion, namely that in certain circumstances a certain event should occur, might also be deducible from a different hypothesis. If, however, the event which ought to occur does not occur, this shows that the hypothesis is false or that it stands in need of revision. If therefore we leave out of account other reasons for changing or modifying theories, such as considerations of greater simplicity or economy, we can say that science advances through the elimination of hypotheses rather than through verification in a strong sense. A scientific hypothesis can be conclusively falsified and so eliminated, but it cannot be conclusively proved. There is not and cannot be a crucial experiment in Francis Bacon's sense of the phrase. For the physicist can never be sure that there is not another conceivable hypothesis which would cover the phenomena in question. 1. The truth of a physical theory is not decided by heads or tails. 2. Though Duhem agrees with Poincare on a number of issues, he refuses to admit that there are scientific hypotheses which are beyond the reach of experimental refutation and must be regarded as definitions which remain unaffected by empirical testing. There are indeed hypotheses which, if taken in isolation, have no experimental meaning. 3. And which cannot therefore be directly confirmed or falsified by experiment. But these hypotheses do not in fact exist in isolation. They constitute foundations of wide-ranging theories or physical systems, and it always remains possible that the consequences of the system taken as a whole will be subjected to experimental refutation on such a scale that the whole system will crumble, together with those basic hypotheses which, if considered in isolation, cannot be directly refuted. According to Duhem, his interpretation of physics is positivist in its conclusions as well as in its origins. 4. Physical theories, as he sees them, have nothing to do with metaphysical doctrines or with religious dogmas, and it is a mistake to attempt to use them for apologetic purposes. For example, the attempt to prove the creation of the world from thermodynamics, the law of entropy, is misguided. But it by no means follows that Duhem is a positivist in the sense that he rejects metaphysics. He is concerned with making a sharp distinction between physics and metaphysics, not with condemning the latter. Whether we can in fact make such a rigid distinction as Duhem has in mind is doubtless open to dispute. But it is obviously true that science has progressively developed its autonomy, and it is also arguable that those writers who have tried to base metaphysical or religious doctrines on revisable physical theories have been misguided. In any case, Duhem is not an anti-metaphysician. As for religion, I believe with all my soul in the truths which God has revealed to us and which he has taught us through his Church. 1-3. A certain measure of affinity with the ideas of Poincare and Duhem is evident in the philosophy of science of Gaston Milhaud, 1858–1918, who after having been professor of philosophy at Montpellier II went to Paris in 1909 to occupy a newly created chair in the history of philosophy in its relationship to the sciences. 3. For example, in his essay on the conditions and limits of logical certitude, Essai sur ks conditions et ks limit bs de la certitude logique, 1894, 2nd edition 1897, Milhaud asserts that what we know of things are the sensations which they arouse in us. 4. At the same time he is at one with Poincare and Duhem in emphasizing the mind's activity in reflection on experience and in the development of scientific hypotheses. Milhaud is less inclined to talk about conventions, but he insists, as in his work The Rational, l'Irrational, 1898, on the spontaneity of the human reason. While however Duhem was anxious to claim that his idea of science was positivistic, with the aim of making a sharp distinction between natural science and metaphysics, Milhaud draws attention to the shortcomings of positivism, by which he meant the ideas of Auguste Comte in particular. For example, in the introduction to his work on the geometer philosophers of Greece, Les philosophes géomètres de la Grèce, 1900, he alludes to the naively confident way in which Comte undertook to assign the precise limits at which knowledge could arrive and in which he rejected in advance any attempt to effect a radical change in accepted scientific theories. Comte wanted to attribute to the system of already acquired scientific knowledge the power of immediately organizing society on unshakable foundations, or, once society was organized, to prescribe the submission of all to him or to those who would have in their hands the rational direction of mankind. 6. The dogmatism of Comte was thus in opposition not simply to scepticism but even to the spirit of free inquiry. 6. It is true that Comte believed in progress, but he thought of progress as an advance towards a determinate goal or limit, the point at which science could constitute the basis for the sort of society which he considered desirable. Comte therefore had no use for the dreams of never-ending progress indulged in by 18th-century thinkers. In his view, science had already arrived, if not at the final term of its advance, at any rate at the state of consolidation in which no further radical transformations were to be foreseen, in which the fundamental concepts were definitely fixed, and in which new concepts could not differ much from the old ones. We cannot however set bounds in this way to the creativity of the human mind. At first Millot made a sharp distinction between pure mathematics, which rests on the principle of non-contradiction, and empirical science. But he soon came to emphasize the element of rational decision which is present in all branches of science. He had indeed no intention of suggesting that scientific hypotheses are purely arbitrary constructions. He saw them as based on or suggested by experience and as constructed in such a way as to satisfy logical demands of consistency and also practical and aesthetic requirements. But he refused to admit that scientific theories were necessitated either by logic or by experience. They express the creativity of the human mind, though this creative activity is guided in science by rational decision and not by caprice. Further, we can never say that scientific knowledge has attained its final form. We cannot exclude radical transformations in advance. There is indeed an ideal goal, but it is an ever-receding goal, even though progress is real. If we think of Comtean positivism as representing the third stage of human thought, we must add that this stage has to be transcended, as it constitutes an obstacle to the mind's creative activity. 24. We have seen that Duhem made a sharp distinction between science on the one hand and metaphysics or ontology on the other. A rather different view of the nature of science was taken by Emil Meyerson, 18S9-1933. Born at Lublin of Jewish parentage, he studied classics and then chemistry in Germany. 3. In 1882 he took up his abode at Paris, and later, after the 1914-18 war, he became a naturalized French citizen. He never occupied any official academic post, but he was an influential thinker. In 1908 he published at Paris his well-known book Identität et Realität 4, and in 1921 a 2-volume work on explanation in the sciences, De l'explication dans les sciences. These publications were followed by a book on relativity theory, La Deduction Relativiste, 1925, a 3-volume work on the ways of thought, Du cheminement de la pensée, 1931, and a small book on quantum theory, Real etdnerminisme dans la physique quantique, 1933. A collection of essays, appeared posthumously in 1936. In the first place, Meyerson is strongly opposed to a positivist view of science as concerned simply with prediction and control or action. According to the positivist, science formulates laws which represent the relations between phenomena or sensible appearances, laws which enable us to predict and so serve action and our control of phenomena. Though however Meyerson has no wish to deny that science does in fact enable us to predict and extend the area of control, he refuses to admit that this is the primary goal or operative ideal of science. It is not accurate to say that science has action as its sole end, nor that it is governed solely by the desire of economy in this action. Science seeks also to make us understand nature. It tends in fact, as M. Leroy expresses it, to the progressive rationalization of the real. 1. Science rests on the presupposition that reality is intelligible, and it hopes that this intelligibility will become ever more manifest. The mind's drive towards understanding lies at the basis of all scientific inquiry and research. It is therefore a mistake to follow Francis Bacon, Hobbes, and Comte in defining the goal of science simply in terms of prediction with a view to action. The positivist theory rests at bottom on a palpable error in psychology too. If science rests on the presupposition that nature is intelligible and seeks to discover its intelligible character, we cannot legitimately maintain that scientific hypotheses and theories are simply intellectual constructions which are devoid of ontological import. Ontology is joined to science itself and cannot be separated from it. 3. It is all very well to claim that science should be stripped of all ontology and metaphysics. The fact of the matter is that this very claim involves a metaphysics or theory about being. In particular, science cannot get away from the concept of things or substances. A positivist may claim that science is concerned simply with formulating laws and that the concept of things or substances which are independent of the mind can be thrown overboard, but the idea of law as expressing relations presupposes the idea of related things. If it is objected that the concept of things, existing independently of consciousness, belongs to the sphere of naive common sense and must be abandoned at the level of science, the reply can be made that, the hypothetical beings of science are really more things than the things of common sense. Point 1, that is to say, atoms or electrons, for example, are not direct objects of sense or sense data, and they thus exemplify the concept of a thing, as existing independently of sensation, more clearly than the sensible objects of the level of common sense. Science has its point of departure in the world of common sense, and when it transforms or abandons common sense concepts, what it adopts is as ontological as what it abandons too. According to Meyerson, those who think otherwise fail to grasp the nature of science at work, in its actual reality, and they themselves produce theories about science which have ontological implications of which they seem to be blissfully unaware. The positivist idea of separating science from all ontology corresponds neither with science today nor with that which humanity has known in any epoch of its development. Point 3, reference has been made to common sense. One of Meyerson's strongest convictions is that science is only a prolongation of common sense. Point 4, we ordinarily assume that our perception of objects is something simple and primitive. If we analyze perception, we arrive in the long run at states of consciousness or sensations. To build up perception out of primitive subjective data, we have to introduce memory. Otherwise we could not account for our belief in permanent possibilities of sensation. But in the construction of the world of common sense we go further than this. We use, though not of course explicitly or with conscious reflection, the principle of causality to construct the concept of permanent physical objects. Common sense is thus shot through with ontology or metaphysics. We explain our sensations in terms of physical objects as causes of our sensations. On the level of common sense we hypostatize our sensations as far as we can, attributing, for example, color and other qualities to objects, whereas science transforms the objects. But science has its point of departure in common sense, and it prolongs our use of the causal principle. The entities postulated by the scientist may differ from those of common sense, but physics can no more get along without the concept of things or substances or without causal explanation than common sense can. The concept of law, establishing relations between phenomena, is not enough by itself. Given this point of view, it is understandable that Meyerson insists that science is explanatory and not simply descriptive. Comte and others may have tried to expel explanation and explanatory theories from science, but the existence of explanatory science is a fact which Krull not be got over by ingenious accounts of what the scientist is about. A phenomenon is explained in so far as it is deduced from antecedents which can be described as the cause of the phenomenon or, to use Leibnizian terminology, as its sufficient reason, sufficient, that is to say, to produce the phenomenon in question. The cause can be defined as the point of departure of a deduction of which the phenomenon is the point of arrival to. It is true, according to Meyerson, that in science we do not actually find deductions corresponding fully with an abstract concept of what deductive explanation should be. But though this shows that in science, as elsewhere, man pursues a goal which transcends his grasp, it does not show that the pursuit does not exist. The drive to explain phenomena involves the presupposition that reality is intelligible or rational. The attempt to understand reality meets with resistance, in the form of the irrational, of that which cannot be rendered fully intelligible. But this does not affect the fact that science aims at explanation. It is clear that Meyerson assimilates the causal relation to that of logical implication. Indeed, he regards causal explanation as a process of identification. Insofar as a phenomenon is explained by deducing it from its antecedents, it is identified with these antecedents. The principle of causality is simply the principle of identity applied to the existence of objects in time. 3. That the mind seeks persistence through motion and time can be seen, for example, in its formulation of principles such as those of inertia, of conservation of matter and conservation of energy. When pushed, however, to the limit, the demand for causal explanation is a demand for an identification of cause and effect such that the two would coincide, time would be eliminated and nothing would happen. In other words, the reason aspires after an Eleatic world, a verse eternally immutable, a universe in which, paradoxically, there is no causality and nothing ever happens. As a limiting concept, the world which would fully satisfy the will to identification would be one in which distinct bodies had been eliminated by their reduction to space, and so to nonentity. For that which does not act and is not the cause of anything is as if it were not. Meyerson has not, of course, taken complete leave of his senses. He does not in fact believe that science will ever arrive at a cosmism as a final conclusion. He is known indeed as a philosopher of science, but in the first instance he is an epistemologist, in the sense that he is interested in developing a critique of reason. He wishes, that is to say, to discover the principles governing human thought. To achieve this task he turns neither to introspection nor to a priori reflection but to an a posteriori analysis of expressed thought. 3. In other words, he examines the products of thought. And his attention is focused for the most part, though not exclusively, on physical science. In this area he finds that the mind aims at understanding phenomena through causal explanation, that the principle of causality, in its pure form so to speak, is the principle of identity applied to objects in time, and that the a priori drive of the reason is thus to identification. The mind in its activity is governed by the principle of identity. He proceeds to show what sort of universe, in his opinion, would satisfy this will to identification, if it were able to proceed unchecked and without encountering any resistance. In point of fact, however, it does not proceed unchecked, and it does encounter resistance. We cannot get over the irreversibility of time and the reality of becoming or change. Identity is the eternal framework of our men, but science has come to be increasingly dominated by empirical elements which militate against the will to identification. The universe as presented to us by science is thus not a Parmenidean universe. This remains a limiting concept, a proected goal of the mind's inborn or a priori drive to identification, if we suppose that it encounters no resistance. Perhaps the matter can be expressed in this way. Whatever the positivists may have asserted, science is explanatory. It exemplifies a drive to understanding by means of causal explanation, a drive which belongs to the human mind as such and is already present and operative on the level of common sense. This approach presupposes that reality is intelligible or rational. And as, according to Meyerson, the search for causal explanation is governed by the principle of identity, reality, if completely rational, would be one self-identical being, the cause of itself, or causa sui. But the completely self-identical being would be equivalent to not being. Science cannot arrive at a causa sui. Further, reality is in any case not fully rational in the sense mentioned. In modern science we have become more and more aware of the irreversibility of time and of the emergence of novelty. Reality, as constructed by science, will not fit into the schema of rationalism. It does not follow from this that science is not explanatory. That is to say, it always embodies the drive to understanding by means of causal explanation. But science can never find a final resting place. The irrational, in the sense of what is unforeseen and unforeseeable, breaks in, as in quantum physics. The behavior of living things cannot be simply deduced from what we know of the behavior of inorganic bodies. And even if some apparently irrational phenomena come to be explained, there is no guarantee whatever that the scientist will not be faced with new ones, or that new theories will not supplant or profoundly modify their predecessors. We have had an Einstein. There may be others. We shall never be able really to deduce nature. We shall always have need of new experiences, and these will always give rise to new problems, will cause new contradictions to break out, éclater, According to Duhame's term, between our theories and our observations the drive or impulse of reason remains the same. Everyone, always and in every circumstance, has reasoned and reasons still in an essentially invariable way too, but reason cannot attain its ideal goal. It has to adapt itself to empirical reality. And science as it exists exemplifies the dialectic between the drive of reason, which postulates the completely rational character of reality, and the obstacles which it constantly encounters. Meyerson was interested in philosophical systems and applied his ideas to, for example, Hegel's philosophy of nature. Hegel tried to subject what he regarded as the irrational to the dominion of reason. And we cannot legitimately object to the attempt to understand and explain. For reason must tend to subject to itself all that does not come from it, it is its proper function, for it is this which we call reasoning. We have seen moreover, in our previous book, that explanatory science is nothing but an operation pursued entirely according to this pattern but the fact of the matter is that reality cannot be taken by storm in the manner envisaged by those who construct comprehensive deductive systems. They are sure to meet with a check. And this check constitutes precisely a demonstration of the fact that the irrational cannot be totally mastered by the deductive reason. Evidently, in a certain sense Meyerson sympathizes fully with the mathematical deductive ideal of knowledge. This is what, in his view, reason strives after and will always strive after. But nature exists independently of us, even though it becomes known only through our sensations, through the sensible appearances of things. We cannot simply reconstruct nature deductively. We have to have recourse to experience. The ways of nature can be different from those of pure reason. And this fact sets limits to our power of conceptual mastery. The philosopher who produces a comprehensive deductive system tries to subject nature completely to the demands of reason. But nature is refractory, it takes its revenge. Hence science as it exists must be both deductive and empirical. It advances in the process of understanding, but it must always be ready for shocks and for the revision of its theories. Reason seeks an ideal goal, which is set by the essence or nature of reason, but the attainment of the goal is an ever-receding limit of aspiration. In one sense reason suffers frustration. But in another sense it does not. For if the goal were completely attained, there would be no science. 5. According to Meyerson, as we have just seen, reason, governed in its operation by the principle of identity, seeks a Parmenidean one, a kausasui in which diversity is overcome and complete self-identity is realized. To be sure, this limiting goal can never be attained. For novelty and the unforeseeable break in and prevent reason coming to any final rest. But the ideal limit remains, that of a complete explanation of all events or phenomena through identification with their ultimate cause. In Kantian language this ideal limit is a regulative idea of the reason. We can perhaps see some affinity at any rate between Meyerson's idea of reason and that of André Lalande, I-86-I-964, the editor of the well-known Vocabulaire technique et critique de la philosophie. One with Lalande the Eleatic overtones are missing, but he lays emphasis on a movement towards homogeneity and unification and of the role played by reason in this movement as found in human life. In I-899 he published a thesis in which he opposed Herbert Spencer's contention that the movement in evolution is one of differentiation, a movement from homogeneity to heterogeneity. 2 Lalande did not of course deny that there is a process of differentiation, but in his view the movement of what he called dissolution or involution 3 was of wider significance. In nature this movement can be seen in entropy, in the increasing unavailability of thermal energy and the tendency towards an equilibrium which would result in a kind of thermal death. In the organic sphere we do indeed find a process of differentiation, a movement from the homogeneous to the heterogeneous, but the movement of life can be likened to that of an object thrown into the air. The vital energy or impetus is finally spent, and living things relapse in the end into inanimate matter. In the long run it is homogeneity which prevails over heterogeneity, assimilation over differentiation. In point of fact Herbert Spencer, in his general theory of evolution, allowed for an alternation of differentiation and dissolution or, as Lalande would say, involution. But as a resolute champion of individual liberty and a strong opponent of the organic theory of the state. Spencer clearly regarded increasing differentiation, increasing heterogeneity, as the desirable goal in the development of human society and as the mark of progress. Here Lalande parts company with him. He does not regard processes in nature as proper objects of moral judgments. But in the sphere of human life he looks on the movement towards homogeneity as desirable and as constituting progress. In other words, Lalande sees man's biological nature and tendencies as impelling him to SEU-centeredness and egoism, as separating human beings. The desirable movement is the one which tends to make men not more unlike but more like one another, not indeed through an imposed uniformity or one which would eliminate our human freedom, but rather through a common participation in the realm of reason, morality and art. The movement of biological life is differentiating, divisive. Reason tends to unify and to assimilate. In science the unifying function of reason is obvious. Particulars are grouped under universals, in classes that is to say, and the tendency is towards the coordination of phenomena under ever fewer and more general laws. In the spheres of logical thought and of scientific inquiry reason assimilates in the sense that it tends to make people think alike, even if they feel differently. Obviously, feeling can influence thought, but the point is that in so far as reason triumphs, it unites men rather than divides them. It may seem that the more science is given a technological application, the more individuals are identified with their functions becoming simply members of a social organism. But according to Lalande the growth of technology serves to liberate the individual. It is true that in modern society men and women tend to become more alike, and that a certain uniformity is produced, but in this very process they are liberated from ancient tyrannies, such as that of the patriarchal family, and increasing specialization sets people free to enjoy common cultural values, such as aesthetic values. The assimilating tendency of modern society, with the breakdown of old hierarchies, is at the same time a process of liberation for the individual. Man becomes free to enter more fully into his common cultural heritage. As we are all aware, some writers have seen in the development of modern society a process of leveling out which tends to produce a uniform mediocrity prejudicial to the individual personality. Others have emphasized the identification, as they interpret it, of the individual with his social function. The growth of homogeneity can be interpreted as equivalent to the growth of what Nietzsche described as the cold monster or as leading in the direction of a totalitarian society. Lalande proposes a different point of view, seeing modern society as potentially liberating the individual for his self-enrichment by entering into the common cultural world of reason and art. Biological urges are divisive, reason and morals and aesthetics are unifying factors. It is therefore not surprising that in a work on reason and norms, La raison et les normes, which appeared in I 94-8, he criticized phenomenologists and existentialists. For example, while phenomenologists emphasized the origins of the concepts of space and time in the experience of the individual as a being in the world, Lalande emphasized the common space and time of mathematicians and physicists, in which he saw the unifying work of reason. Lalande did indeed write specifically about the philosophy of science. Thus in 1893 he published the first of the numerous editions of Lectures sur la philosophie des sciences, Readings in the Philosophy of the Sciences, and in 1929 Les théories de l'induction et de l'expérimentation, Theories of Induction and Experimentation. But his thought was much wider than what could usefully be described as philosophy of science. For his concern was with emphasizing the movement of involution and the role played in it by what he called constituting reason. Science is one field in which reason unifies. But morals is another, where reason is capable of promoting agreement and producing a lay or secular ethics. In general, reason fosters mutual understanding and cooperation between human beings. The effort devoted by Lalande to editing and re-editing his vocabulary was based on this assumption. 6. Meyerson and Brunswick both emphasized the impulse to unification which is manifested in science. This was natural enough, not only because this emphasis fitted into or was demanded by their general philosophies but also because unification of phenomena clearly constitutes a real aspect of science. It is not necessary to talk about identification or to follow Meyerson in introducing Parmenidean themes in order to see that when the mind is faced with a plurality of phenomena, conceptual unification forms a real aspect of understanding. Conceptual mastery cannot be obtained without unification. Or rather, it is a process of unification. At the same time, it is possible to emphasize the pluralism in science, the elements of discontinuity and the plurality of theories. Brunswick, as we have seen, allowed for this aspect. But there is a difference between finding room for the facts within the framework of an idealist philosophy which emphasizes the nature of mind or spirit as a unity and singling out and laying emphasis on aspects of the history of science which it is not so easy to harmonize with the general idea of reason as progressively imposing its own unity and homogeneity on phenomena. Emphasis on plurality and discontinuity was characteristic of the philosophy of science of Gaston Bachelard, 1884–1962. After having been employed in the postal service, he obtained a degree in mathematics and science and then taught physics and chemistry in his hometown, Bar-sur-Aube. In 1930 he was appointed professor of philosophy in the University of Dijon, and after 10 years he went to Paris as professor of the history and philosophy of science. He published a considerable number of works, in 1928 an essay sur la connaissance approximée, essay on approximative knowledge, in 1932 Le pluralisme cohérent de la chimie moderne, the coherent pluralism of modern chemistry, in 1933 Les intuitions atomistiques, atomistic intuitions, in 1937 La continuité et la multiplicité temporelles, temporal continuity and multiplicity, and L'expérience de l'espace dans la physique contemporaine, the experience of space in contemporary physics, in 1938 La formation de l'esprit scientifique, the formation of the scientific mind, in 194 La philosophie du non, the philosophy of no, in 1949 La rationalisme appliqué, applied rationalism, in 1951 L'activité rationaliste de la physique contemporaine, the rationalist activity of contemporary physics, and in 1953 Le matérialisme rationnel, rational materialism. Bachelard was also interested in the relation between the activity of the mind in science and its activity in poetic imagination. In this field he published a number of works, such as La psychoanalyse du feu, 1938, The Psychoanalysis of Fire, L'eau et les rêves, 1942, Water and Dreams, L'air et les songs, 1943, Air and Dreams, La terre et les rêveries de la volonté, 1948, Earth and the Reveries of the Will, La poétique de l'espace, 1957, The Poetics of Space, and La flamme d'une chandelle, 1961, The Flame/a Candle. In Bachelard's view, existentialists talk about the absurdity or meaninglessness of the world is an illegitimate exaggeration. It is indeed true that scientific hypotheses and theories are the creation of mind, but experiment or empirical testing is necessary to science, and the interplay of reason and experience in the development of scientific knowledge does not support the view that the world is completely unintelligible in itself and that intelligibility is nothing but a mental imposition. When, however, we consider the nature and course of this interplay of reason and experience, we find that scientific progress cannot properly be regarded as a continuous advance in which reason simply adds to the coherent system of knowledge already attained. It is all very well for some philosophers to lay down first principles and then to interpret reality as exemplifying them and as filling in the preconceived outline of a picture. They can always regard refractory material as of little significance or as illustrating the contingent or even irrational nature of the given. Their philosophy remains a philosopher's philosophy and has little to do with science. In the growth of scientific knowledge, discontinuity is an essential feature. That is to say, new experiences force us to say no to old theories, and for an old model of interpretation we may have to substitute a new one. Indeed, we may have to change concepts or principles which have seemed basic. The genuinely scientific mind is open. It will not do, for example, to reject quantum mechanics, with its recognition of a measure of indeterminism, simply because it will not fit into a sacrosanct framework. Conceptual frameworks may have to be negated in favor of new ones, though these too of course are themselves open to negation in the future. The philosophy of science must itself be pluralistic, open to a variety of perspectives. The old rationalistic deductive ideal of Descartes and others is untenable and discredited. Reason has to follow science. That is to say, it must learn the various forms of reasoning from seeing them at work in the sciences. 2. The traditional doctrine of an absolute and changeless reason is only a philosophy. It is a philosophy which has perished. 3. In his Philosophie du non-Bachelard does not of course understand by no a mere negation. The new physics, for example, does not simply deny or cancel out the classical physics. Classical concepts are given fresh meanings in a new framework. The negation is dialectical rather than pure rejection. At the same time, the emphasis is laid by Bachelard on discontinuity, on rupture in thought, and on transcendence of previous levels. For instance, the world as represented in science transcends the pre-scientific world. There is a rupture between the naive consciousness and the scientific consciousness. But within science itself there are ruptures. Science, for example, was once a kind of organized common sense, treating either of concrete objects or of objects which sufficiently resembled the concrete things of common sense for them to be imaginable. With the advent, however, of non-Euclidean geometries, of theories of the world which can be expressed only mathematically, and of concepts of objects which are not imaginable things, those of common sense, science has become concerned, according to Bachelard, with relationships rather than with things. It looks beyond things and immediate objects to mathematically formulable relationships. And there has thus taken place a dematerialization of materialism. Thought tends to become fossilized in a realistic outlook, but the crisis of discovery forces it forward into the process of abstraction which is made possible by mathematics. There arises therefore a scientific world which is not communicable to the non-scientific mind, and which is far removed not only from the world of naive consciousness but also from that of the imaginable world of earlier science. The creative activity of the mind is exemplified, Bachelard insists, both in the work of scientific reason and in the poetic imagination, their roots being, in his view, discoverable by psychoanalysis. Though however both science and poetry, or art in general, manifest the creative activity of the mind, they take different directions. In art man projects his dream, the product of the imagination, on things, while in modern science the mind transcends both subject and object towards mathematically formulable relationships. In regard to the sphere of the scientific reason, Bachelard obviously agrees with Brunswick both in the rejection of fixed categories and models and in the view that reason comes to know its nature through reflection on its actual work, on its historical development. For Bachelard the nature of reason is thus revealed as pluriform and as plastic or changing. But if we ask why reason in its creative activity constructs the world of science, the answer, even if it is not clearly given by Bachelard, must presumably be similar to that given by Brunswick, namely that the mind pursues unification. Emphasis on discontinuity, on revisibility, and on the non-final character of scientific concepts, models and theories does not really affect the issue. For Brunswick himself did not envisage a complete and final unification or assimilation as actually attainable. To be sure, the obviously idealist presuppositions and ideas of Brunswick are absent from Bachelard's thought. But the latter's view of modern man as projecting or creating an extremely abstract world of relationships, in which materialism is left behind or at any rate transformed, might perhaps be given an idealist setting, if one wished to do so. We have noted the lively interest shown by recent French philosophers of science in epistemological themes. In this field the philosophers mentioned above manifested a strong reaction to positivism on the one hand and to the Cartesian ideal of knowledge on the other. They emphasized the inventiveness and creativity of the mind and the approximating and revisable character of its interpretation of reality. Duhem was something of an exception. For though he agreed, in large measure, with the conventionalism of Poincare, he was concerned with separating science from ontology and metaphysics. Generally speaking, however, the sciences were looked on as embodying the mind's urge to understand the world through the unification of phenomena. And the ideas of the inventiveness and creativity of the mind and of the essentially revisable character of scientific hypotheses and theories were obviously grounded in reflection on the history of science. In other words, it was science in its actuality which prompted the conclusion that both the purely rationalistic and deductive picture of the mind's operation and Comte's rather naive conception of positive knowledge were alike discredited. Again, philosophers such as Brunswick and Bachelard saw clearly that neither pure rationalism nor pure empiricism could provide a satisfactory account of science as it existed. We may of course be inclined to think that the French philosophers of science were too philosophical. But at any rate they tried to make their philosophical positions clear and explicit, even if their success was not always conspicuous. It hardly needs saying that moral philosophy in one form or another has been a prominent feature of French thought from the time of the Renaissance. Even Descartes, whose name is primarily associated with methodology, metaphysics, and the view of the world as a machine, emphasized the practical value of philosophy and envisaged a science of ethics as its crown. The philosophers of the 18th century Enlightenment were concerned with setting ethics on its own feet, separating it, that is to say, from theology and metaphysics. In the 19th century ethical themes were prominent in the writings of positivists such as Durkheim, of spiritualists such as Guyot and Bergson I, and of thinkers such as Renouvier who belonged to the neo-critical movement. In spite, however, of this tradition of ethical thought, the philosophy of values was a comparative latecomer on the French scene, in comparison with Genoni, that is to say, and it met at first with some suspicion and resistance. Obviously the concept of the good and of desirable ends had been familiar enough, and philosophers had discussed moral ideals as well as truth and beauty. In a sense, ethical discussion had always included discussion of values. At the same time, the French moral philosophers had tended to focus their attention on ethical phenomena as an empirical or given point of departure for reflection, and there was some doubt about the utility of the abstract analysis of values, especially as this sort of language suggested the idea of subsistent essences out there. Besides, the explicit philosophy of values as practiced by Max Scheler and Nikolai Hartmann was connected with phenomenology, which developed in Genoni and at first had little impact in France. 1. There was of course Nietzsche's discussion of values. But for a considerable time Nietzsche was regarded in France more as a poet than a philosopher. From a phenomenological point of view, it can reasonably be argued that values are recognized or discovered. Consider, for example, the case of someone who judges that love is a value, something to be valued, whereas hatred is not. It is clearly arguable that his attitude is one of recognizing or seeing love as a value and hatred as a disvalue. Whatever his theory of values may be, it can be argued that as far as his immediate consciousness is concerned, love imposes itself on his mind as a value. Similarly, from the phenomenological point of view, it is reasonable to use the language of recognition or discovery in regard to truth and beauty considered as values. In other words, our experience of values provides a ground or basis for the idea of values as objective and as transcendent, in the sense that they do not depend simply on one's own choice of them. To be sure, one has to find room for different and even incompatible value judgments. But we can always refer, as some phenomenologists have done, to the possibility of a blindness to values and of varying degrees of insight into the field of values. And these ideas can be applied both to societies and to individuals. From an ontological or metaphysical point of view, however, it seems absurd, to most people at any rate, to conceive values as existing in some ethereal world of their own. We can of course substitute the word subsist for the word exist, but it is doubtful if this verbal change really improves the situation. If therefore we wish to assert the objectivity of values, and if at the same time we wish to avoid committing ourselves to the view that universals such as love or truth or beauty can't exist or subsist in a Platonic world of their own, we can either regard values as objective qualities of things and actions in addition to other qualities, Or we can try to work out some general metaphysics which will permit us to talk about the objectivity of values without committing ourselves to the concept of a realm of subsistent universal essences. It may of course seem very much simpler to deny the objectivity of values, if this is taken to imply that values have an ontological status of their own, whether as ethereal substances or as objective qualities of things, persons, and actions. That is to say, it may seem much simpler, and also more sensible, to throw all the weight on the value j/lodgment or on the act of valuation and to maintain, for example, that to assert that beauty is a value is to express the act of attributing value to beautiful things or persons. We can maintain, in other words, that it is through the act of attributing value that human beings create values. Values depend on and are relative to the human will and choice. If we adopt this line of thought, we have of course to account in some way for the feeling of recognizing or discovering values. For this seems to be a datum of consciousness. We can try to explain this feeling by rearing it to the bearing of the collective consciousness, as conceived by Durkheim, on the individual consciousness. Or, if we wish to speak only in terms of individuals, we might adopt a line of thought represented by Sartre and see the individual's particular value judgments as determined by an original projet or a basic operative ideal. Leaving aside for the moment not only the existentialism of Sartre, which will be discussed later, but also those who have tried to give a metaphysical foundation to values, we can turn first to a philosopher, Raymond Pollin, who has discussed a variety of factiological theories and attitudes and who himself comes down on the anti-objectivist side. 2. Raymond Pollin was born in I9 After studying at the École Normale and obtaining the doctorate in letters, he taught philosophy first in several lycées, such as the Lycée Condorcet at Paris, and then as professor of ethics in the University of Lille. In I96 he became a professor at the Sorbonne. His publications include La création de l'allure, 1944, The Creation of Values, La compréhension de l'allure, 1945, The Understanding of Values, Du Lade, Du Mal, Du Faux, 1948, On the Ugly, the Evil, and the False, and Éthique et Politique, R968, Ethics and Politics. Pollin has also published works on Hobbes and Locke. One phenomenology, Pollin asserts, seems to offer the most adequate method for the study of values 11 inasmuch as for the consciousness which thinks or conceives them values coincide with their meaning, signification. He envisages two steps, first a phenomenological reduction giving access to the pure axiological consciousness, the consciousness of value, with a view to defining the essence of values, and secondly a movement of liberation, freeing the mind, that is to say, both from the pressure exercised by received values and from the influence of all existing theories of value. In other words, he wishes to take a fresh and unprejudiced view of the matter. The mind should place itself in a position of neutrality in regard to any determinate hierarchy of values and in regard to all existing theories. It should prescind from all authority, including that of society. As Pollin refers frequently to values, using the noun that is to say, one may be tempted to conclude that for him there is a realm of essences which have some sort of existence of their own or which have to be given an ontological or metaphysical foundation. Indeed, the subtitle of his work on the creation of values is Recherches sur le fondement des objectivités axiologiques, Inquiries into the foundation of axiological objectivity. We have already noted however that for him a value coincides with its meaning for the consciousness which thinks it. It thus has intentional objectivity, in the sense that the act of thinking or conceiving a value meaning is a reality. But a value does not exist as an object out there, independently of the subject which thinks it. As for finding a foundation for values, other than the act of evaluating, this would have to be different from the values themselves, if it were to serve as a foundation, and at the same time to stand in an intelligible and necessary relation to the values which it founded. But how can there be a necessary relation between what is not a value and a value? Or to express the matter in a different and more familiar way, how can a factual statement entail a value judgment? In point of fact, Pollen's talk about values is somewhat misleading. He is really concerned with the act of evaluation, by which values are constituted. In his view, evaluation cannot be understood apart from the concept of human action. Phenomenological inquiry into the essence of values is vain and futile unless it constitutes the introduction to a philosophy of action. Human action presupposes and expresses evaluation, which is an act of the free subject. The free subject outruns or transcends the empirically given, creating its own values with a view to action. The values created have of course a certain exteriority, in the sense that they are the objects of an intentional and teleological consciousness. But it is a mistake to think that there is an axiological reality or realm of values apart from the consciousness which creates them. The only given reality is empirical reality, but this is evaluated in relation to action. Values are grounded in the self-transcending creative subject. And this is the only foundation which they have or require. According to Pollen, therefore, values are not real objects out there waiting to be known. On the contrary, there is an irreducible distinction between knowledge of things, in which the noetic consciousness is absorbed in the object, and the axiological consciousness which transcends what is given and creates the unreal. In other words, we must not confuse truth and value. Truth is not a value, and we ought not to speak of the truth of values. But there is a truth of action. That is to say, while theoretical truth is attained through the conformity of thought with reality, truth in action is attained through the conformity produced in the reality, work, created by action with the Axio 199 Eichel project and intention. Point 2. We know a fact when our thought is conformed to an objective state of affairs. In the sphere of action, however, truth consists in the conformity between what we achieve or bring about and our value-laden intention. But this is not all there is to be said. For through his action a man creates not simply his work but also himself. This is why the truth of action embraces the totality of the work and its creator. It is at the same time the work and the man who accomplishes the work. 3. In his insistence that it is man who freely creates values, Pollen stands in the Nietzschean line of thought. And in this and some other respects, such as his view that through the process of evaluation and action man creates himself, he obviously stands close to Sartre. But what, we may ask, does Pollen make of the social aspect of morality? In his view, action is social by its essence, by its object, by its conditions. It is inconceivable without the presence of the other. This means that laws, as the expression of a creative will, tend to become norms, and norms, as universalizable, are, essentially social. Moreover, whereas values, valuations, are personal and cannot be imposed, norms can be imposed by others. A society or group, for example, can accept certain norms and try to enforce or impose acceptance on its individual members or on another group. Norms then become values rendered static, and they can be accepted servilely or because people are looking for a secure foothold or a refuge from personal decision, which is always a venture, as it means going beyond or transcending the given. At the same time, values can also present themselves not as constraining norms or rules or commandments but as attracting or exercising an appeal to their creator. Values can appear as attracting ideals and ends, and they can appear in the same way to others. The commandment is replaced by an appeal. The creator then owes his domination over others simply to the influence of the values which he creates. Point 2. In this line of thought we can see perhaps a resumption of Bergson's theme of the closed and open moralities. In his analysis of axiological attitudes, Pollen begins by examining what he describes as the contemplative attitude. Here the subject conceives transcendence not in the form of creative human action but in that of a static and given being, the transcendent. Values are conceived not as unreal entities which are realized only through human action but as realities existing independently of man. Pollen admits that values, as so conceived, can provide a model of a perfect human activity, but, as objects of contemplation, they do not, in his view, give rise to any efficacious action. Point 5. A value is not, as it were, a moment in the total process or cycle of human action, but rather a detached object of contemplation which exists, or if preferred, subsists, independently of human consciousness. Pollen does not of course share this axiological attitude. And most of us would probably find it difficult to accept a theory which postulated a world of subsistent value essences, which would really be subsistent universals, in addition to particular individual things. At the same time it is arguable, as has already been noted, that from the phenomenological point of view there is such an experience as recognizing or discovering values. That is to say, there is an experience which seems to demand the use of such terms. And even if one is determined to avoid the literal implication of a term such as discovery, namely the implication that there is a pre-existing reality waiting to be discovered, any adequate theory of values must at any rate allow for the type of experience which prompts the use of terms which are potentially misleading. Hence it is perfectly understandable that some philosophers are not content with any theory which interprets values simply as free creations of the individual subject. And even if in some cases it involves retracing our steps from the chronological point of view, we can consider briefly 2 or 3 French philosophers who have tried to link up a theory of values with a general metaphysics. 3. A name which comes at once to mind in this connection is that of René Sen, 1882–1954. A pupil of Hamelin at the École Normale, Sen taught in Lycées at Chambéry, Marseilles, and then Paris, becoming a professor of moral philosophy at the Sorbonne in 1942. Together with his friend Louis Lavelle he founded and edited the series entitled Philosophie de l'Esprit, Philosophy of Spirit, published by Aubier at Paris. Among his works we can mention his Introduction to Philosophy, Introduction pour la Philosophie, 1925 revised and enlarged edition 1939, his doctorate thesis entitled Duty, led 8 El Choir, 1930, second edition 1950, Obstacle and Value, Obstacle et Valeur, 1934. A General Treatise on Ethics, Trait de morale générale, 1942, a work on characterology, Trait de caractérologie, 1945, Personal Destiny, La Ume Personui, 1951, and the posthumously published work The Discovery of God, La Découverte de Dieu, 1955. In an essay entitled La Philosophie de l'Esprit, Sen remarks that to follow the development of French philosophy from Descartes to Hamelin, or even to Bergson, is to understand the fecundity of Cartesianism. 2. From one point of view this may seem to be an odd assertion. Is there not, we may ask, a very great difference between the rationalism of Descartes, with his mathematical model of reasoning, and his appeal to clear and distinct concepts, and Bergson's appeal to intuition and his philosophy of duration and of the movement of life? It hardly needs saying however that Sen is perfectly well aware of the differences. When he refers to the continuity between the thought of Descartes on the one hand and the spiritualist and idealist movements in 19th-century French philosophy on the other, he is thinking not of Descartes' mathematical model nor of his view of the material world as a machine, but of the emphasis placed by Descartes on the thinking and active self or ego, and of the relation which is asserted between the self and God. Sen is thinking, in other words, of elements in Cartesianism which were preserved and developed in the movement of thought from Maine to Byron onwards, but which were menaced by positivism in its various forms and by certain aspects of technological civilization. Obviously, Sen makes a judgment of value about what constitutes authentic philosophy. And one characteristic of authentic philosophy, in his view, is that it transcends the initial empiricist attitude of common sense, which leads to realism and even to materialism, and discovers the self as that which thinks the objective world and is conscious of itself. In this movement of thought, however, there is a dialectic or dialogue between intellectualism or idealist rationalism on the one hand and, on the other, opposition to the reduction of existence to thought. As against Descartes, Pascal, Malebranche combines in his philosophy the demands of Cartesianism with the Augustinian inspiration. From Condillac comes Byron, but the latter reacts against the former. At the beginning of this century the dialogue is continued between Hamelin and Bergson. These two philosophers have maintained with the same fidelity the ideal of a knowledge which seeks the reason or the one and indivisible source of all that is and is thought. Point 3. As for French existentialism, L'Essence sees, as one would expect, a great difference between the religiously oriented and optimistic plutensophy of thinkers such as Marcel and the negative and pessimistic existentialism of Sartre. For as one would expect of a philosopher influenced by Hamelin, there are evident idealist elements in L'Essence thought. He asserts, for example, that the celebrated formula of Berkeley esse est percipivel percipere, to be is to be perceived or to perceive, is false only inasmuch as it is too narrow. To perceive, to think abstractly, to feel, to will, to love, to have a presentiment of, to regret, and so on indefinitely, so that no experience of the spirit is omitted, this is reality and the whole of reality. 5. L'Essence adds however a note to explain that while he denies that matter is a thing in itself, in the sense that it exists independently of any spirit, he does not intend to imply that matter has no reality at all. It exists only in relation to spirit, but in this relation it is real and functions sometimes as obstacle, sometimes as a support, in regard both to action and to contemplation. In other words, matter exists only in relation to spirit, and in regard to the human spirit it can function either as an obstacle or a help in spirit's fulfillment of its vocation. The question arises, of course, what does L'Essence mean by spirit? Let us begin with the human spirit. When I affirm that I am a spirit, I mean that I distinguish myself from things by the consciousness which I have correlatively of them and of myself, that the multiplicity of determinations and qualities with which I furnish space and time are accessible to me only by reason of an envelopment of which I am the center. This enveloping is however an active synthesis. I will say therefore of spirit, as I grasp it in myself, that it is a dynamic unity of linking together, liaison, in the widest sense of the last term, according to which to distinguish and to exclude is still to link together. 3. But what I grasp in myself, according to L'Essence, is simply a finite reflection of spirit in itself, which can be defined as the operative unity of an active relation, unrelation and exercise, interior to itself, between itself as infinite spirit and the multitude of finite spirits. For in other words, absolute spirit is one and many. One can conceive it as the relation between itself as one and therefore as unlimited and itself as many, in short as the union of God, and of finite consciousnesses. 5. By distinguishing itself from the non-self and from other selves the finite spirit experiences limits and obstacles. It cannot achieve an all-embracing synthesis. This is realized only in and through infinite spirit, which is at the same time other than and immanent in and inseparable from the finite spirit. Spirit in the most general sense is the relation between the two terms, God and the finite self. In L'Essence's philosophy of spirit there seems to be a certain tension between absolute idealism and the theism which he certainly accepts. However this may be, his spiritualist metaphysics forms the setting for his theory of values. He sees the human spirit as oriented to value. That which is worthy of being sought after is what everyone calls value. The statement that value is that which is worthy of being sought after indicates that for L'Essence value is not simply the creation of the human will. At the same time a value which was not a value for anyone would not be a value. If it does not exist through the subject, it is for the subject. Recognition of value unites persons, and value can have meaning only for them. 2. It does not follow of course that everyone makes the same value judgments, nor that all human beings give precedence to the same value or values. One man may regard the aesthetic value of beauty as taking precedence, when another man gives the precedence to truth or to moral value. But the search for value plays a central role in the constitution of personality, and human beings are united by a common recognition of values. This is obvious, for example, in regard to both truth and love. Such recognition implies the transcendence of values, in the sense that they do not depend simply on man's arbitrary decree, but they are for man, in the sense that they are not values unless they can be appropriated, so to speak, in experience and realized in life. L. E. Sen admits therefore that there is a plurality of values. Moral value, which he links with the idea of acting in accordance with duty or moral obligation, is not the only value. Truth, beauty, and love are also values. Consider, for example, a mother who performed those actions in regard to her child which love would prompt but who did so simply and solely out of a sense of moral obligation. She would be a moral mother, but it would be false to say that she loved her child. 3. For love involves the heart. No value can be identified with a particular thing. The aesthetic value of beauty, for example, cannot be identified with this or that empirical reality of which we say that it is beautiful. But this does not alter the fact that there are distinct values, irreducible to one another or to one particular cardinal value, such as moral value or truth or beauty. Though positive, values have also a negative aspect. A particular value exists only in opposition to a correlative non-value. Thus love is opposed to hatred, courage has meaning only in opposition to cowardice, truth is correlative to falsity, and so on. Further, one particular value can exclude another, so that precedence has to be given to one or the other. L. E. Sen does not however try to unify values in terms of a systematically graded hierarchy of particular values. He seeks the principle of unity in absolute value, one and infinite. All particular values are for him relative and phenomenal. They are the ways in which pure or absolute value appears to the human consciousness or mediates itself to us. Absolute value is not the highest member of a hierarchy. It transcends and at the same time grounds all particular values. These constitute for us the phenomena or appearances of the absolute, which is their source and is yet immanent in them. To man's destiny or vocation is an exploration oriented to value, which is identical with the absolute. 3. He experiences value in a given historical situation, but he can transcend the determinate situation and conceive the value abstractly. He can also transcend particular values towards absolute value, but he discovers it only in and through its appearances, so that value is essentially a relational unification between its source, which is independent of the self, and the self. 5. By realizing particular values, such as truth or love, in his life man attains authentic personality and participates in absolute value, inasmuch as the latter is at the heart of every relative value. In one place L. E. Sen asserts that value is the knowledge of the absolute. 6. Elsewhere he speaks of the absolute as being itself pure and infinite value. And as infinite value must comprise, in an eminent way, the value of personality, the absolute must be called God. 7. Hence L. E. Sen can give to the 8th chapter of his Introduction to Philosophy the heading Value or God, which implies that the two terms are synonymous. Whether these various ways of speaking can be harmonized is open to discussion. We have indeed noted L. E. Sen's statement that a value which was completely self-enclosed and incapable of being a value or anyone would not be a value. So it is understandable if he speaks of value, even of absolute value, in terms of a relation. But this way of speaking seems to fit in better with the view of the absolute itself as relational, as comprising the two related terms of infinite spirit and finite spirit, than with the theory of the divine transcendence which is also defended by L. E. Sen. L. E. Sen's theory of value calls Platonism to mind, at any rate if we are prepared to identify the absolute good of the Republic with the beauty in itself of the Symposium and the one of the Parmenids, the difference being that L. E. Sen's absolute value is identified with the personal God of the Christian religion. And unless we are inclined to write off all metaphysics as so much nonsense, we can presumably form some idea of what he means. For example, he claims that there is a transcendent divine reality which reveals itself not simply in the physical world as experienced by man but also in the axiological world or world of values, which constitutes a constituent element in experience. Though however L. E. Sen's theory of values is doubtless religiously edifying, and though we can have a general impression of its meaning, there are a good many questions to which no very clear answers are provided. For example, how would L. E. Sen analyze the value judgment? It is indeed clear that he would not accept an analysis which interpreted it simply as expressing man's feelings or emotive attitudes or desires. For in his view value is neither simply psychological nor simply metaphysical but psycho-metaphysical one. Perhaps he would claim, for instance, that to say of something that it is beautiful is to say that it participates in beauty and, by implication, that it reflects the absolute in a limited and finite way. But the metaphysics of participation itself gives rise to questions, as Plato was well aware. 4. There are of course other attempts in recent French philosophy to integrate a theory of values into a general worldview. We can just mention, for instance, Raymond Rouillé, whose work La Conscience et le Corps, 1937, Consciousness and Body, expressed an abandonment of his former mechanistic outlook and the development of a theory according to which every being manifests a teleological activity. That is to say, subjectivity or consciousness is present in all beings, though it is only at a certain level that the distinction between subject and object emerges. In the case of every being, therefore, its activity in the spatio-temporal sphere 3 is directed to an end, though it is only at the level of man that there is actual awareness of values belonging to an axiological realm which transcends space and time. The meaning of the activity of any being cannot be understood without reference to the realm of values, but it is only at the level of man that such reflective understanding arises. Rouillé has devoted special studies to the theory of values, Le Monde de Valeurs, I 948, The World Oj Values, and Philosophie de la Valeur, 1952, Philosophy Oj Value. The unification of the phenomenal world of space and time and the world of subjectivity and of values is sought in the idea of God, conceived both as the ultimate source of all activity in the world and as the perfect qualitative unity of all values, their point of convergence. The philosophy of Rouillé is to some extent a revival of lines of thought expounded by Leibniz. When we turn to Jean Pucelle, who is a professor in the University of Poitiers, we find an approach to the subject of values which seems to represent both a reaction to the existentialist theory of values as the creation of the individual too and a desire to avoid any objectivist theory which postulates values as entities existing out there, independently of consciousness. Further, Pucelle is concerned with integrating the concepts of value and norm, instead of separating them sharply in the manner of those who tend to regard norms as static hindrances to liberty. It is true that norms belong to the juridical sphere, and that if human behavior were dictated simply by norms and rules, it would degenerate into legalism. At the same time, norms arise out of the recognition of values and serve as a condition or matrix for the exercise of creative liberty. Pucelle allows that we can distinguish between the judgment of fact and the judgment of value. But he insists that it is only by abstraction that one distinguishes them. Point 3 in his view, that is to say, no concrete factual judgment is entirely free of valuational elements. He traces back the value judgment to the subject-object relation, in the sense that it presupposes both desire of an object and a distantiation, detachment, of the self from the object, whereby one transforms the actually desired into the desirable. At the same time, the transition from felt desire to the value judgment, by detaching, as it were, the self from the object, opens up the field of evaluation. And ideal values arise on the plane of intersubjectivity. Recognition of the value of love, for example, presupposes actual love between persons. The ideal value is clearly not a thing out there, but it is objectified for consciousness in the value judgment. We have to avoid the extremes of pure subjectivism on the one hand and a refeeing objectivism on the other, and recognize that values are relational. Truth is a privileged relation between terms for at least one mind, although we can go on to argue that truth has meaning only in the context of intersubjectivity. In Pucelle's opinion, intersubjective relations are the source of all values. L1 He extends this idea to cover the appeal of God and man's response 3 in the Judeo-Christian ethical tradition. He also insists that axiology has to be set within an ontology and introduces the idea of the presence of being and of man's consent to being. Here he seems to come close to Le Sen by seeing the ultimate foundation of values in a theandric relation. For example, it is because value is a relation between being and beings that every existence has value. and it is because the presence of being can be sought or unknown or ignored by man that the field of one's valuational vision can be very restricted. When the word being with a capital letter is introduced and there is talk of the presence of being and of consent to being, some philosophers are inclined to give up this point apart. However, it might perhaps be asked whether, given Pucell's initial interpretation of the value judgment, it is really necessary to look for a metaphysical foundation of values. Or is it a case not so much of being compelled to look for a foundation outside the world of human persons in their relationship to one another and their environment as of fitting the recognition of values into a pre-existing religious world outlook? One might perhaps reply that reflection on an experience of values naturally suggests a religiously metaphysical complement or framework, unless one rejects such a framework on other grounds. But we cannot prolong discussion of such issues. The work by Pucell from which we have quoted above is dedicated to the memory of Louis Lavelle and Rent Le Sen, the co-founders and editors of the series The Philosophy of Spirit. Something has already been said about Le Sen as a philosopher of values. We can now come briefly to a consideration of the metaphysics of Lavelle. 5. Louis Lavelle, 1883–1951, was a pupil at Lyons of Arthur Hanquin, 1856–1G05, author of a well-known thesis on the atomic hypothesis, one in which he maintained that science knows only what it creates and in which he looked to metaphysics to overcome the agnosticism implied by this Kantian-inspired view and to reveal the nature of reality. Later Lavelle came under the influence of Hamelin's writings. Indeed, he combined in his own thought a considerable variety of influences. That of the French spiritualist tradition was prominent, but Lavelle was also open to the problems raised by existentialists, though he tried to solve them in a different manner from philosophers such as Sartre. In 193 Lavelle was appointed to a chair of philosophy at the Sorbonne. From 1941 he was a professor at the Collège de France. He was a prolific writer. In a sense Lavelle goes back to Descartes and builds his metaphysics on the foundation of the cogito, ergo sum, on consciousness of the self. Consciousness is an act, arid by this act I give myself being. That is to say, the act of consciousness is the genesis of the self. It is not question of my coming through consciousness to contemplate a self which is already there. Rather is it a question of bringing the I to birth in and through consciousness, by opposing it to the non-self. In other words, the ego grasps itself as activity, an activity which first creates itself. This may seem to be absurd. How, we may ask, can the ego bring itself into being? Lavelle, however, insists that we cannot distinguish between an ego which confers consciousness and an ego on whom consciousness is conferred. Being and act are identical. This identity, revealing the nature of being, is thus discovered in self-consciousness. And it follows that the proper approach to metaphysics is through subjectivity, through, that is to say, reflection on the self as activity rather than through reflection on the multiplicity of phenomena which the ego opposes to itself under the form of externality. We have to retreat inwards, so to speak, rather than outwards, when outwards refers to the external world. Metaphysics rests on it is in the act of consciousness that I become aware of being. But I am certainly not the plenitude of being. Being overflows the self and at the same time sustains it too. There is not and cannot be anything outside being, whether selves or external objects. Being is the whole in which I participate. The word being with a capital letter, taken by itself, suggests the idea of a Parmenidean one, and Lavelle's insistence into LCTRE on the universal and univocal character of being tends to support this idea. But we have seen that in does act he argues that in self-consciousness I grasp being as act, which is the interiority of being. Being with a capital letter therefore, the whole from which I derive my existence and in which I participate, must be pure and infinite act. Being does not exist in front of me as a motionless object which I seek to attain. It is in me by the operation which makes me give being to myself. 3. Being is infinite act, infinite spirit, but it is at the same time the immanent cause of all finite selves, giving them the act by which they constitute themselves. As for the non-self, external reality or the world, this must ultimately be correlative to pure act as the infinite self. But the world comes to be for me, my world arises, only in correlation with myself as active subject. To be sure, I find myself in a world, which is for me something given. Indeed, it is the condition of there being a plurality of selves. The self comes into being only in correlation with the world, to which it gives meaning in terms of its ideas, its evaluations, its activity. But to say this is to say that in giving me the act by which I came to be a self, pure act also gives me the world as a datum. In other words, the world, for Lavelle, must be correlative to an active self. There is no world which is independent of all consciousness whatsoever. It does not follow, however, that the world is a mere phantom. It is at the same time the condition for the plurality of finite selves, the field of their activity, and the instrument of mediation between consciousnesses, and thus the basis of human society. It is also the interval between pure act and participated act. It is by transcending the limits and obstacles posited by the world that the human person fulfills its destiny or vocation and tends to realize on the level of consciousness its oneness with infinite act. Any reader who is well acquainted with German idealism is likely to be struck by the resemblances between much of what Lavelle has to say and the philosophy of Fichte. For example, Fichte's theons of the pure or absolute ego as activity, of the positing of the limited ego and non-ego, of the world as the field for an instrument of man's moral vocation and of the world as the appearance to us of absolute being, are all present in some form in Lavelle's thought. It does not follow, however, that Lavelle borrowed his ideas from German idealism. It is a question of noting certain similarities rather than of asserting direct influence. Mention has already been made of Lavelle's insistence in D.E.I. on the universal and univocal character of being. This view is repeated m.de act. To say that being is universal and univocal is to say that we all form part of the same whole and that it is the same whole which gives us the same being which belongs to it and outside which there is nothing one. This combination of the theory of being as univocal, whether considered in itself or in its creations. The whole and part language obviously suggests a monist pantheism. But Lavelle uses the doctrine of the univocal character of the concept of being to support the conclusion that the absolute is not only the source of personal existence but also itself personal, indeed a person which must be distinguished from all other persons. Point 2. In other words, he has no intention of simply throwing the ism overboard. Wishes to maintain that God, unsidered in himself, is not in any way diminished through creation of finite selves and the world. And he has recourse to a theory of participation. Participation obliges me therefore to admit that there are at the same time homogeneity heterogeneity not only between the participant and the participated, but also between the participated and the participable. 3. And this theory of participation is regarded as implying distinct ion between act and being, between, that is to say, the divine act and the totality of being. The totality is the very unity of act considered as being the unique and indivisible source of all. The particular modes, which seem to be always on tamed eminently, and, so to speak, by way of excess, in the very impulse, élan, which produces them and in which all beings participate according to their power for the totality of being, in other words, not something achieved, accomplished, static. There is a creative process of totalization, which is the expression of pure act, the source and immanent cause of all finite beings, but at the same time distinguishable from them. Lavelle's philosophy is of course an example of the tendency in religiously oriented metaphysics to get away from pictorial or imaginative theism, with its concept of a God out there or up there, without however relapsing into Spinozism or into a monism which would exclude the concept of a personal God. This tendency to a panentheism designed to avoid two extremes is perfectly understandable. But it is very difficult to state this sort of theory in any satisfactorily consistent and coherent manner. Ferdinand Alki, a redoubtable opponent of monism in all its forms and of the objectivation of being, may be unfair in interpreting Lavelle in a monistic sense. But the latter certainly speaks of being as the totality, even if the whole is conceived in an Hegelian rather than in a Parmenidean way. And though Lavelle tries to save the situation, from a theistic point of view, by making a distinction between pure act and the totality of being, regarding the former as the creative inwardness or interiority of the latter, it is obviously open to dispute whether his various assertions are in fact compatible. It can be claimed, of course, that language is bound to reveal its inadequacy when we try to talk about the absolute and the relation of particulars to the absolute. But the retort might be made that in this case silence would be the best policy. Indeed, according to Alki, being as such remains inaccessible to us. For though it grounds all that is given in experience, it cannot itself be a datum. 6. Although in the philosophy of spirit as represented by Le Sen and Lavelle there is a strong dose of metaphysics, there is also a prominent emphasis on the idea of the destiny or vocation of the human person. Indeed, Le Sen published a book with the title La Destinée Personnelle and Lavelle one entitled Le Moïti son destin. Further, Lavelle, as we have seen, starts with the act which in his view brings the human person into being. Again, it is clear that those philosophers who have been generally labeled existentialists have also been concerned with the person. Marcel, for example, talks a great deal about personal relationships, while Sartre has laid emphasis on man's creative freedom. Thomists, too, such as Jacques Maritain, have stressed the personalist elements in their own thought. To go further back in time, Renouvier, who influenced William James, entitled his last work Le Personnalisme. In other words, emphasis on the nature and value of the human person and on the idea of the human person as relevant to our general interpretation of reality has not been confined to any one school or group in recent French philosophy. One can find the roots of personalism in the spiritualist tradition in French philosophy, and one can connect the fairly widespread emphasis on the person in recent French thought with a shared reaction to both intellectual and social political tendencies which appear to treat man simply as an object of scientific study or to reduce him to his function in the economic sphere or in the social political totality. In some cases, of course, as with Le Sen and Lavelle, as also with such different thinkers as Marcel and Maritain, there is also a strong religious motivation. The human person is seen as oriented by nature to a super-empirical end or goal. When however reference is made to personalism in recent French philosophy, it may be primarily to the thought of Emmanuel Mounier, 1905-50, editor of Esprit, and of certain other writers such as Denis de Rougemont, a Swiss Protestant, and Maurice Nedoncel, a French priest. It is in this restricted use of the term that personalism will be understood in this section. And it is therefore important to emphasize the fact that the restriction should not be interpreted as implying that the writers mentioned here are the only French philosophers who have expressed characteristically personalist ideas. The point is rather that Mounier conducted a specific campaign in support of personalism as such, whereas with other thinkers personalist ideas have often formed part, even if an important part, of a philosophy to which another label has been attached, such as philosophy of spirit or existentialism or Thomism. Emmanuel Mounier was born at Grenoble and studied philosophy first in his hometown and then at Paris. He was influenced by the writings of Charles Piguet, 1873-1914, and in 1931 he published, in collaboration, a book on Piguet's thought. He was also influenced by the famous Russian philosopher, Nikolai Berdyaev, 1874-1948, who had settled in Paris in 1924. Mounier taught philosophy in schools for some years, and in 1932 he undertook the editorship of the newly founded periodical Esprit, which continued publication until 1941 when it was banned by the Vichy government. After the war he revived Esprit as an organ of personalism. In 1935 Mounier published Révolution personnaliste et communautaire, Personalist and Communal Revolution, in 1936 a work entitled De la propreté capitaliste à la propreté humaine, From Capitalist Property to Human Property, and a Personalist Manifesto, Manifesto au service du personnalisme. In some Catholic circles his writings won him the reputation of being pretty well a Marxist. In 1946 he published an introduction to the existentialist philosophies, Introduction aux Existentialismes 2, and a work on character, Trait du Caractère. Among other post-war publications we can mention Chu Scekie Personalisme. 1947, What is Personalism, and Le Personalisme, 1950, Personalism. At the beginning of his work on the existentialist philosophies, Mounier remarks that in very general terms the existentialist movement might be described as a reaction of the philosophy of man against the excesses of the philosophy of ideas and the philosophy of things. 2 By the philosophy of ideas in this context he means the type of philosophizing which concentrates on abstract universal concepts and devotes itself to classification in terms of ever more comprehensive categories to such an extent that particulars are given a subordinate place and are regarded as objects of philosophical reflection only in so far as they can be subsumed under universal ideas and deprived of their singularity and, in the case of man, of freedom. This line of thought, starting in ancient Greece, is looked on as reaching its culmination in the absolute idealism of Hegel, at any rate as interpreted by Kierkegaard. The philosophy of things means the kind of philosophical thought which assimilates itself to natural science and regards man purely objectively, as an object among other objects in the physical universe. Mounier recognizes that rationalism on the one hand and positivism on the other have involved excesses. But in his opinion the existentialist reaction, especially in its atheistic form, has also been guilty of exaggeration. In a general way personalism is for him akin to existentialism, as expressing a reaction against systems such as those of Spinoza and Hegel on the one hand and positivism, materialism, and behaviorism on the other. But he also sees in existentialism a dual tendency to solipsism and pessimism, which separates it radically from personalism as we understand it. 1 Personalism, Mounier insists, is not a system. 2 For its central assertion is the existence of free and creative persons, and it thus introduces a principle of unpredictability. 3 Which resists definitive systematization. By a system Mounier evidently understands a philosophy which tries to understand all events, including human actions, as necessary implications of certain first principles or as necessary effects of ultimate causes. A system excludes all creative freedom in human persons. To say however that personalism is not a system is not the same thing as saying that it is not a philosophy and cannot be expressed in terms of ideas. Or that it is simply an attitude of mind. There is such a thing as a personalist universe, seen from the perspective of man as a free and creative person, and there is such a thing as a personalist philosophy. More accurately, there can be different personalist philosophies. For there can be an agnostic personalism, whereas Mounier's personalism is religious and Christian. But they could not be appropriately described as personalist philosophies, unless they had some basic idea in common. This idea however is also a call to action. And Mounier himself was always a campaigner, a fighter. In the foreword to his Trait de Caractère he states explicitly that his science is a fighting science. For in being a campaigner Mounier resembles Bertrand Russell. But while Russell made a sharp distinction between his activity as a campaigner and his role as a professional philosopher, Mounier regarded his philosophical convictions as expressing themselves by their very nature in the sphere of action. In its view of man, the personalism of Mounier is of course opposed to materialism and the reduction of the human being simply to a complicated material object. But it is also opposed both to any form of idealism which reduces matter, including the human body, to a mere reflection of spirit or to appearance, and to physical parallelism. Man is not simply a material object, but it does not follow either that he is pure spirit or that he can be neatly divided into two substances or two sets of experiences. Man is wholly body and wholly spirit, one, and subjective existence and bodily existence belong to the same experience. Man's existence is embodied existence, he belongs to nature. But he can also transcend nature in the sense that he can progressively master it or subdue it. This mastery of nature can of course be understood simply in terms of exploitation. but for the personalist nature presents man with the opportunity of fulfilling his own moral and spiritual vocation and of humanizing or personalizing the world. The relation of the person to nature is not purely exterior but a dialectic of exchange and of ascension. Personalism can thus be seen as man's reassert ion of himself against the tyranny of nature, represented on the intellectual plane by materialism. And it can also be seen as a reassertion by the person of his own creative freedom against any totalitarianism which would reduce the human being to a mere cell in the social organism or would identify him with his economic function. But it by no means follows that personalism and individualism are the same thing. The individual, in the pejorative sense in which personas are inclined to use the term, is the egocentric man, the atomistic individual, an abstraction from society. The term also signifies man as devoid of a sense of moral vocation. Thus Denis de Rougemont describes the individual as a man without destiny, a man without vocation or reason for existing, a man from whom the world demands nothing. 3. The individual is man centralized in himself. For Mounier, this egocentrism represents a degeneration of or a falling away from the idea of the person. The first condition of personalism is his, man's, decentralization, for that he may give himself to others and be available for them in communication or communion. The person exists only in a social relationship, as a member of the we. It is only as a member of a community of persons that man has a moral vocation. De Rougemont interprets the idea of vocation in a frankly Christian manner. Person and vocation are possible only in their unique act of obedience to the order of God, which is called the love of the neighbor. Act, presence, and commitment, these three words define the person, but also what Jesus Christ commands us to be, the neighbor. 5. Mounier is no less Christian in his outlook. 6. But he gives a more general and sufficient statement of the personalist point of view, that the significance of every person is such that he is irreplaceable in the position which he occupies in the world of persons. In other words, every human being has his or her vocation in life, in response to recognized values, but this vocation presupposes the world of persons and of interpersonal relations. If we prescind from the religious aspect of vocation, the response to the Divmi appeal, man's vocation, the exercise of his creative freedom in the realization of values, is his unique contribution, as it were, to the building up of the world of persons and the humanization or personalization of the world. In his Personalist Manifesto, which appeared in Esprit in October 1936, Mounier, while maintaining that no strict definition, the concept au person could be given, offered the following de mtl on au descplan as pasque muster. A person is a spiritual being constituted as such by a manner of subsistence and of independence. In being, it maintains this subsistence by its adhesion to a hierarchy of values, freely adopted, assimilated and lived, by a responsible self-commitment and by a constant conversion. It thus unifies all its activity in liberty and develops, moreover, by means of creative acts, its own unique vocation. The concept of constant conversion is presumably more or less equivalent to Kierkegaard's idea of repetition and Marcel's idea of fidelity or faithfulness. As or elf-omitment, Mounier regarded personalism as having implications in the social and political spheres, and it has already been noted that he looked on it not simply as an exercise in theoretical understanding but also as a call to action. We have marked above that personalism can be regarded as a chon agamst. Collectivism or totalitarianism. This description is however one-sided and inadequate, as Mounier himself is not out to point out. To be sure, personalism is opposed to the reduction of the human person to a mere cell in the social organism and to the complete subordination of man to the state. The state is meant for man, not man for the state. 2. In totalitarianism the value of the person is overlooked. Indeed, the person is reduced to the individual, even if the individual is regarded on an analogy with the cell in an organic whole. But it by no means follows that Mounier is prepared to defend bourgeois capitalist democracy. It is not simply a question of flagrant abuses which can be and to a certain extent have been overcome within the capitalist system. Mounier sees the developing capitalist system as containing within itself factors which point to and demand the transition to socialism. It is all very well to propose idealistic schemes according to which political authority and all constraint would be suppressed through favor of personal relations. Anarchism may be idealistic, but it is also unrealistic. It does not understand that the links which bind together persons as persons must find expression in political structures and authority. Personalism aims at a social reorganization which will meet the requirements of economic life as it has developed, but which will at the same time be grounded on recognition of the nature and rights of the human person. In important respects, capitalism is inhuman. But so is totalitarianism. And anarchism is no solution. In brief, personalism demands the rethinking of our social and political structures with a view to the development of a personalized socialism. Mounier does not of course confine himself simply to generalities. But we cannot discuss his more concrete suggestions here. It must suffice to point out that he is well aware of attempts to exploit personalism, the defense of the person, in the interests of the narrowest form of social conservation or in the service of bourgeois democracy. He emphasizes the inadequacy of simply using words such as person and community. To preserve the revolutionary edge of personalism, we must also say, the end of Western bourgeois society, the introduction of socialist structures, the proletarian role of initiative law. At the same time, Mounier is very conscious of the tendency of all societies, political or religious, to become closed societies or groups, and so to stand in the way of advance towards the unification of mankind which is demanded by the nature which, despite Sartre, human beings have in common. Moreover, although in his analysis of capitalism Mounier tends to think in a manner similar to that of Marx, he does not of course regard man's vocation or destiny as realizable simply in a terrestrial society, even an ideal one. His Christian faith is always there. But he refuses to use it as an excuse for passivity or for neglect of tasks in the social-political sphere. And if he had lived longer, he would most probably have sympathized with attempts to develop dialogue between Christians and Marxists on the themes of man and humanism. With Maurice Nedoncel we find a much more contemplative attitude. Personalism takes the form of a phenomenology and metaphysics of the person, special attention being paid to the basic structure of human consciousness as expressed in the I-thou relationship. Consciousness of the I or self is inseparable from consciousness of the other, and in its religious bearing and significance. Though however Nedoncel's view of man is in basic agreement with that of Mounier, he has expressed his agitation in speaking of the political and social implications of personalism. He admits that in a general sense personalism has social implications. For example, any form of social organization which denies the rights of the person as person or devalues the person is to this extent incompatible with the personalist outlook. B1T He will not allow that personalism can legitimately be used in support of any party, law, and he shows a measure of pessimism, doubtless often justified, in regard to hopes of solving social and political problems by revolution or by the hasty realization of some ideal scheme. It is wise not to expect too much from collective life. In Nedoncel's view, it is perhaps in religious philosophy that the repercussions of personalism are the most considerable. For obviously, his attitude differs somewhat from that of Mounier. 5. One of the more surprising phenomena of recent years has been the very widespread interest in the thought of a Jesuit priest, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, 1881–1955. The interest is surprising, in the sense that though there have been distinguished Jesuit astronomers and scholars, one does not normally expect from this source a worldview of a sufficiently original and striking nature as to win attention. Not only from readers belonging to different Christian traditions but also from people who profess no religious beliefs in the ordinary sense of the term. It is true that Teilhard de Chardin was unable to obtain permission from his ecclesiastical superiors to publish the writings with which his NJPE is chiefly associated. But it would be absurd to attribute his fame to the difficulties which he experienced in the matter of publication. The interest taken in the writings which have appeared after his death has been due to the content of his world vision. This assumes an evolutionary view of the world and of man, not grudgingly or apologetically but enthusiastically, and extends this view in the form of a world vision which is not only metaphysical but also Christological. This mingling of scientific theory with philosophical speculation and Christian themes is understandably ungenial, if for different reasons, to a number of scientists, philosophers, and theologians, especially perhaps as the whole is presented as a persuasive world vision rather than in the form of conclusions to closely reasoned arguments. But a world vision of this kind, which synthesizes in itself science, a metaphysics of the universe and Christian belief and is at the same time markedly optimistic, is just the sort of thing which many people have looked and hoped for and have not found elsewhere. And it has been able to appeal even to some, such as Sir Julian Huxley, who feel themselves unable to go all the way with Teilhard de Chardin. Teilhard's new style apologetics may not fare as well when the prolonged attention of the coldly analytic reason is directed to it, but there can be no doubt of its meeting a felt need. Teilhard de Chardin was born in the Auvergne, not far from Clermont-Ferrand. Educated at a Jesuit school, he entered the Society of Jesus as a novice in 1808. Ordained priest in 1902, he served in the First World War in the medical corps of the French army. Interested in geology from an early age, he had developed an enthusiasm for paleontology during a period when he was teaching in a Jesuit school in Cairo before beginning his theological studies at Ore Place near Hastings, and in IG-08 he published an article on the Eocene strata of the region of Mini, l'Eocene de environs de Mini. After the war Teilhard studied natural science at the Sorbonne, and in 1922 he successfully defended his doctorate thesis on the mammals of the Lower Eocene period in France and their strata. In 19:23-4 Teilhard was a member of a paleontological team in China. By this time he had already formed his idea of cosmogenesis, his view, that is to say of the world as a dynamic evolutionary movement in which any dualism between matter and spirit is dissolved. Matter is not simply the opposite of spirit, but spirit emerges from matter, and the movement of the world is towards the further development of spirit. For Teilhard man naturally came to occupy a central place in the evolutionary movement, and the profound Christian faith which he possessed from youth led him to the notion of the cosmic Christ, evolution being placed in a Christocentric setting. In IG-20 Teilhard started teaching in the Institut Catholique at Paris, and he returned there after his first visit to China. But as a result of excursions outside the field of science, such as attempts to harmonize the doctrine of original sin with his evolutionary outlook, he was asked by his religious superiors to leave Paris and to confine his writing to scientific topics. From 1926 until IG-27 he was in China, and then, after a brief interlude in France, he went to Ethiopia and thence back again to China, where he continued geological and paleontological research. Apart from visits to France, America, England, India, and some other Eastern countries, he remained in China until 1946. In 1926 he wrote Le Milieu divin for a religious meditation in which the Christocentric character of his world vision comes out clearly, while Le Phénomène Humain I was begun in 1938 and completed in 1940, but he was not permitted to publish his major works in the non-scientific field. Indeed, in 1947 he was told to keep off philosophy. From 1946 until 1951 Teilhard was in Paris. In 1948 he was offered a chair at the Collège de France, as successor to the Abbé Breuil, but he was directed by his religious superiors to decline the offer. However, in 1947 he had been elected a member of the Académie des Sciences, and in 1950 he was elected a member of the Institut de France. In 1951 Teilhard left France for a visit to South Africa, after which he went to New York where he remained until his death. Apart from a second visit to Africa, under the auspices of the Wenner-Gren Foundation, various trips in the United States and a visit to France in 1954. He died of a heart attack on Easter Sunday, 1955. He had taken the advice of a French Jesuit friend to leave the manuscripts of his unpublished works in safe hands, and publication began in the year of his death. The statement that Teilhard de Chardin starts with the world as represented in scientific theory and that he extends what he considers to be the scientific view of the world into the spheres of metaphysical speculation and religious belief is doubtless true, but it is a partial truth and can be misleading. For from the beginning the world presents itself to him as the totality of which we are members and as having value. We can of course ask precisely what is meant by claiming that the world has value, and it is difficult to find an answer which would satisfy an analytic philosopher. But there is no doubt that for Teilhard the world is not simply a complex system of interrelated phenomena, a system which just happens to be there, but rather the totality which has value and significance. In the first instance the world presents itself in experience as a complex of phenomena of varied types. From one point of view science breaks up the things of experience into smaller centers of energy, as in the atomic theory, but at the same time it exhibits their interrelations and shows them as unified through the transformation of energy and as constituting one complex network or system. The world thus forms not simply a collection but a totality, one whole. Further, this totality is not static but developing. For Teilhard evolution is not simply a theory about the origin of living species, a biological theory, it is a concept which applies to the world or universe as a whole. Natural science obviously presupposes consciousness. For without consciousness there could be no science. But science has tended to discount consciousness as much as possible and to concentrate on the quantitative and measurable, so that the sphere of mind, consciousness, spirit, appears as something over against the material world or as an epiphenomenon. For Teilhard life and consciousness are potentially there, in matter, from the beginning. As Leibniz saw, there is nothing which does not possess a psychic aspect, an inner force, so to speak. The world thus appears as a totality, a whole, which is developing towards an end, an increasing actualization of spirit. Human beings are members of an evolving organic whole, the universe, which possesses spiritual value and appears as a manifestation of the divine. According to Teilhard, humanity has been spontaneously converted to a kind of religion of the world. And he can say that he believes in matter or that he believes in the world, when belief obviously means much more than belief in the existence of matter or of the world. Teilhard does not of course present us simply with this very general sketchy vision of the world. He distinguishes, for example, two components in energy, tangential energy, linking one element or particle with others of the same degree of complexity in the universe, and radial energy, drawing the element or particle towards increasing complexity and continuity or consciousness. Again, he argues that if we resolve what he describes as the stuff of the universe into a dust of particles, in this pre-vital stage the within of things corresponded point by point with their without, with their external aspect or force, so that a mechanistic science of matter is not excluded by the view that all elements of the universe have their internal or vital aspect. From the outside point of view it is only with the emergence of the cell that the biosphere or sphere of life begins. And Teilhard opts for the hypothesis that the genesis of life on Earth was a unique and, once it had happened, unrepeatable event. In other words, it is a moment in a process of evolution which is moving towards a goal. Teilhard is of course perfectly well aware that many or most scientists would deny, or would see no reason for asserting, that the process of evolution in general, or of life in particular, is directed to any goal. But he is convinced that he can trace within the natural history of living things a movement towards the emergence of consciousness and thought. With the appearance of consciousness and thought there is born the noosphere, in embryo indeed but moving through personalization towards a hyper-personal focus of union which Teilhard calls omega point, the union of the personal and the collective on the planes of thought and love. Indications of this convergence towards omega point are to be seen, for example, in the increasing intellectual unification of mankind, as in science, and in the pressures which make for social unification. A good many writers have noted the affinity between the thought of Teilhard de Chardin and the philosophy of Hegel. When Teilhard says, for example, that man is evolution becoming conscious of its self-flow and proposes the concept of the noosphere, the sphere of universal thought and knowledge which exists not as a separate entity but in and through individual consciousnesses, unifying them and forming a one in many, we are reminded of Hegel's doctrine of the self-development of spirit. To be sure, Hegel himself lived before Darwin and did not regard the evolutionary hypothesis, with its idea of temporal succession, as relevant to the logical dialectic of his philosophy of nature. As far as biological evolution is concerned, Teilhard obviously stands much closer to Bergson than to Hegel. Moreover, Teilhard thought of Hegel as expounding an a priori logical dialectic which was very different from his own scientifically based concept of evolution. But this does not alter the fact that Teilhard's general idea of the developing world or universe as coming to self-consciousness in and through the human mind, of the noosphere as presupposing the biosphere and the biosphere as presupposing a stage which makes mechanistic physics a possibility, bears a striking resemblance to Hegel's vision of self-actualizing spirit. The historical contexts of the two philosophers are of course different. Hegelianism has to be seen in the context of the development of post-Kantian German idealism, a context which is evidently not that of the thought of Teilhard de Chardin. But the degree of difference which we find between the two lines of thought depends to a certain extent on our interpretation of Hegel. If we interpret Hegel as postulating the pre-existence, so to speak, of a logical idea which actualizes itself with dialectical necessity in cosmic and human history, we are likely to emphasize the difference between Hegel's approach and that of Teilhard, with his point of departure in empirical science. If however we believe that Hegel has been unjustly represented as a despiser of empirical science, and if we bear in mind the fact that for both men the process of cosmogenesis is a teleological or goal-directed process, we are likely to emphasize the resemblances between them. For if Teilhard seriously thinks of evolution as directed towards a goal, omega point, the process must presumably be in some sense the working out of an idea. There is no question of course of claiming that Teilhard borrowed the framework of his thought from Hegel. He seems to have known little of Hegel and, in regard to what little he did know, to have emphasized differences rather than resemblances. But similarity can exist between the general lines of thought of two thinkers without any borrowing having taken place. One can perfectly well deny that X borrowed from Y and at the same time assert the existence of similarities between their lines of thought. Even if however there are some similarities between the thought of Teilhard de Chardin and the philosophy of Hegel, it is essential to add that Teilhard is not really concerned with developing a metaphysical system. As a Christian believer he is anxious to show that Christianity has not become too small and too dated to be able to meet the needs of modern man's world consciousness. He wishes to integrate his interpretation of cosmic evolution with his Christian beliefs or, better, to show how Christian belief is able to subsume in itself and enrich a view of the world attained by what he describes as phenomenology, a reflective interpretation of the significance of man as appearing to himself in his experience and science. To some admirers of Teilhard the specifically Christian themes in his thought naturally tend to appear as an extra, the expression of a personal faith which they feel themselves unable to share. Though however Teilhard is aware that in introducing belief in the incarnation and in the cosmic role of Christ he is going beyond the plane of phenomenology, his Christocentrism is for him an integral feature of his total world vision, the vision which he tries to communicate in his writings taken as a whole. Teilhard's way of thinking was of course opposed not only to any sharp dualism between matter and mind or spirit but also to any bifurcation of reality into natural and supernatural spheres cut off from one another or so related that the supernatural is simply superimposed on the natural. And his mind was so filled with the idea of the organic unity of the developing universe, of its convergence on man and of human consciousness and knowledge of the world as the world's self-reflection in and through man as part of the totality that some of the lyrical passages in which he praised or exalted the universe gave to some readers the impression that for him the universe was itself divine and that he denied the divine transcendence. In spite however of his reverential feeling for the material world as pregnant with spirit and as evolving creatively towards a goal, he insisted that the source of the whole process and the center of unification must be conceived as pre-existing and transcendent. Point 2 Further, as a Christian he believed that God had become incarnate in Christ, and he thought of the risen Christ as the center and consummation of the movement towards Omega Point. He saw Christ as progressively uniting all men in love, and in the light of his Christian belief he interpreted Omega Point as the point at which, in St. Paul's words, God becomes all in all. 3 For Teilhard, evolution has come to infuse new blood, so to speak, into the perspectives and aspirations of Christianity. In return, is not the Christian faith predestined, is it not preparing to save and even to take the place of evolution? For evolution in the widest sense of the term becomes a process not simply of hominization but also of divinization in and through the risen Christ. This optimistic vision of the cosmic process constitutes a form of apologetics, not indeed in the old sense of apologetic arguments designed to serve as external buttresses or supports to an act of faith in revealed truths, but rather in the sense that Teilhard hopes to make people see what he sees, the relevance of Christianity to an evolutionary view of the world and the significance conferred on the process of evolution when the process is conceived in the context of Christian belief. In a sense, Teilhard's world vision renews the ancient idea of the emanation from God and the return to God. But with him the return does not take the form of the individual turning his back on an alien world and seeking an ecstatic union with the One, Plotinus's flight of the alone to the alone. The evolutionary process is itself the process of return, and individuals are envisaged as becoming a one in many in and through Christ. Nietzsche refused to admit that man as he existed was the peak point of evolution and proclaimed the idea of Superman, a higher form of man. L. Teilhard sees man as attaining a higher form of existence through following the lines of evolution converging to the point at which the person, while remaining a person, is united with all other persons in a whole which is greater than himself. And this point turns out to be what we might perhaps describe as the Christosphere. From one point of view the universe is seen as interiorizing itself, as taking more and more the form of self-reflection, through man, in the noosphere. From the point of view of Christian faith this process of cosmogenesis is seen as a process of Christogenesis, the total Christ, that is to say, Christ in his mystical body. It is of course easy enough to find objections against Teilhard's world vision. It can be objected, for example, that though the theory of evolution is accepted by practically all scientists, it remains an hypothesis, and that in any case the scientific hypothesis is insufficient to bear the weight of the edifice which Teilhard builds on it. Again, it can be objected that a distinction must be made between the scientific hypothesis of evolution and the optimistic idea of progress for which Teilhard opts and which is clearly connected with his religious beliefs. Further, the objection can be made that in outlining his optimistic world vision Teilhard devotes too little attention to the negative side, to the facts of evil and suffering and to the possibility of shipwreck and failure. Some have complained that Teilhard mixes up science, metaphysics, and Christian faith, and that he sometimes presents as conclusions of a scientist ideas which are due rather to free metaphysical speculation or to personal religious convictions. In general it can be, and often has been objected that he presents us with vague impressions and concepts which are not clearly defined. The whole thing, it may be said, is a mixture of science, poetry, and religious faith, which impresses only those who are unable or unwilling to respect ideals of preciseness of thought and clarity of language. The Teilhardian world vision may thus appear as at best elevating and hope-inspiring poetry and at worst as a large-scale confidence trick which tries to put across under the guise of science a worldview which has really little to do with science. It would take an ardent disciple to claim that such objections are completely groundless. But as the expression of the outlook of a man who was both a scientist and a convinced Christian and who tried not simply to reconcile but rather to integrate what he regarded as a scientific worldview with a Christocentric faith, Teilhard's vision of reality has an indubitable sweep and grandeur which tend to make the objections appear as pedantic or irrelevant. It may be said that he was a visionary or seer who presented in broad and sometimes vague and ambiguous outlines a prophetic program, so to speak, which others are called upon to investigate in detail, to clarify, render more precise and justify with sustained argument. There is indeed the possibility that an original world vision will be drained of its life and power when it is submitted to this sort of treatment. One Hegel towers above Hegelians, Nietzsche above Nietzscheans. But Teilhard's bold extension of the concept of evolution into a profoundly religious worldview, not by way of mere additions or superimpositions but rather through a process of broadening out so as to include distinguishable dimensions in an integrated and comprehensive vision, can of course provide an inspiring program for further reflection. Some have thought the scientific hypothesis of evolution irreconcilable with Christian orthodoxy. Others have found it reconcilable but with certain reservations. Teilhard is not really bothered with reconciling, except when criticism by others drives him to it. The concept of evolution is taken as the perspective from which modern man must see the world, if he is to see it rightly. And Teilhard tries to show how this way of seeing the world broadens out, or can broaden out, to take the form of a Christocentric vision of the world and of human existence. In so doing he gives hostages to fortune, in the sense that the scientific theories on which he bases his world vision are, from the logical point of view, revisable in principle. But it would be a mistake to think of him as claiming that religious faith is logically dependent on the truth of certain scientific hypotheses. He is concerned with showing that a marriage, so to speak, between the evolutionary view of man and Christian belief bears fruit in a general world vision in which Christianity is seen neither as something parochial and outdated nor as despising this world and concentrating on another but as a world-affirming faith and as the religion for present and future man. It is sometimes said that the idea that science and religion are incompatible is dead. For with some exceptions Christians do not now interpret biblical texts in a manner which produces a clash with science. But even if there is no logical incompatibility between religion and science, there can obviously be divergent mentalities or outlooks. For example, belief in God can appear not as logically incompatible with science but as superfluous and irrelevant. Teilhard, with his firm belief in the value of scientific knowledge and theory and his deep religious faith, tries to display their interrelations in one unified outlook. 2. When we turn to Gabriel Marcel, we are turning to a very different kind of thinker. Teilhard de Chardin did indeed lay great emphasis on man, but he did so in the context of the general process of cosmogenesis. His eyes were fixed on the universe, the world. Gabriel Marcel explores a different kind of world. To say that he is concerned with an inner world would be misleading. FOR.IT suggests the notion of self-concentration or introspection, whereas interpersonal relationships constitute a central datum for Marcel's reflection. Science hardly figures in his thought. Whereas Teilhard asserts enthusiastically his belief in science, Marcel is much more likely to assert his belief in the value and significance of personal relationships. A comparison between Teilhard and thinkers such as Hegel, Bergson, and Whitehead makes sense at any rate. But in the case of Marcel it would be a matter of pointing out radical differences rather than of drawing attention to similarities. One further, even if Teilhard is often vague and impressionistic in his utterances, it is possible to say, in outline, what he holds, whereas Marcel's thought is so elusive that to ask what his doctrines are would be pretty well tantamount to inviting either silence or the reply that the question should not be put, as it rests on a false assumption. Gabriel Marcel has often been classified, by Sartre among many others, as a Catholic existentialist. But as he himself has repudiated the label, it is best abandoned. 2. It is doubtless natural enough to look for a label of some sort, but there is no general label which really fits. Marcel has sometimes been described as an empiricist. But though he certainly bases his reflections on experience and does not try to deduce a system of ideas a priori, the word empiricism is too much associated with the reductive analysis of Hume and others for it to be anything but thoroughly misleading if applied to the thought of Marcel. Again, though Marcel certainly develops what can be described as phenomenological analyses, he is no disciple of Husserl, or indeed of anyone else. He has gone his own way and cannot be treated as a member of any definite school. He tells us, however, that a pupil once suggested that his philosophy was a kind of neo-Socratism. And on reflection Marcel concluded that the term might be the least inexact which could be applied, provided that his questioning or interrogating attitude was not understood as implying scepticism. 3. Marcel was born at Paris in 1889. His father, a Catholic turned agnostic, was for a time French minister to Sweden and later director of the Bibliothèque Nationale and of the Musées Nationaux. His mother, who came of a Jewish family, died while he was a small child, and he was brought up by his aunt, a convert to Protestantism and a woman of strong ethical convictions. When he was 8, Marcel spent a year with his father at Stockholm, and not long after his return to Paris he was sent to the Lycée Carnot. He was a brilliant pupil, but he loathed the educational system to which he was subjected and took refuge in the world of music and of the imagination. Thus he started writing plays at an early age. After his studies at the Lycée he went to the Sorbonne, and in 1900 he obtained the agrégation in philosophy. Attracted for a time by idealism, especially by the thought of Schelling, he soon turned against it. Fichte irritated him, and he mistrusted Hegel, while admiring him. For F. H. Bradley he had a profound regard, and much later he was to publish a book on Josiah Royce. But idealism did not seem to him to come to terms with concrete existence, and the first part of his metaphysical journal expresses his criticism of idealist ways of thought from a point of view which was still influenced by idealism. His experience with the French Red Cross in the First World War II confirmed him in his conviction of the remoteness of abstract philosophy from concrete human existence. For a few years Marcel taught philosophy in various lycées, but for most of his life he was a freelance writer, publishing philosophical works and plays and acting as a literary, dramatic, and musical critic. In 1948 he received the Grand Prix de Littérature of the French Academy, in I-956 the Goethe Prize and in I-958 the Grand Prix National de Lettres. In I-949-50 Marcel gave the Gifford Lectures at Aberdeen. He was elected a member of the Institut de France. He died in I-973. If we understand by a philosophical system a philosophy which is developed by a process of deduction from a point of departure which is taken as certain, there is no such thing as Gabriel Marcel's system. He has no use for systems in this sense. What he does is to develop a series of concrete approaches. These approaches are of course convergent, in the sense that they are not incompatible and that they can be regarded as contributing towards a general interpretation of human experience. But it would be a great mistake to think that Marcel regards these concrete approaches as providing a series of results or conclusions or solutions to. 1. Marcel's aunt does not appear to have had much more belief in Protestant doctrines than his father had in Catholic ones. 2. Marc's state F. health disqualified him from serving as a soldier. He was employed 10 of log news for families of wounded soldiers and in trying to locate the missing. 33-0 from Bergson to Sartre problems, which can be put together to constitute a set of proved theses. To use one of his analogies, if a chemist invents a certain product, it can then, let us suppose, be bought by anyone in a shop. Once made, the product can be sold and bought without reference to the means by which it was first discovered. In this sense the result is separable from the means whereby the result was obtained. But for Marcel this is certainly not the case in philosophy. The result, if one may use the word, is inseparable from the process of research or inquiry leading to it. Inquiry must of course start somewhere, with some disease or exigence or situation which gives rise to the inquiry. But a philosophical exploration is for Marcel something intensely personal, and we cannot simply separate the result from the exploration and pass it on as an impersonal truth. Communication is possible. But this is really a matter of participation in the actual process of philosophizing. And if it is objected that in this case philosophy involves a repeated starting again and that there can be no set of proved or verified results which can serve as a foundation for further reflection, Marcel's reply is this perpetual beginning again is an inevitable part of all genuinely philosophical work. Point 2. There are of course pervasive themes in Marcel's philosophizing. And we can try to indicate one or two of them. If however it is the actual process of reflection which counts, rather than results or conclusions, any attempt at summarizing Marcel's thought in a brief review of it is bound to be inadequate and unsatisfactory. When referring to someone who asked him to express the essence of his philosophy in a couple of sentences, Marcel remarked that the question was silly and could really only be answered by a shrug of the shoulders. 3 If however an historian is writing about recent French philosophy, he can hardly omit the thought of one of the best known thinkers. So he just has to reconcile himself to his remarks being inadequate. There is however one point which should be clarified in advance. Reference has already been made to the description of Marcel as a Christian existentialist. And he is well known as a devout Catholic. The conclusion may therefore be drawn that his philosophy is dependent on his Catholic faith. But it would be mistaken. Marcel's journal Métaphysique was published in 1927, and its entries date from the beginning of 1914 until the spring of 1923. He became a Catholic in 1929, and it is much truer to say that his conversion was part of the general development of his thought than that his philosophy was the result of his conversion. Indeed, the second statement is patently false. His adherence to Catholicism has doubtless confirmed his conviction that the philosopher should pay attention to certain themes, but reflection on religious faith is a prominent feature of the first part of his journal. In 1933 Marcel published a play with the title The Broken World, Le Monde des Cas. As a philosophical postscript he wrote an essay on the ontological mystériel, in which the broken world is described as the functionalized world. The individual tends to appear both to himself and to others as an agglomeration of functions. There are the vital functions, and there are the social functions, such as those of the consuiter, the producer, the citizen, the ticket collector, the commuter, the retired civil servant, and so on. Man is, as it were, fragmented, now a churchgoer, now a clerk, now a family man. The individual is medically overhauled from time to time, as though he were a machine, and death is written off as a total loss. This world of functionalization is, for Marcel, an empty or devitalized world, and in it the two processes of atomization and collectivization, far from excluding each other as a superficial logic might be led to suppose, go hand in hand and are two essentially inseparable aspects of the same process of devitalization. 3 In such a world there is of course room for problems, technological problems for example. But there is a blindness to what Marcel describes as mysteries. For they are correlative to the person, and in a broken world the person becomes the fragmented individual. This brings us to Marcel's distinction, which he regards as very important, between problem and mystery. He admits that no clear line of demarcation can be drawn, as reflection on a mystery and the attempt to state it inevitably tend to transform it into a problem. But it would obviously be futile to use the two terms unless it were possible to give some indication of the difference in meaning. And we must try to give such an indication. Happily, Marcel supplies some examples. A problem, in Marcel's use of the term, is a question which can be answered purely objectively, without the questioner himself being involved. Consider a problem in mathematics. I may of course be interested in the problem, perhaps intensely so. Solving it may be for me a matter of importance, as it would be, for instance, if I were tackling an examination and success was essential to my career. But in my attempt to solve the problem I hold it over against me, as it were, considering it purely objectively and leaving myself out of the picture. I am the subject, the problem the object. And I do not enter into the object. It is true of course that the solving is done by me. But it could be done in principle not only by anyone else but also by a machine. And the solution, once attained, can be handed on. The problem moves, so to speak, purely on the plane of objectivity. If it is a question of solving problems relevant to putting a man into space and bringing him back again safely, it is clear that the more the people concerned tackle the problems purely objectively and leave themselves outside, so much the better will it be for everybody. The term mystery can be misleading. It does not refer to mysteries in the sense in which theologians have used the word, namely truths revealed by God which cannot be proved by reason alone and which transcend the comprehension of the human mind. Nor does the term mean the unknowable. In the essay referred to above, Marcel describes a mystery as a problem which encroaches upon its own data, invading them, as it were, and thereby transcending itself as a simple problem one elsewhere. In Trait et avoir, he gives the same description and adds that a mystery is something in which I am myself involved, and which is therefore thinkable only as a sphere where the distinction between what is in me and what is before me loses its significance and its initial validity. To suppose, for example, that I ask what am I, and that I answer that I am a soul or a mind which has a body. To answer in this way is to objectify my body as something over against me, something which I can have or possess, as I'd have an umbrella. It is then quite impossible to reconstitute the unity of the human person. I am my body. But I am obviously not identifiable with the body in the sense which the term body bears when it has been distinguished from soul and objectified as a thing which I can consider, as it were, from outside. To grasp the unity of the human person I have to return to the lived experience of unity which precedes the mental separation into two data or factors. If, in other words, I separate myself into soul and body, objectify them as data for the solution of a problem and try to link them together, I shall never be able to do so. I can grasp the unity of myself only from within. One has to try to explore on the level of second reflection that massive, indistinct sense of one's total existence, one which is presupposed by the dualism produced by primary reflection. We have just alluded to primary and secondary reflection. The distinction can perhaps be elucidated in this way. John and Mary love one another. They think of one another, but they do not, let us suppose, think of love in an abstract way and raise problems about it. There is simply the concrete unity or communion of mutual loving in which both John and Mary are involved. Let us then suppose that John stands back, as it were, from the actual experience or activity of loving, objectifies it as an object or phenomenon before him and asks, what is love? Perhaps he tries to analyze love into constituent elements, or he interprets it as something else, in terms, for instance, of the will to power. This analytic process is an example of first reflection, and love is considered as setting a problem to be solved, the problem of the nature of love, which is solved by means of reductive analysis of some kind. Let us further suppose that John comes to see the remoteness of this analysis from the actual experience of loving or from love as a lived communion between persons. He returns to the actual togetherness of love, the communion or unity which was presupposed by primary reflection, and he tries to grasp it in re-ion but as from within, as a lived personal relationship. This is an example of second reflection. Bradley, it may be remembered, postulated an original experience of the unity of reality, of the one, on the level of feeling or immediacy, a unity which analytic reflection breaks up or fragments but which metaphysics tries to restore, to recapture on the level of thought. Marcel is not of course an absolute idealist, but the project of grasping in reflection what is first present in feeling, on the level of immediacy, and is then distorted or broken up by analytic thought is a basic feature of his philosophy as it is of Bradley's. For example, my relation to my body, a relation which is sui generis and irreducible, is experienced on the level of feeling. On the level of first reflex, on the unity of T-Fe experience is broken up by analytic thought. That which is one u itself irreducible is subjected to reductive analysis and thus distorted. It by no means follows that first reflection is devoid of value. It can serve practical ends. But in order to grasp the sui generis relation between myself and my body it is necessary to return to the original feeling experience at the level of second reflection. The general idea of recuperating a lost unity at a higher level is understandable. It is rather like the idea of recovering a primitive innocence at a higher level which presupposes its loss and recovery. Point 2 Implementation of the project however presents some difficulty. For it may well appear that reflection remediati, and cannot be combined with immediacy, but that a latens redecessorila transformed by the former. In other words, is not second reflection a realm? John, it may be said, is either involved in the immediacy of loving or committed to playing the part of a spectator and objectifying love as an object of reflection. He cannot combine the two at a higher level, however much he may dream of doing so. Marcel is aware of the difficulty. He admits that second reflection can easily degenerate into first reflection. At the same time, he envisages second reflection as an exploration of the metaphysical significance of experience. For example, he sees love as an act of transcendence on the part of the human person and as a participation in being. And he asks, what does this experience reveal to me of myself as a human person and of being? Marcel's use of the term being is somewhat perplexing. He insists that being is not and cannot be made into an object, a direct object of intuition for instance. It can only be alluded to indirectly. However, it is dear that he sees in personal relationships such as love and in experiences such as hope keys to the nature of reality which are not available on the level of objectifying scientific thought. John loves Mary, but Mary has died, and science.ce offers no assurance of her continued existence or of her reunion with 1. Bradley recognized of course that science was not possible without Annalee, take thought, though he regarded science as manifesting a drive towards unification which could not fully attain its goal on a level of science. 2. We can note that at the end of Uit Avoy Marcel includes an essay on Peter Wust, 1884–1940, the German philosopher who are, the second naivete or piety, which is a recuperation of the first real Glusfaith subsequent to the work of the critical intelligence. J.O.N. 1. For love and hope in union, however, there remains a communion, a we, which enables John to transcend the level of empirical evidence and to be confident in Mary's continued existence and of their future reunion. From the point of view of common sense, this act of transcendence is simply an instance of wishful thinking. For Marcel it is grounded in a mysterious presence which is a participation in being. On the level of first reflection, an object cannot be designated as present to me, unless it is locatable, according to specifiable criteria, in space and time. On the level of intersubjectivity and personal communion, another person can be present to me, even after his or her bodily death, as a thou. The bond is broken on the physical plane. But on the metaphysical plane it persists for creative fidelity, which is the active perpetuation of presence/il. It hardly needs saying that Marcel is not prepared to regard God as an object, the existence of which is asserted as a conclusion that solves a problem. Faith is a matter not of believing that but of believing in, and God is for Marcel, as for Kierkegaard, the absolute thou. For he is thus encountered rather than proved. The human being, according to Marcel, has an exigence of being, which in religious language is an orientation to the absolute thou. But there are various ways in which the orientation to God can be appropriated. That is to say, there are various concrete approaches to God. God is absolute presence, and he can be approached through the intersubjective relationships, such as love and creative fidelity, which are sustained by and point to him. Or a man can encounter God in worship and prayer, in invocation and response. The various ways are not of course mutually exclusive. They are ways of coming to experience the divine presence. But man can shut his eyes to this presence. In discussing personal relationships, Marcel makes much of the concept of availability, disponibility. If I am available to another, I thereby transcend my egoism, and the other is present to me on the plane of intersubjectivity. If I am not available for or open to a person, I shut the person out, so to speak, and he or she is not present to me except perhaps in a purely physical sense. It is also possible for me to shut out God and deny him, refusing invocation. This is, for Marcel, an option, an act of the will. For some readers, Marcel is undoubtedly a disconcerting writer. When looked at under certain aspects, his thought gives the impression of being thoroughly realistic and down to earth. For example, with him there is no question of starting with a self-enclosed ego and then trying to prove the existence of an external world and of other people. Man is essentially incarnate, embodied, in the world. He finds himself in a situation, in the world, and his self-consciousness grows correlatively to his awareness of others. But for many readers, Marcel becomes progressively elusive. We find him taking familiar terms, such as have, presence, love, hope, testimony, and proceeding to inquire into their meaning. And we are prepared, if not for exercises in linguistic analysis, at any rate for phenomenological analyses. The analyses, however, open up into what seems to be a peculiarly elusive form of metaphysics, in regard to which we may be left wondering not only whether we have really grasped what has been said but also whether in fact anything intelligible has been said. And it is understandable if some readers are tempted to regard Marcel's philosophizing as a kind of poetry or as highly personal meditations, rather than as public property philosophy. That Marcel's thought is elusive and also highly personal can hardly be denied. His own value judgments reveal themselves clearly enough. It is important, however, to realize that he is not trying to explore what transcends all human experience. He is concerned throughout with human experience. What he tries to do is to reveal or to draw attention to the metaphysical significance hidden in the familiar, to the pointers to eternity which are present, as he sees it, in the personal relationships to which he attaches great positive value and to an all-pervading and unifying presence. His philosophy centers rerid personal relationships and the relationship to GD. This doubtless tells us a good deal about Marcel. But if his philosophizing has no further significance for us than an indication of what he himself most values in life, he might comment that our outlook has obviously been so conditioned by this broken world that we are unable, or at least find it extremely difficult, to discern the metaphysical dimensions of experience. Heidegger has written about Hölderlin. Marcel has written about Rilke as a witness to the spiritual. He is aware, of course, of Rilke's increasing opposition to Christianity and refers to it. But he sees the poet as open to and perceptive of dimensions of our being and world which are hidden from many eyes. And we can look on Marcel's essays in second reflection as attempts to facilitate our perception of these dimensions. Teilhard de Chardin and Gabriel Marcel are both Christian thinkers. But there are obvious differences between them. Teilhard's attention is focused on the evolving universe. Nothing is for him completely lifeless. Matter is pregnant with life and with spirit, the spirit which comes to birth in man and which develops towards a hyper-personal consciousness. The whole process is teleological, oriented to omega point when the world reaches its fulfillment in the union of all men in the cosmic Christ. Modern science and our modern technological civilization are preparing the way for a higher consciousness in which man as we know him will be surpassed. In brief, Teilhard's world vision is thoroughly optimistic. With Gabriel Marcel, however, we hear little about the universe in Teilhard's sense of the word. To be sure, Marcel insists, like Teilhard, on man's situation as a being in the world. But it is not the material changing world on which he focuses his intention. When speaking of man as a traveler, he remarks that anything connected with evolution must be eliminated from the discussion. To evolution, that is to say, is quite irrelevant to his second reflection, and to his exploration of mysteries. The act of transcendence is for him an entering into communion with other people and with God, not the movement from the biosphere to the noosphere and so to OEGA point. Attention is directed, to speak paradoxically, to the beyond within, to the revelatory significance and metaphysical dimensions of the relationships which are possible for actual persons at any time. Marcel shows a great sensitivity to uniting relations between human beings, but we can hardly imagine him hymning the world or the universe in the way that Teilhard did. And while some readers of Teilhard have found difficulty in distinguishing between the world and God, such an impression would scarcely be possible in the case of Marcel, for whom God is the absolute thou. Moreover, though it would be wrong to describe Marcel as a pessimist, he is very conscious of the precariousness of what he values and of the ease with which depersonalization can take place. To regard the other person as an object and to treat him as such is common enough both in private relationships and in wider social contexts. For Marcel, our world is essentially broken, and he seems to see in our modern civilization an increasing depersonalization. In any case, the idea that the world is inevitably proceeding from good to better is certainly not his. In 1947 he discussed with Teilhard the question, To what degree does the material organization of humanity lead man to spiritual maturity? While Teilhard of course maintained an optimistic view, Marcel was skeptical. He saw in collectivization and in our technological society a Promethean spirit expressing itself in a refusal of God. Marcel believes indeed in the eschatological triumph of goodness, and he admits that an optimistic view can be maintained on religious grounds, in the light of faith, that is to say. But for him invocation and refusal have always been two possibilities for men and always will be. And the dogma of progress is a completely arbitrary postulate. Point 2. In other words, while Teilhard can reasonably be regarded as trying to capture the Hegelian and Marxist views of history for Christianity, or to interpret Christianity in such a way as to assimilate and transcend them, Marcel will have nothing to do with a point of view which, in his opinion, obscures human freedom, is oblivious, in theological language, of the effects of the fall, and fails to take real account of evil and suffering. The differences in outlook between the two men should not of course be exaggerated. For example, Marcel's position does not entail rejection of the scientific hypothesis of evolution, an hypothesis which stands or falls according to the strength or weakness of the empirical evidence. He regards the scientific theory as irrelevant to philosophy as he conceives it, and what he objects to is the inflation of a scientific hypothesis into a metaphysical worldview which incorporates a doctrine of progress which he regards as unwarranted. Again, there is no question of suggesting that Teilhard attached no value to those personal relationships in which Marcel sees the expression of genuine human personality. In his private life he set great store by such relationships, and in a real sense the movement of cosmogenesis was for him a movement from exteriority to interiority, to the full actualization of spirit. At the same time the perspectives of the two men are clearly different, despite their common religious allegiance. And they appeal to different types of mind. One can see this in their respective attitudes to notable thinkers such as Marx and Bergson. Neither Teilhard nor Marcel is a Marxist, but their respective evaluations of Marxism are understandably different. As for Bergson, it is natural to think of Teilhard as continuing his general line of thought. Though however Marcel pays tribute to Bergson's distinction between the closed and the open, he then gives to the idea of openness an application which fits in with his own perspective and interests. If we mentally associate Teilhard with Bergson, we associate Marcel with thinkers such as Kierkegaard and Jaspers, though Marcel did not derive his ideas from the former and though he had considerable reservations in regard to the latter's philosophy. What unites Teilhard and Marcel is their Christian faith and their regard for man. But whereas Teilhard takes an optimistic view of man's future, one seeing it in the light of his philosophy of evolution, Marcel is much more conscious, as Pascal was, of ambiguity, fragility and precariousness. Life and writings, pre-reflexive and reflexive consciousness, the imagining and the emotive consciousness, phenomenal being and being in itself, being for itself, the freedom of being for itself, awareness of others, atheism and values. In his popular lecture Existentialism and Humanism, Sarton informs his audience that there are two kinds of existentialists, Christian and atheist. As representatives of Christian existentialism he mentions Jaspers and Gabriel Marcel, of the Catholic confession one, while as representatives of atheist existentialism he mentions Heidegger and himself. In point of fact Karl Jaspers was not a Catholic and, moreover, came to prefer a descriptive label for his philosophy other than philosophy of existence, existence philosophy. Gabriel Marcel is indeed a Catholic, but, as we have noted, he eventually repudiated the label existentialist. As for Heidegger, he has explicitly dissociated himself from Sartre, and, though he is certainly not a Christian, he does not like being described as an atheist. Though therefore books on existentialism generally include treatments of all the philosophers named by Sartre, and often of others as well, as far as definite acceptance of the label existentialist is concerned we seem to be left with Sartre, who has described himself in this way and has expounded what he considers to be the essential tenet of existentialism. It may thus appear somewhat disconcerting when we find Sartre telling us in recent years that Marxism is the one living philosophy of our time. It does not follow, however, that Sartre has definitely turned his back on existentialism and adopted Marxism instead. As will be explained in the next chapter, he looks for a fusion of the two, a rejuvenation of ossified Marxism through an injection of existentialism. The present chapter will be devoted to an exposition of Sartrean existentialism as such, as developed in Being and Nothingness and other writings before he turned his hand to the task of a systematic fusion of existentialism and Marxism. There are fashions in the world of philosophy as elsewhere, and the vogue of existentialism has declined. Further, as Sartre has published a considerable number of novels and plays which have made his name well known by many people who would be disinclined to tackle his philosophical works, there is a not unnatural tendency to regard him as a literary figure rather than as a serious philosopher. Indeed, it has sometimes been said, though unfairly, that he derives all his philosophical ideas from other thinkers, especially German ones. And his long-standing flirtation with Marxism, culminating in his attempt to combine it with existentialism, has perhaps encouraged this impression. But while Sartre as a philosopher may have been overvalued by his fervent admirers in the past, he can also be undervalued. The fact that he is a novelist, a dramatist, and a campaigner for social and political causes does not entail the conclusion that he is not an able and serious thinker. He may have written in Parisian cafes, but he is an extremely intelligent man, and his philosophy is certainly not without significance, even if it is no longer as fashionable in France as it once was. We are concerned here with Sartre as a philosopher, not as a dramatist or novelist. Jean-Paul Sartre was born at Paris in 1905. His higher studies were done at the École Normale from 1924 until 1928. After obtaining the aggregation in philosophy, he taught philosophy at lycées in Le Havre, Laon and then Paris. From 1933 until 1935 he was a research student first at Berlin and then at the University of Fribourg, after which he taught in the Lycée Condorcet at Paris. In 1939 he joined the French army and was captured in 1940. Released in 1941, he returned to teaching philosophy and was also an active participant in the resistance movement. Sartre has never occupied a university chair. Sartre started writing before the war. In 1936 he published an essay on the ego or self too and a work on the imagination, L'Imagination. Étude critique 3, while in 1938 he published his famous novel La Nausée. 4. In 1939 there appeared a work on the emotions. Esquisse d'une théorie des émotions 1 and several stories under the title L'Humour.2 during the war. In 1940, Sartre published a second book on the imagination, L'Imaginaire, Psychologie Phénoménologique de l'Imagination 3, and his main philosophical tome, L'Être Essai 14 Ontologie Phénoménologique appeared in 1943. For his play Les Mouches 5 was performed in the same year. The first two volumes of the novel Les Chemins de la Liberté appeared in 1945-6 and also the well-known play Hugh's Claus. 7 Two other plays appeared in 1946, the year of publication of the lecture to which reference has been made above, 8, and also of Réflexions sur la question J14 Iv. 9 In subsequent years Sartre has published a considerable number of plays, while collections of essays under the title Situations have appeared in 1947, 1948, 1949, and 1964.10. Sartre was one of the founders in 1945 of the review Les Temps Modernes, and some of his writings have appeared in it, such as the 1952 articles on communism. His attempt to combine existentialism and Marx.I.sm has led to the production in 1960 of the first volume of the Critique de la Raison. Dialectique. L.L. Sartre has also published an introduction to the works of Jean Genet, Saint Genet, Comme d'un et martyr. 12-2. In one of his essays Sartre remarks that for 3 centuries Frenchmen have been living by Cartesian freedom, with, that is to say, a Cartesian intellectualist idea of the nature of freedom. 13. However this may be, It is hardly an exaggeration to say that the shadow of Descartes lies across French philosophy, not of course in the sense that all French philosophers are Cartesians, but in the sense that in many cases personal philosophizing begins through a process of reflection in which positions are adopted for or against the ideas of the foremost French philosopher. We can see this sort of influence at work in the case of Sartre. But he has also been strongly influenced by Hegel, Husserl, and Heidegger. Here again he is no more a disciple of any German philosopher than he is of Descartes or his successors. The influence of Heidegger, for example, is shown clearly enough in Being and Nothingness, even if the German philosopher is often criticized by Sartre and has himself repudiated association with Sartrean existentialism. From an academic point of view, Sartre's thought has developed partly through reflection on the methods and ideas of Descartes, Hegel, Husserl, and Heidegger, whereas British empiricism hardly enters his field of vision too, and materialism, in its non-Marxist forms at any rate, is not a philosophy for which he seems to have much use. The influence of the background formed by Cartesianism and phenomenology shows itself not only in Sartre's essay of 1936 on the ego, but also in his works on imagination and emotion, and in the attention given to consciousness in the introduction to Being and Nothingness. At the same time, Sartre makes clear the differences between his position and those of Descartes and Husserl. For Sartre, the basic datum is what he calls the pre-reflexive consciousness, awareness, for example, of this table, this book, or that tree. What Descartes starts with, however, in his cogito, ergo sum, is not the pre-reflexive but the reflexive consciousness, which expresses an act whereby the self is constituted as object. He thus involves himself in the problem of passing from the self-enclosed ego, as object of consciousness, to a warranted assertion of the existence of external objects and of other persons. This problem does not arise if we go behind the reflexive consciousness to the pre-reflexive consciousness, which is transcendent, in the sense that it posits its object as transcending itself, as that towards which it reaches. All consciousness, as Husserl has shown, is consciousness of something. This means that there is no consciousness which is not the positing of a transcendent object, or, if one prefers, that consciousness has no content. To suppose, for example, that I am aware of this table. The table is not in my consciousness as a content. It is in space, near a window or near the door or wherever it may be. And when I intend it, I posit it as transcending, and not as immanent in consciousness. In this case, of course, Husserl's policy of bracketing existence, of treating all the objects of consciousness as purely immanent and suspending judgment, as a matter of principle, about their objective reference, is misguided. As far as perception is concerned, the object of consciousness is posited as transcendent and as existent. When I perceive this table, the table itself, and not a mental representation of it, is the object of the intentional act, and it is posited as existing. Sartre therefore follows Heidegger in rejecting Husserl's claim that the bracketing of existence is essential to phenomenology. 3. Sartre is not, of course, claiming that we never make mistakes about the nature of the object. Suppose, for example, that in the twilight I think that I see a man in the wood, and that it turns out to be the stump of a tree. I have obviously made a mistake. But the mistake does not consist in my having confused a real thing, namely the stump of a tree, with a mental content, the representation of a man, which was the object of consciousness. I perceived an object, positins it as transcendent, but I misread or misinterpreted its nature. That is to say, I made an erroneous judgment about a real object. What then of images and imagination? Imagination, as a form of consciousness, is intentional. It has its own characteristics. Every consciousness posits its object, but each does so in its own way. 4. Perception posits its object as existent, but the imagining consciousness, which manifests the mind's freedom, can do so in several ways. For example, it can posit its object as non-existent. Sartre is more concerned, however, with arguing that just as perception intends an object posited as transcendent and not a mental content which stands in place of the extramental object, so does the imagining consciousness intend an object other than the image as image. One can of course reflect on the first-order imagining consciousness and say, whether felicitously or not, I have an image. But in the first-order imagining consciousness itself, the image is not the intended object but a relation between consciousness and its object. What Sartre means is seen most easily in a case such as my imagining Peter as present, when Peter is a real but absent friend. The object of consciousness is Peter himself, the real Peter, but I imagine him as present, the image or picture being simply a way in which I relate myself to Peter or make him present to me. Reflection of course can distinguish between image and reality, but the actual first-order imagining consciousness intends or has as its object Peter himself. It is the imaginative consciousness of Peter. It may be objected that though this line of interpretation holds good in cases such as the one just mentioned, it is hardly applicable to cases in which the imagining consciousness freely creates an unreal anti-world, as Sartre puts it, of phantom objects, which represents an escape from the real world, a negation of it. 2. In such cases does not consciousness intend the image or images. For Sartre at any rate it is the reflexive consciousness which, through reflection, constitutes the image as such. For the actual imagining consciousness the image is the way in which consciousness posits an unreal object as non-existing. It does not posit the image as an image, this is what reflection does, it posits unreal objects. Sartre is prepared to say that this unreal world exists as unreal, as inactive. 3. But that which is posited as non-existent obviously exists only as posited. If we consider a work of fiction, we can see that its unreal world exists only through and in the act of positing, but in first-order consciousness attention is directed to this world, to the saying and doings of imagined persons, not to images as images, as, that is to say, psychical entities in the mind. 4. In his book on the emotions Sartre insists on the intentionality of the emotive or emotional consciousness. Emotional consciousness is at first consciousness of the world like the imagining consciousness, it has its own characteristics. For example, the emotive way of apprehending the world is a transformation of the world to the substitution, though not of course an effective substitution, of a magical world for the world of deterministic causality. But it is always intentional. A man who is afraid of something or someone. Other people may think that there is no real objective ground for his fear. And the man himself may say in subsequent reflection, there was nothing to be afraid of after all. But if he genuinely felt fear, his first order emotive or affective consciousness certainly intended something or someone, even if vaguely conceived. Emotion is a certain way of apprehending the world. 3. And the fact that one may clothe objects or persons with qualities which they do not possess or read a malign significance into a person's expression or words or actions does not alter this fact. The projection of emotive significance on a thing or person clearly involves intending the thing or person as object qf consciousness. In l'imaginaire Sartre repeats the same BIC point. To feel hate towards Paul is the consciousness of Paul as hateful, for it is not consciousness of hatred, which pertains to the reflexive consciousness. The theme of emotion is also pursued in several sections of Being and Nothingness. We have seen that Sartre insists on the distinction between the pre-reflexive and the reflexive consciousness. To love Peter, for example, is not the same act as to think of myself as loving Peter. In the first case Peter himself is the intentional object, whereas in the second case myself loving Peter is the intentional object. The question arises therefore whether or not Sartre confines self-consciousness to the level of reflection, so that first-order or pre-reflexive consciousness is regarded as unaccompanied by self-consciousness. To answer this question we can turn to the I-936 essay on the transcendence of the ego. In this essay Sartre asserts that the mode of existence of consciousness is to be conscious of itself. 5. And if we take this statement by itself, it may seem to follow that self-consciousness belongs to the pre-reflexive consciousness. But Sartre adds immediately that consciousness is consciousness of itself insofar as it is consciousness of a transcendent object. In the case of pre-reflexive consciousness, this means that consciousness of, say, a table is indeed inseparably accompanied by consciousness of itself. It is and must be, so to speak, conscious consciousness, but the self-consciousness which is an essential feature of pre-reflexive consciousness is, in Sartre's jargon, non-positional or non-thetic in regard to the ego. An example may clarify the matter. Let us suppose that I am absorbed in contemplating a particularly splendid sunset. Consciousness is directed wholly to the intentional object. There is no place in this consciousness for the ego. In the ordinary sense of the term, therefore, there is no self-consciousness, inasmuch as the ego is not posited as an object. Only the sunset is posited as an object. The positing of the ego arises 00 the level of reflection. When I turn consciousness of the sunset Jane to an intentional object, the ego is posited. That is to say, the me arises as an object for, reflexive, consciousness. For phenomenology, therefore, the basic datum for Sartre is the pre-reflexive consciousness, in which the ego of reflexive consciousness does not appear. But we cannot of course think or talk about pre-reflexive consciousness without objectifying it, turning it into an intentional object. And in this reflexive consciousness the ego and the world are posited as correlative to one another. The ego is the me, posited as the unity to which all my states of consciousness, experience, and actions are ascribed, and posited also as the subject of consciousness, as in myself imagining Peter or myself loving Mary. The world is posited as the ideal nidity of all objects of consciousness. Husserl's transcendental ego is excluded or suppressed, and Sartre thinks that in this way he can avoid following Husserl into idealism. His line of thought enables him to avoid Descartes' problem of proving the existence of the external world. For reflexive consciousness the ego and the world arise in correlation, as the subject in relation to its transcendent object. To isolate the subject and treat it as though it were a datum given in isolation is a mistake. We have not got to infer the world from the self, nor the self from the world, they arise together in correlation. All this may seem very remote from anything that we ordinarily associate with existentialism. But it provides Sartre with a realist basis, the self in relation to its transcendent object. Further, though the self is not created by its object, any more than the object is created by the self, for they are posited together in correlation, the self is derivative, appearing only for reflexive consciousness, for consciousness, that is to say, which reflects on pre-reflexive consciousness. The self emerges or is made to appear from the background of first-order consciousness, as one pole of consciousness. The way thus lies open for Sartre's analysis of the self as derivative and fugitive. Further, as the ego is posited as the point of unity and the source of all one's experiences, states, and actions, it is possible for man to try to conceal from himself the boundless freedom or spontaneity of consciousness and to take refuge in the idea of a stable self which ensures regular patterns of conduct. Afraid of boundless freedom, man can attempt to avoid his responsibility by attributing his actions to the determining causality of the past as precipitated, so to speak, in the self or ego. He is then in bad faith, a theme on which Sartre likes to dwell. These ideas, however, are best considered in the context of Sartre's analysis of the self-conscious subject and of being in being and nothingness. The analysis is indeed involved. But given the fact that Sartre is well known as a dramatist and novelist, it is desirable to make it clear he is a serious and systematic philosopher and not simply a dilettante. He is not, of course, the creator of a system such as that of Spinoza, a system formed on a mathematical model. At the same time, his existentialist philosophy can be seen as the systematic development of certain basic ideas. It is certainly not a mere juxtaposition of impressionistic views. 3. Consciousness, as we have seen, is for Sartre consciousness of something other than itself and in this sense transcendent. The transcendent object appears to or for consciousness, and it can thus be described as a phenomenon. It would, however, be a mistake to interpret this description as meaning that the Phenomenal object is the appearance of an underlying reality or essence which does not appear. The table of which I am now aware as I sit before it is not the appearance of a hidden noumenon or of a reality distinct from itself. The phenomenal being manifests itself, it manifests its essence as well as its existence. At the same time, the table is obviously more than what appears to me here and now in a given act of awareness or consciousness. If there is no hidden and non-appearing reality of which phenomenal table is the appearance, and if at the same time the table cannot be simply equated with one individual appearance or manifestation, it must be identified with the series on's manifestations. But we can assign no finite number to the series of possible appearances. In other words, even if we reject the dualism between appearance and reality and identify a thing with the totality of its appearances, we cannot simply say with Berkeley that to be is to be perceived. The being of that which appears does not exist only in so far as it appears: it surpasses the knowledge which we have of it and is thus transphenomenal. And according to Sartre, the way thus lies open for inquiry into the transphenomenal being of the phenomenon. If we ask what being in itself is, as revealing itself to consciousness, Sartre's answer recalls to our minds the philosophy of Parmenides: being is. Being is in itself. Being is what it is. 3. Being is opaque, massive, it simply is. As the foundation of the existent, it cannot be denied. Such remarks, taken by themselves, are perhaps somewhat baffling. Consider, however, a table. It stands out from other things as being a table and not something else, as being suitable for this purpose and not for that, and so on. But it appears for consciousness as a table precisely because human beings give it a certain meaning. That is to say, consciousness makes it appear as a table. If I wish to spread out my books and papers on it or to set a meal, it obviously appears primarily as a table, an instrument for the fulfillment of certain purposes. In other circumstances it might appear for consciousness, be made by consciousness to appear, as primarily firewood or a battering-ram or a solid object to hide under or an obstacle in my flight from an attacker or as a beautiful or an ugly object. It has a certain meaning or significance in its relation to consciousness. It does not follow, however, that consciousness creates the object. It indubitably is or exists. And it is what it is. But it acquires an instrumentalist meaning, standing out from its background as this sort of thing and not another, only in relation to consciousness. In general, the world considered as a system of interrelated things with instrumental significance is made to appear for consciousness. In his theory of the conferring of meaning on things in terms of perspectives and purposes, Sartre derives stimulus from Martin Heidegger. And in developing his theory of the way in which this is done, he discusses Hegel's dialectic of being and not being. For Sartre, being in itself is logically prior to not being and cannot be identified with it, but the table, for example, is constituted as a table through a negation. It is a table and not something else. All differentiation within being is due to consciousness, which makes something to appear by differentiating it from its background and in this sense negating the background. The same sort of thing can be said about spatial and temporal relations. A thing appears as near or as far away in relation to a consciousness which compares and relates. Similarly, it is for consciousness that this event appears as happening after that event. Again, the Aristotelian distinction between potency and act arises only through and for consciousness. It is in relation to consciousness, for example, that the table is potentially firewood. Apart from consciousness, it simply is what it is. I find, it is for consciousness that the world appears as an intelligible system of distinct and interrelated things. If we think away all that is due to the activity of consciousness in making the world appear, we are left with being in itself, en soi, the in itself, opaque, massive, undifferentiated, the nebulous background, as it were, out of which the world is made to appear. This being in itself, Sartre tells us, is ultimate, simply there. It is without reason, without cause, and without necessity. It does not follow that being is its own cause, causa suel. For this is a meaningless notion. Being simply is. In this sense being is gratuitous or de trappe, as Sartre puts it in his novel Nausea. 2. In this work Roquentin, sitting in the municipal garden at Bounville, has an impression of the gratuitous or superfluous character of the being of the things about him and of himself. That is to say, there is no reason for their being. To exist is simply to be there, as being in itself is contingent, and this contingency is not an outward show, in the sense that it can be overcome by explaining it with reference to a necessary being. Being is not derivable or reducible. It simply is. Contingency is the absolute itself and consequently perfectly gratuitous uncreated, without reason for being, without any relation to another being. Being in itself is gratuitous for all eternity. 2. It is clear enough that there are different perspectives and that things can appear differently to different people. And we see LM make sense of the statement that it is consciousness which makes things to appear in certain ways or under certain aspects. To the climber or would-be climber a mountain appears as possessing certain characteristics, while to someone else who has no intention of trying to climb it but who is contemplating it aesthetically from a distance other characteristics stand out. And if one wishes to speak of each consciousness as making the object appear in a certain way or under certain aspects by negating other aspects or relegating them to a foggy background, this way of speaking is understandable, even if it is somewhat pretentious. Again, in so far as human beings have common interests and purposes, things appear to them in similar ways. It is not unreasonable to speak of human beings as conferring meanings on things, especially when it is a case of instrumental meaning. But Sartre carries this line of thought beyond the limit to which many people would be prepared to accompany him. For example, we have noted that in his view distinctions between things are due to consciousness, inasmuch as they are due to the act of distinguishing, of negation, in Sartrean terminology, or of denying that this is that. This is obviously true in a sense. Without consciousness there can be no distinguishing. At the same time most people would probably wish to claim that the mind is not confined to designating distinctions in what is in itself without distinction, but that it can recognize objective distinctions. And if Sartre disagrees, it is difficult to avoid the impression that he is carrying his line of thought as far as he can, without falling into what he would recognize as idealism, in order to be able to present being in itself in the way that he does. To be sure, there is no need to deny that the sort of impression or experience which Roquentin is represented as having in the gardens of Bouville can occur. But it by no means follows that Sartre is justified in drawing from this sort of impression the ontological conclusions which he in fact draws. He does indeed argue in Being and Nothingness that to ask why there is being is to ask a question devoid of meaning, as it presupposes being. But when making this statement he obviously cannot be referring to beings. For he has already said that it is consciousness which makes beings appear as such, as distinct, that is to say. He is presumably arguing that it is meaningless to ask why there is being, inasmuch as being is what he has declared it to be, de trappe, just there. He might of course have raised difficulties in regard to the presuppositions involved in the use of the word why. But what he actually does is to disallow the question why is there being, on the ground that it presupposes being. And it is difficult to see how the question can be excluded on this ground, unless the being referred to is understood in the sense of transphenomenal and ultimate being, the absolute. Sartre does indeed argue against other views. Something will be said later about his criticism of the ism. But his own view seems to be the result of thinking away or abstracting from all in the object that he considers to be due to consciousness and then declaring the residue to be the absolute, en soi, opaque and, in itself, unintelligible. 4. The concept of the in itself, en soi, is one of the two key concepts of being and nothingness. The other key concept is that of consciousness, the for itself, i.e. pour soil. And it is hardly surprising if most of the work is devoted to this second theme. For if being in itself is opaque, massive, self-identical, there is obviously little that can be said about it. Besides, as an existentialist, Sartre is primarily interested in man, or, as he likes to put it, the human reality. He insists on human freedom, which is essential to his philosophy, and his theory of freedom is based on his analysis of it for itself. Once more, all consciousness is consciousness of something. Of what? Of being as it appears. In this case it seems to follow that consciousness must be other than being, not being, that is to say, and that it must arise through a negation or nihilation of being in itself. Sartre is explicit about this. Being in itself is dense, massive, full. The in itself harbors no nothingness. Consciousness is that whereby negation or nihilation is introduced. By its very nature consciousness involves or is distantiation or separation from being, though if it is asked what separates it from being, the answer can only be nothing. For there is no intervening or separating entity. Consciousness is itself not being, and its activity, according to Sartre, is a process of nihilation. When I am aware of this piece of paper, I distantiate myself from it, deny that I am the paper, and I make the paper appear, stand out from its background, by denying that it is anything else, by annihilating other phenomena. The being by which nothingness comes into the world is a being in which, in its own being, there is question of the nothingness of its being. The being by which nothingness comes into the world must be its own nothingness. Man is the being through whom nothingness comes into the world. The language employed by Sartre is clearly objectionable. Consciousness is said to be its own nothingness, but it is also referred to as a being, as indeed it must be if it is to be described as exercising the activity attributed to it. Of course, one can see easily enough what Sartre means by ascribing to consciousness a process of nihilation. If I fix my attention on a particular picture in a gallery, I relegate the others to an indeterminate background. But one might emphasize equally well, or perhaps better, the positive activity involved in the intentional act. 3. Still, if we assume that being in itself is what Sartre says that it is, and if being is made to appear as the object of consciousness, consciousness of being must presumably involve the distantiation or separation of which he speaks, and in this sense not being. If we object to the language, as well we may, we had better examine the premises which lead to its employment. How does consciousness arise? It is difficult to see how being in itself, if it is as Sartre describes it, could give rise to anything at all, even to its own negation. It is equally difficult, if not more so, to see how consciousness could originate itself, as causa sui. As for the ego subject, this arises, as we have seen, not on the level of pre-reflexive consciousness but on that of reflexive consciousness. It comes into being through the reflection of consciousness on itself, and it is thus made to appear as object. In this case there is no transcendental ego which could originate consciousness. However, that consciousness has arisen is an indubitable fact. And Sartre depicts it as rising through the occurrence of a fissure or rupture in being, resulting in the distantiation which is essential to consciousness. It does not seem to the present writer that Sartre offers any really clear account of the origin of consciousness. However, as it arises through the occurrence of a fissure or gap in being in itself, it must presumably come in some way or other out of being, even if by a process of negation, and so be derivative. As we have seen, Sartre excludes the question why is there being? But he allows the question why is there consciousness? True, he relegates explanatory hypotheses to the sphere of metaphysics and says that phenomenological ontology cannot answer the question. But he ventures the suggestion that everything takes place as if the in itself, in a project to ground itself, gave itself the modification of the for itself. How the in itself could have such a project is none too clear. But the picture is that of the absolute, being in itself, undergoing a process or performing an act of self-diremption whereby consciousness arises. It is as though being in itself tries to take the form of consciousness while remaining being. But this goal cannot be achieved. For consciousness exists only through a continuous separation or distantiation from being, a continuous secretion of the nothing which separates it from its object. Being in itself and consciousness cannot be united in one. They can be united only by the for itself relapsing into the in itself and ceasing to be for itself. Consciousness exists only through a process of negation or annihilation. It is a relation to being, but it is other than being. Arising out of being in itself through a process of self-diremption in being, it makes beings, a world, to appear. 5. Being in itself, massive, opaque and without consciousness, is obviously not free. The for itself, however, as separated from being, even if by nothing, cannot be determined by being. It escapes the determination of being in itself and is essentially free. Freedom, according to Sartre, is not a property of human nature or essence. It belongs to the structure of the conscious being. What we call freedom is thus impossible to distinguish from the being of the human reality too. Indeed, in contrast with other things, man first exists and then makes his essence. Human freedom precedes the essence of man and makes it possible. 3. Here we have the belief which, Sartre tells us, is common to all existentialists, namely that existence precedes essence. Point 4. Man is the not already made. He makes himself. His course is not predetermined, he does not proceed, as it were, along a pair of rails from which he cannot diverge. He makes himself, not of course in the sense that he creates himself out of nothing, but in the sense that what he becomes depends on himself, on his own choice. It is not necessary to hold a theory of occult essences, hidden away inside things, in order to find difficulty in the notion of man's existence preceding his essence. In his lecture on existentialism and humanism, Sartre explains that in his view there is no God who creates man according to some idea of human nature, so that each human being exemplifies human essence. Well and good, all atheists would obviously agree. But we are concerned here with man himself, not with the question whether or not he was created by God. Quite irrespective of man's relation to God, Sartre maintains that in man existence precedes essence. What then exists in the first instance? The answer is presumably a reality capable of making itself, of defining its own essence. But has this reality no characteristics other than freedom? Whether there is a human nature or essence which is fixed, immutable, static, non-plastic, is another question. The point is that it is very difficult to suppose that there is no human nature in any sense, distinguishable from the natures of lions or roses. Indeed, even if we take literally what Sartre says, it is clear that human beings have a certain common essence or nature, namely that they are the beings which make themselves to be what they become. After all, Sartre can talk about the human reality or about human beings with the conviction that people will recognize what he is talking about. However, we need not really worry very much about Sartre's pronouncements taken in a literal sense. His main contention is clearly that man is wholly free, that whatever he does is the result of free choice, and that what he becomes depends entirely on himself. At first sight this appears highly implausible. Sartre is not of course talking about reflex acts, which cannot be counted as human actions in the proper sense. But even if we confine our attention to acts which can be ascribed to the for itself, to consciousness, the contention that we are totally or absolutely free may seem to be quite incompatible with facts. Quite apart from determinist theory, it may be said, our freedom is surely limited by all sorts of internal and external factors. What about the limiting, if not determining influence of physiological and psychological factors, of environment, upbringing, education, of a social pressure which is exercised continuously and generally without our being reflectively aware of it? Again, even if we reject determinism and admit freedom, must we not recognize the fact that people tend to act in accordance with their characters, and that we often believe that we can predict how they will act or react in a given set of circumstances? True, people sometimes act in unexpected ways. But do we not then tend to conclude that we did not know them as well as we thought, and that if we had known them better, we would have made more accurate predictions? The thesis that the human being is totally or absolutely free is surely at variance with the empirical facts and with our ordinary ways of thinking and speaking. It is hardly necessary to say that Sartre is well aware of such lines of objection and has his answer ready. He sees the for itself as projecting its own ideal goal and striving to attain it. In the light of this project, certain things appear as obstacles. But it depends entirely on my choice whether they appear as obstacles to be overcome, as stepping stones, so to speak, on the path of my exercise of freedom, or whether they appear as insurmountable obstacles in the way. To take a simple example of a kind used by Sartre himself. I desire to take a holiday in Japan. But I lack the money to do so, and consequently cannot go. My lack of money appears to me an insurmountable obstacle only because I have freely formed the project of taking my holiday in Japan. If I freely choose to go to Brighton instead, for which I have the money, my financial situation no longer appears as an obstacle at all, let alone an insurmountable one. Or suppose that I have strong inclinations to act in ways which are incompatible with the ideal which I have projected for myself and my conduct. It is I myself who make these inclinations appear in this or that way. In themselves they constitute a kind of in itself, a datum, the meaning or bearing of which is constituted by myself. If I give way to them completely, this is because I have chosen to regard them as insurmountable obstacles. And this choice shows in turn that my real project, my actually operative ideal, is not what I told myself that it was, deceiving myself. A man's actually operative ideal is revealed in his actions. It is all very well for Garson in the play Hugh's Claus, in camera, to claim that he was not actually a coward. As Inez says, it is what one does that reveals what one is, what one has chosen to be. In Sartre's opinion, to be overcome by a passion or emotion, such as fear, is simply a way of choosing, though it is obviously a comparatively unreflective way of reacting to a given situation. Similar remarks can be made about, say, the influence of environment. It is consciousness itself which gives meaning to the environment. To one man it appears as an opportunity, to another as something which, as it were, sucks him down and absorbs him. In both cases it is the man himself who makes his environment appear in a certain way. Sartre is not of course blind to the fact that we are often unable to alter external factors, in the sense of physically removing them or of removing oneself from them. Practically speaking, I may not be able to alter my place and environmental situation. And even though I can do so in theory and perhaps also in practice, I must be in some place and in some environmental situation. Sartre's contention is that the meaning which such factors have for me is chosen by myself, even if I fail or decline to recognize the fact. Similarly, I cannot alter the past in the sense of bringing it about that what I have done should not have been done. If I betrayed my country, this fact has become frozen, as it were, unalterable. It belongs to myself as facticid, as something already made. But, as we have seen, being in itself is not, for Sartre, temporal. It makes no sense to speak of being in itself as comprising succession. Temporality is the mode of being peculiar to being for itself. That is to say, the for itself is a perpetual flight from what it was towards what it will be, from itself as something made towards itself as something to be made. In reflection this flight grounds the concepts of past, present, as present to being, and future. In other words, the self is beyond its past, what it has made of itself, surpassing it. If it is asked what separates the self in its flight from itself as already made, as its past, the answer is nothing. To say this however is to say that the self negates itself as made and so surpasses it and is beyond it. The self as already made relapses into the condition of the in itself. And one day, at death, the for itself becomes wholly something already made and can be regarded purely objectively, as by the psychologist or the historian. But as long as it is the for itself, it is ahead of itself as past and so cannot be detained by itself as past, as essence. 2. As has been noted, the self cannot alter its past, in the sense of bringing it abu performed were not performed, but it depends on its own choice what meaning the self gives to its past. and it follows that any influence exercised by the past is exercised because one chooses that it should. One cannot be determined by one's past, by oneself as already made. According to Sartre, therefore, freedom belongs to the very structure of the for itself. In this sense one is condemned to be free. We cannot choose to be free or not, we simply are free by the fact that we are consciousnesses. We can however choose to try to deceive ourselves. Man is totally free, he cannot but choose and commit himself in some way, and in whatever way he commits himself, he ideally commits everyone else. The responsibility is entirely his. Awareness of this total freedom and responsibility is accompanied by anguish, angoisse, akin to the state of mind experienced by a man standing on a precipice who feels both attracted and repelled by the abyss. Man may therefore try to deceive himself by embracing some form of determinism, by throwing the responsibility onto something apart from his own choice, God, or heredity, or his upbringing and environment, or what riot. If however he does so, he is in bad faith. That is to say, the structure of the for itself is such that a man can be, as it were, in a state of knowing and not knowing at the same time. Radically, he is aware of his freedom, but he can see himself, for example, as being what he is not, his past, and he then draws a veil over, or masks for himself, the total freedom which gives rise to angoisse as a kind of vertigo. To this may sound as though for Sartre all human actions are absolutely unpredictable, as though no intelligible pattern can be found in a man's life. That this is not at all what he means can be seen by recalling what he says in his lecture on existentialism and humanism about the young man who during the Second World War asked for advice whether he should remain in France to look after his mother, who was estranged from his collaborating father and whose other son had been killed in 1940, or whether he should attempt to get to England in order to join the Free French forces. Sartre refused to give an answer. And when, in the discussion after, if I commit myself to communism, for example, I choose ideally for others too. A bad faith is not, for Sartre, the same thing as lying. One can lie to other people, telling them what one knows perfectly well to be true. In bad, FTH or self-deception there is a mixture of no lnga d not no ng, te possibility, F which is based on the fact that the for itself 15 not what it 18, its past, and is what it is not, its possibilities or future. The existentialism of Sartre, 1, 359 TPE lecture, M. Navally said that advice should have been given. Sartre replied not only that the decision was up to the young man and could not be made for him, but also that I knew moreover what he was going to do, and that is what he did. In Sartre's opinion, the for itself makes an original or primitive choice, projecting its ideal self, a projection implying a set of values, and particular choices are informed, as it were, by this basic free projection. A man's operative ideal way, of course, may be different from his professed ideal, from what he says is his ideal. But it is revealed in his actions. The original project can be changed, though this demands a radical conversion or change. Apart however from this radical change, a man's particular actions implement and reveal his original choice or projet. A man's actions are thus free, inasmuch as they are contained in his original free choice, but the more clearly the external observer sees a man's basic projet revealed in his actions, so much the more can the observer predict how the man will act in a given situation. Besides, if someone asks advice from a particular man, whose ideas and attitudes are known to him, he has in effect already decided. For he has chosen to hear what he wants to hear. What we have said about the possibility of conversion obviously implies that different people can have different projects, which reveal themselves in their actions. Underlying all such projects, however, there is, according to Sartre, a basic project which belongs to the very structure of le pour soi. The for itself is, as we have seen, a flight from the past into the future, from itself as something already made towards its possibilities, towards the being which it will be. It is thus a flight from being to being. But the being which it seeks and strives after is not simply en soi, devoid of consciousness. For it seeks to preserve itself, the for itself, that is to say. In fine, man reaches out to the ideal project of becoming the in itself for itself being and consciousness in one. This ideal, however, corresponds with the concept of God, self-grounded conscious being. We can say therefore that to be man is to strive towards being God, or, if one prefers, man is fundamentally the desire to be God too. Thus my freedom is the choice of being God, and all my acts, all my projects, translate this choice and reflect it in 1,001 ways, for there is an infinity of ways of being and of having. 3. Unfortunately, the idea of God is contradictory. For consciousness is precisely the negation of being. Sartre therefore draws the somewhat pessimistic conclusion that man is a useless striving point. 1. The for itself aspires after deity, but it inevitably relapses into the opacity of el en soi. Its flight is terminated not in realization of its basic project but in death. 6. So far we have paid little attention to the plurality of consciousnesses. We cannot follow Sartre into his discussion of the theories of other philosophers, such as Hegel, Husserl, and Heidegger, too, about our knowledge of the existence of other persons. But something at any rate should be said about his own line of thought. And we can draw attention at once to his rejection of the idea that the existence of other minds or consciousnesses is simply inferred from observation of bodies and their movements. If I see a body walking in the street and infer that there is in it a consciousness similar to my own, this is simply conjecture on my part. 3. If the other self lies right outside my experience, I can never prove that what I take to be a human being is not in fact a robot. At best I might claim that whereas my own existence is certain, cogito, ergo sum, the existence of the other is probable. And this is not a position which Sartre considers tenable. He wishes to show that there is a real sense in which the cogito reveals to me the concrete and indubitable presence of this or that concrete other. For he is not looking for reasons for believing that there are other selves but for the revelation of the other as a subject. He wishes to show that I encounter the other directly as a subject which is not myself. And this involves exhibiting a relation between my consciousness and that of the other, a relation in which the other is given to me not as an object but as a subject. It is therefore not a question of deducing the existence of other selves in an a priori manner, but of giving a phenomenological analysis of the sort of experience in which the other is revealed to me as subject. And Sartre's line of thought is perhaps best illustrated by summarizing one of the examples which he actually gives. Complaints are sometimes made that Sartre does not offer proofs of what he asserts. Even if, however, such complaints are sometimes justified, it should be remembered that in a context such as the present one it is in his view sufficient proof if attention is drawn to situations in which the other is clearly revealed as a subject to one's consciousness, within one's experience. If it is said that other people are always objects for oneself and never subjects, Sartre tries to refute the statement by giving examples of situations in which it is falsified. Whether he is successful or not, there does not seem to be anything disreputable in this procedure, except perhaps in the eyes of those who think that philosophers should assert only what they have deduced a priori from some unquestionable point of departure. Let us imagine that I am squatting down in the corridor of a hotel looking through a keyhole. I am not thinking of myself at all, my attention is absorbed in what is going on inside a room. I am in a state of pre-reflexive consciousness. Suddenly I become aware that an employee or a fellow guest of the hotel is standing and watching me. I am at once ashamed. The cogito arises, in the sense that I become reflexively aware of myself as object, that is to say, of another consciousness as subject. The other's field of consciousness, so to speak, invades mine, reducing me to an object. I experience the other as a free conscious subject through his look, regard, whereby he makes me an object for another. The reason why common sense opposes an unshakable resistance to solipsism is that the other is given to me as an evident presence which I cannot derive from myself and which cannot seriously be doubted. The consciousness of the other is not of course given to me in the sense that it is mine, but the fact of the other is given in an incontestable manner in the reduction of myself to an object for a transcendence which is not mine. In view of the way in which Sartre tackles the subject of one's encounter with the other, it is not surprising to find him saying that conflict is the original meaning of being for others. Point 1. If the other's look reduces me to an object, I can try either to absorb the other's freedom while leaving it intact or to reduce the other to an object. The first project can be seen in love, which expresses a desire to possess a freedom as freedom too, whereas the second can be seen in, for example, indifference, sexual desire and, in an extreme form, sadism. Both projects are however doomed to failure. I cannot absorb another person's freedom while leaving it intact. He or she always eludes me, as the other self necessarily transcends myself, and the look which reduces me to objectivity is always reborn. As for the reduction of the other to an object, this can be completely achieved through destruction, killing, but this is a frustration of the project of reducing a subject as such to the condition of an object. As long as there is another for itself, the reduction cannot be carried through, and if it is carried through, there is no longer a for itself. Sartre's preoccupation with the existential analysis of phenomena such as masochism and sadism naturally gives the impression that he regards love as doomed to frustration and that he is not prepared to recognize genuine community, the we consciousness. He does not, however, intend to deny that there is such a thing as an experience of we. For example, during a theatrical performance or a football match there is or can be what Sartre describes as a non-thetic we consciousness. That is to say, though each consciousness is absorbed in the object, the spectacle, the spectators at a cup final, for instance, are certainly co-spectators, even though they are not reflecting on the we subject. The non-thetic we consciousness shows itself clearly enough in a spontaneous outburst of applause. On the level of the reflexive consciousness, however, the emphasis is laid by Sartre on the we subject as arising in confrontation with others. Consider, for example, the situation of an oppressed class. It experiences itself or can come to experience itself as a new subject for the oppressors, as an object of the look of a they. If subsequently the oppressed class becomes a self-conscious revolutionary class, the we subject arises, which turns the tables on the oppressors by transforming them into an object. There can therefore perfectly well be a we consciousness in which one group confronts another. What, however, about humanity as a whole? According to Sartre, as one would indeed expect, the human race as a whole cannot become conscious of itself as an subject without postulating the existence of a being which is the subject of a look comprising all members of the race. Humanity can become a new subject only in the posited presence of the being who looks at but can never be looked at. Thus the limiting concept of humanity, as the totality of the subject, and the limiting concept of God imply one another and are correlative. 2. As for the experience of a universal we subject, Sartre insists that this is a purely psychological or subjective event in a single consciousness. One can indeed conceive the ideal of a we subject representing all humanity, but this ideal is conceived by a single consciousness or by a plurality of consciousnesses which remain separate. The actual constitution of a self-conscious intersubjective totality remains a dream. Sartre can therefore conclude that the essence of the relations between consciousnesses is not the mitsane, it is conflict. The for itself cannot do away with the basic dilemma. It must attempt to turn the other into an object or allow itself to be objectified by the other. As neither of these projects can be really successful, it can hardly be claimed that being and nothingness provides a promising basis for any such concept as Teilhard de Chardin's theory of a hyperpersonal consciousness. 7. We have noted that according to Sartre, humanity as a whole can become for itself an subject only if the existence of an omnipotent and all-seeing God is posited. And if there were a God, humanity could become a we subject, in striving, for instance, to master the world in defiance of God. But Sartre does not believe that there is a God. In fact, he is convinced that there cannot be a God, if by God we mean an infinite self-conscious being. 2. He does indeed represent belief in God as the result of an hypostatizing of the look, i.e. regard, a point of view which finds expression in Lemos 3 and in the account in the reprieve of Daniel's conversion, as well as in Baltg and nothingness, where Sartre refers to Kafka's The Trial and remarks that God is here only the concept of the other pushed to the limit. Point 4. This account of the origin of man's idea of God, if taken simply by itself, would leave open the possibility of there being a God. For all we know, there might be an all-embracing look. But Sartre also argues, as we have already noted, that the concept of God is self-contradictory, inasmuch as it tries to unite two mutually exclusive concepts, that of being in itself, I en soi, and that of the for itself, le pour soi. It is indeed pretty obvious that if consciousness is the negation of being in itself, there cannot be a self-grounded and non-derived consciousness, and that the concept el en soi pour soi is self-contradictory. It is hardly necessary to say that the validity of this logical demonstration of atheism depends on the validity of Sartre's analysis of his two basic concepts. And here there is a formidable difficulty. For the more he assigns to consciousness the active role of conferring meanings on things and constituting an intelligible world, so much the less plausible does it become to represent consciousness as a negation of being. It is true of Spurs that being in itself is depicted as self-identical in a sense which excludes consciousness, so that the rise of consciousness can be represented as a negation of being. But the contention that being as so depicted is the absolute, in so far as there is an absolute, depends for its validity on the further contention that i.e. pour soi not only involves a negation or nihilation of being as depicted by Sartre but is also in itself a negation, not being. And it is very difficult to see how this position can be maintained, if consciousness is as active as Sartre says that it is. In other words, the force of his demonstration of the self-contradictory nature of the ism seems to depend on the assumption that being in itself must be without consciousness, an assumption which requires, if it is to be justified, a proof that consciousness is not being. And this cannot be proved in terms of the assumption which it is used to justify. In the long run Sartre appears simply to assume or to assert that infraconscious being, when stripped of all the intelligibility conferred on it by consciousness, is absolute being. However this may be, what role does atheism play in the philosophy of Sartre? Sometimes he says that it does not make any difference whether God exists or not. But what he seems to mean by this is that in either case man is free, inasmuch as he is his freedom. For freedom belongs to the very structure of the for itself. In the Flies, Les Mouches, therefore, when Zeus says that he created Orestes free in order that he might serve him, Zeus, Orestes replies that once he had been created free, he ceased to belong to Zeus and became independent, able to defy the god if he so wished. In this sense it makes no difference, according to Sartre, whether God does or does not exist. But it by no means follows that atheism plays no important role in Sartrean existentialism. Indeed, Sartre himself has explicitly stated that it does. The Existentialism of Sartre, 1. In his lecture on existentialism and humanism he asserts that existentialism is nothing else but an attempt to draw all the conclusions from a coherent atheist position. La conclusion which he mentions is that if God does not exist, values depend entirely on man and are his creation. Dostoevsky wrote, if God did not exist, everything would be permitted. This is the point of departure of existentialism. Sartre could of course refer also to Nietzsche, who had no use for the idea that one could reject belief in God and still maintain belief in absolute values or in a universally obligatory moral law. Sartre's position can be expressed in this way. Man is free, and this means that it depends on man what he makes of himself. He cannot however avoid making something of himself. 3. And what he makes of himself implies an operative ideal, a basic project, which he has freely chosen or projected for himself. It is not therefore a question of man being under an a priori moral obligation to choose his values. For he does so in any case. Even if he endorses, so to speak, a set of values or of ethical norms which he receives from society, this endorsement is an act of choice. The values become his values only through his own act. This would apply to acceptance of commands and prohibitions which the religious believer conceived as emanating from God. God could indeed punish a man for disobedience, but if man is free, it depends on him whether or not he accepts the divine commands as his ethical norms. From this point of view, therefore, we can say that it makes no difference whether there is a God or not. Even if God existed, man would still have to pursue goals which he had chosen. At the same time, if there is no God, there can obviously be no foreordained divine plan. There can be no one common ideal of human nature which man has been created to realize through his actions. He is thrown back entirely on himself, and he cannot justify his choice of an ideal by appealing to a divine plan for the human race. In this sense, the existence or non-existence of God does make a difference. It is true that if a man accepts the ethical norms which he believes to have been promulgated by God, this implies that he has freely projected his ideal as that of a God-fearing man. The point is, however, that if in fact there is no God who has created man for a purpose, to attain a determinate end or goal, there is no given general order to which man can appeal to justify his choice. The notion that there are absolute values subsisting in some celestial realm of their own, apart from a divine mind, is quite unacceptable to Sartre. It may indeed be the case that he could have approached the matter in a simpler way by interpreting values simply in terms of the act of evaluation. But he would still insist, of course, that if there is no God, there is no possibility of justifying man's act of evaluation, say as rational, by appealing to a divinely determined ideal of human nature which is the measure of self-fulfillment or self-realization. To be sure, Sartre himself sees man as striving after the realization of a basic project, that of becoming l'en soi pour soi or God. But he adds that the project is doomed to frustration, inasmuch as the concept of the unity of being in itself and consciousness is a self-contradictory concept. And in this sense the necessary non-existence of God makes a difference. Sartre is anxious to dissipate the impression that he is concerned with promoting moral anarchy or encouraging a purely capricious choice of values and ethical norms. He argues therefore that to choose between X and Y is to assert the value of what we choose, that X, for example, is better than Y, and that nothing can be good for us without being good for all. That is to say, in choosing a value one chooses ideally for all. If I project a certain image of myself as I choose to be, I am projecting an ideal image of man as such. If I will my own freedom, I must will the freedom of all other men. In other words, the judgment of value is intrinsically universal, not of course in the sense that other people necessarily accept my judgment, but in the sense that to assert a value is to assert it ideally as a value for everyone. Sartre can therefore claim that he is not encouraging irresponsible choice. For in choosing values and deciding on ethical norms I am responsible for myself and for all. Point to the validity of the contention that in choosing a value one chooses ideally for all men is perhaps not so clear as Sartre seems to think that it is. Is it logically inadmissible for me to commit myself to a course of action without claiming that anyone else in the same situation ought to commit himself in the same way? It may be so, but further discussion would be appropriate. Indeed, a philosophical ethics would have to consist, on Sartre's premises, in an analysis of the judgment of value and of the moral judgment as such. It is true, of course, that within the frame of reference of his personally chosen values Sartre could develop a moral philosophy with concrete content. And within this frame of reference he can pass judgment on other people's attitudes and actions. But his personally chosen system of ethics could not legitimately be presented as entailed by existentialism, not, that is to say, if existentialism illuminates possibilities of choice while leaving the actual choice entirely to the individual. It has indeed appeared to some readers that Sartre really regards freedom as an absolute value, and that the outline of an ethical system could be deduced from existentialist premises. In this case, however, existentialism would stand in need of some revision. The idea of there being a common human nature would reappear. And it is perhaps not surprising that Sartre denies that he looks on freedom as an absolute value. Freedom makes possible the creation or choice of values, but it is not itself a value. It can hardly be claimed, however, that Sartre successfully avoids making statements which imply that recognition by the for itself of its total freedom and realization of this freedom in action are intrinsically valuable. Sartre-Ryan existentialism as outlined in the last chapter by no means excludes personal self-commitment in a given historical situation. Provided therefore that Sartre did not claim that the values which he was defending were absolute in a metaphysical sense, there was no incompatibility between his existentialist philosophy and his support of the resistance in the Second World War. In regard however to his support of Marxism, the situation is more complex. If it were simply a question of collaborating with a political party with a view to realizing certain social ends which were considered desirable, such collaboration would hardly be incompatible with existentialism from a logical point of view, even if we felt inclined to question the wisdom of a champion of human freedom making common cause with a party whose dictatorial ways are notorious. Marxism, however, is a philosophy with doctrines, not to say dogmas, which cannot be reconciled with Sartre-Ryan existentialism. For example, whereas Sartre represents the for itself as the source of all meaning, Marxism depicts history as being in itself an intelligible process, a process which can be discerned by the human mind and which, when stated in the form of dialectical materialism, represents scientific knowledge rather than metaphysical speculation. The question arises therefore to what extent Sartre has come to accept Marxism as a philosophy, and, if he accepts it, whether he has abandoned existentialism or tries to combine it with Marxism. In 1946 Sartre published in Les Temps Modernes a long article on materialism and revolution. In it he accepts Marx's view of man as self-alienated and of the need for revolution if this alienation is to be overcome. He objects however to Marxist materialism. HJS indeed prepared to admit that, historically speaking, materialism has been bound up with the revolutionary attitude, and that from the short-term view of the politician or the political activist it is the only myth which suits revolutionary requirements. 2 At the same time Sartre insists that this is precisely what materialism is, namely a myth and not the expression of scientific knowledge or of absolute truth. Further, dogmatic materialism makes it impossible to understand man as the free self-transcending subject. To be sure, the Marxists protest that their materialism is dialectical and different from old-fashioned materialism. And in practice they obviously call for and rely on man's free activity. This simply shows however that even if materialism has a temporary pragmatic value, a genuine philosophy of revolution must discard this myth. For such a philosophy must be able to accommodate and explain the movement of transcendence, in the sense of the human subject transcending the present social order towards a society which does not yet exist, which is therefore not clearly perceived, and which man seeks to create but which will not come about automatically or inevitably. This possibility of transcending a given situation and grasping it in a perspective which unites understanding and action is precisely what we call freedom. 3 And it is this which materialism is incapable of explaining. The article to which we have been referring certainly reads like a sustained attack on Marxism and, by implication at any rate, as a defense of existentialism. Sartre asserts however that the Communist Party is the only revolutionary party, and in a subsequently added note he explains that his criticism was directed not so much against Marx himself as against the Marxist scholasticism of 1949. In other words, Sartre looks on the Communist Party as the spearhead of social revolution and as the organ of man's transcendence in a given situation. And in his articles on the Communists and Peace in Les Temps Modernes, 1952 f, he defends the party and exhorts workers to join it. He has not himself joined it however, and he has continued to believe that Marxism has become a dogmatism which stands in need of rejuvenation through a rediscovery of man as the free active subject. As long as dialectical materialism retains its present form, existentialism must continue to exist as a distinct line of thought. If however, Marxism were rejuvenated by basing itself on man rather than on nature, existentialism would cease to exist as a distinct philosophy. This point of view finds expression in Sartre's Question de Méthode, which is prefaced to the first volume of his Critique de la raison dialectique. 2 In no age, according to Sartre, is there more than one living philosophy, a living philosophy being the means by which the ascending class comes to consciousness of itself in an historical situation, whether clearly or obscurely, directly or indirectly. Point 3. Between the 17th and 20th centuries, Sartre finds only three epochs of real philosophical creation. There is the moment of Descartes and of Locke, that of Kant and of Hegel, finally that of Marx. For the philosophy of Marx is thus the living philosophy of our time, and it cannot be surpassed as long as the situation out of which it arose remains unsurpassed. 5. Unfortunately, the philosophy of Marx has ceased to grow and is affected with sclerosis. The open concepts of Marxism have become closed, they are no more keys, interpretative schemata, they are asserted in themselves, as already achieved knowledge. 6. In Kantian terminology, regulative ideas have been transformed into constitutive ideas, and heuristic schemes have become dogmas imposed by authority. This has meant that the Marxists have misrepresented historical events, such as the Hungarian Revolution of 1956, by forcing them into a rigid theoretical framework. 7. While the heuristic principle of seeking the universal in its particulars has been converted into the terrorist principle liquidate particularity, a liquidation which under Stalin at any rate assumed an obviously physical form. A living philosophy is for Sartre a process of totalization. That is to say, it is not a totality or finished whole, like a fully constructed machine, but rather a unifying or synthesizing process, bringing together past and present and oriented to a future which is not determined in advance. The philosopher is within an ongoing process, and he cannot take the place of God and see all history as a totality. This is, however, precisely what the Marxists try to do when they speak of the future as assured and of the inevitable march of history towards a certain goal. Moreover, they thus make nonsense of human freedom and creativity, even though their political activism demands and presupposes human freedom. A natural conclusion to draw from Sartre's criticism is that Marxism is certainly not the living philosophy of our time, even if it is the official ideology of a powerful social political movement. Sartre, however, will not allow that the sclerosis of Marxism is the result of senility. Marxism is still young, almost in infancy, it has hardly begun to develop. It remains therefore the philosophy of our time. The original inspiration of Marxism has indeed been forgotten by theoreticians of the Communist Party. And if the Marxist follows Engels in finding the dialectic at work in nature itself, quite independently of man, and regards human history as the prolongation of natural processes which develop inevitably, man is reduced to the condition of a passive instrument of an hypostatized dialectic. Though, however, Marxism has been distorted, it is capable of rediscovering its original inspiration and its basic humanism. Sartre quotes the well-known statement by Engels in a letter to Marx that it is human beings themselves who make their history, though they do so in a situation which conditions their activity. Point 2. He uses texts of this kind to support his contention that Marxism can rediscover within itself the idea of man as defined by his project, by his movement of transcendence towards his possibilities, towards a future which, though conditioned by the present, can be realized only through man's free action. If Marxism returns to its original inspiration and rediscovers the human dimension within itself, existentialism will no longer have any reason to exist. 3. That is to say, it will cease to be a distinct line of thought and will be absorbed, preserved and surpassed in the totalizing movement of philosophy, 4. In the one living and developing philosophy of our time. Marxism is the only philosophy which really expresses the consciousness of man living in a world of scarcity, rarity, in a world in which there is an unequal distribution of material goods and which is therefore characterized by conflict and class antagonism. And a humanized Marxism, an existentialized Marxism, one might say, would be the only genuine philosophy of revolution. If, however, the social revolution were to be realized and a society were to come into being from which scarcity and class antagonism were absent, Marxism would have fulfilled its destiny and would be succeeded by another totalizing philosophy, a philosophy of freedom. In other words, to say that Marxism is the one living philosophy of our time is not to say that it is the final philosophy for all future time. 2. We have been referring to the essay on method, Question de Method, which was originally entitled Existentialism and Marxism. Sartre tells us too that though this essay was written before the critique of dialectical reason and has been used as an introduction to it, the critique is prior from the logical point of view, inasmuch as it provides the critical foundations of the essay on method. This does not alter the fact that the essay is considerably easier to read than the critique itself, which is long, rambling and turgid. In the critique, Sartre is concerned with dialectical thinking as the only way of understanding history. He makes a distinction between analytical and dialectical rationalism. The analytical reason, represented by 18th-century rationalism and by positivism, adopts the position of a spectator, of an external judge. Further, it tries to explain new facts by reducing them to old facts, and it is thus incapable of understanding the emergence of novelty. The dialectical reason, however, which moves through thesis, antithesis, or negation, and the negation of the negation, does not reduce the new to the old, nor does it attempt to explain the whole by reducing it to its constituent parts. It expresses an irreversible movement, oriented to the emergence of novelty. It can be described, Sartre tells us, as the absolute intelligibility of an irreducible novelty insofar as it is an irreducible novelty. 3. It understands the parts, such as particular historical situations and social groups, not in the light of a totality, in the sense of a finished or complete whole, but in terms of an ongoing process of totalization, oriented to the new. Sartre agrees therefore with the Marxists that the movement of history can be understood only by dialectical thinking. He finds fault with them, however, for not grounding the dialectical method in an a priori manner. He himself proposes to establish a priori the heuristic value of the dialectical method, when it is applied to the sciences of man, and the necessity, whatever may be the fact envisaged, provided that it is human, of setting it in the ongoing totalization, dans la totalisation en cours, and of understanding it in this context. For example, Sartre wishes to grasp, in and through the real alienations of concrete history, alienation as an a priori possibility of human praxis. Point 2. In the first volume of the critique, he is not concerned with adding to our knowledge of historical facts, nor with playing the part of a sociologist by studying the development of particular societies or groups. Rather is he concerned with asking on what conditions is the knowledge of a history possible? Within what limits can the connections which are brought to light be necessary? What is dialectical rationality, what are its limits and its foundations? 3. Sartre therefore entitles his work A Critique of the Dialectical Reason, the term being obviously suggested by Kant's use of the term critic. Indeed, in one place Sartre remarks that, to parody Kant, his aim might be described as that of laying the foundations of a prolegomena for every future anthropology. Point 4. Mention of Kant can however be misleading. For though Sartre is concerned with the conditions of possibility for history being an intelligible but not determined process, he does not regard his inquiry as purely formal, as a reflection by the mind on a pattern of thought which it imposes on a process which is not itself dialectical in structure. The word dialectic, he remarks, can be used in two ways, as meaning either a method, a movement of thought, or a movement in the object opound thought. He claims, however, that the two meanings are simply two aspects of one process. The dialectical reason has indeed to reflect on itself. For it can be criticized, in the sense in which Kant understood the term 5 only by itself. But to grasp the basic structures of dialectic thought is also to grasp the basic structures of the movement of history. The dialectical reason's reflection on itself can thus be seen as history becoming conscious of itself. What Sartre tries to do in the first volume of the critique is to reconcile the thesis that it is man who makes history, and so the dialectic, with recognition of the fact that human activity is subject to and limited by antecedent conditions to such an extent that he can appear to be undergoing the dialectic rather than making it. To put the matter in another way, Sartre is determined to preserve his existentialist view of man as a free agent, defined by his project, while he is also determined to adopt and justify the Marxist interpretation of history as a dialectical process. His determination to make human freedom the basic factor in history means that he cannot accept any mechanistic interpretation of history which would imply that human beings are simply puppets or instruments of a dialectical law which operates in nature apart from man and continues to govern human history. In the critique he does not seem prepared to state roundly that talk about a dialectical process in nature in itself, apart from man, is nonsensical. But he makes it clear that the claim that there is such a process is for him no more than an unverified hypothesis which should be disregarded. And he confines his attention to human history, insisting that it is made by man, whereas nature in itself is obviously not man's creation. At the same time, Sartre's determination to do justice to the contention of Marx and Engels that human activity is subject to antecedent conditions means that he has to place a greater emphasis than in being and nothingness on the influence of man's situation. Man exists, for example, in a material environment, and though he works on the environment, or nature not in itself but in relation to man, acts on him and conditions his activity. Within limits man can change his environment, but then the changed environment constitutes a new objectivity. A new set of antecedent conditions which influence and limit human activity. In other words, the relationship between man and nature is a changing dialectical relationship. And analogous remarks can be made about the relationship between man and his social environment. Societies and groups are created by man, but every human being is born into a social environment, and the fact of social pressure is undeniable, even though man is capable of transcending a given social situation in view of a projected goal which, if realized, constitutes a new objectivity or set of antecedent conditions. The reconciliation of the two theses, that man makes history and that his activity is subject to and limited by antecedent conditions, can be found, according to Sartre, only by discovering the roots of the whole dialectical process of history in human praxis or action. Sartre tells us that in the first volume of the Critique he looks exclusively for the intelligible foundations of a structural anthropology, insofar, it is understood, as these synthetic structures constitute the very condition of an ongoing totalization which is perpetually oriented. He treats first of what he calls the constituting dialectic. This is grasped in and through reflection on the individual's praxis, on his productive work, and it is in fact the dialectic of the worker, considered as an individual. Sartre then tries to show how the constituting dialectic gives rise to its negation, the anti-dialectic, in which man becomes a prisoner of his own product, of the practico-inert. This is of course the sphere of alienation, the sphere in which human beings are united in collections, like the individuals who are brought together, y beenkens ned with the dot intenance and running of a certum mock. THLRDLY, the translotion from the negation to the negation of the negation is effected by the constitution of the group, in which human beings are united by sharing a common or project and transcend their given situation towards possibilities to be realized through concerted free action. The third phase, therefore, described as the constituted dialectic, is in effect the dialectic of the group. The whole process, in all its phases, is rooted in human praxis, in man's productive action. And if we can say that in dialect. Reason self-reflection history becomes conscious of itself, THLS means that human praxis becomes conscious of itself and of its dialectical developments as free activity which presupposes antecedent conditions. In the first volume of the Critique, therefore, Sartre pursues what he describes as a regressive method, working back to the underlying dialectical structure of the relations between man and nature and between human beings. He inquires into the fundamental structures which make it possible to claim with truth that it is men who make history, but that they do so as the basis of antecedent conditions. It is clear, however, that human action can have results which are different from those envisaged by the agents. A group may carry out concerted action which appears as successful. The MNTbers of the group, th. The long-term result, the diachromic effect as Sartre puts it, may be different from what the UP intended or extended. To take a simple example, the VLC theory of 1918 creates in the common field of Europe the possibility of the defeat of I-941. It may thus appear that in the long run it is not so much a question of men freely making history as of their suffering or undergoing a necessity which is beyond their control. There is need therefore for use of the method of synthetic progression to unify the multiplicity of human actions, or, rather, to show how they ceaselessly totalize themselves in an intelligible but open-ended historical process. And Sartre informs us that in the promised second volume of the Critique he will try to establish that there is one human history, with one truth and one intelligibility. Point 2. The development of an overall philosophy of history is not quite what one would expect from the author of Being and Nothingness. But critical comment is best left until we have outlined, in an inevitably brief and sketchy manner, some of the lines of thought contained in the one published volume of the Critique. For the moment it is sufficient to note that Sartre is determined to prove a thesis, to justify the view that Marxism is the one living philosophy of our time, even if it needs rejuvenation through an injection of existentialism. 3. As we have already indicated, Sartre begins by considering the action or praxis of the individual. For if it is men who make history, and if history is a dialectical totalization of the actions of individuals, it is essential to show that human action possesses an inherently dialectical structure. The whole of the historical dialectic rests on individual praxis, which is already dialectical, that is to say in the measure in which action is in itself a negating transcendence of a contradiction, a determination of a present totalization in the name of a future totality, a real and efficacious working of matter. 3. This tiresome jargon is used to refer to quite ordinary situations. Sartre assumes the existence of man as a living organism. That is to say, the organic negates the inorganic. Man, however, experiences need, besoin. He needs food, for example. And this need is said to be a negation of the negation, in the sense that the organism transcends itself towards its material environment. By doing so it totalizes its environment as the field of possibilities, as the field, that is to say, in which it seeks to find satisfaction of its needs and so to conserve itself as an organic totality in the future. The action proceeding from the need is a working of matter. By totalizing his environment in this way man constitutes it as a passive totality. Matter revealed as a passive totality by an organic being which endeavors to find therein its being, here is nature in its first form. Nature, however, as so constituted, reacts on man by revealing itself as a menace to the life of the human organism, as an obstacle and threat of possible death. In this sense nature negates man. Sartre preserves the point of view maintained in Being and Nothingness that it is consciousness which confers meaning on being in itself. For it is the organism's transcending towards its natural environment which reveals this environment as threatening or menacing. Nature's negating of man is thus due to man himself. This does not, however, alter the fact that nature does appear as a menace or a threat of destruction. And to protect himself man has, according to Sartre, to make himself inert matter. That is to say he has to act on matter by means of a tool, whether it is a tool in the ordinary sense or his own body treated as a tool. This action, however, is inspired by a projet and thus has a mediating function between present and future, in the sense that man's acting on his material environment is directed to his own conservation, as a present totality, in the future. Praxis is at first nothing else but the relation of the organism as an exterior future to the present organism as a threatened totality. 2. It is therefore through his productive labor, and so through the mediation of nature, that man totalizes himself, linking himself as a present totality to himself as a future possibility, as the goal of his movement of transcendence. According to Sartre, the relations between man and his material environment thus take the form of dialectical circularity, 3. Man being mediated by things to the extent in which things are mediated by man. Even on the level of individual praxis, however, there are obviously relations between individuals, though the genuine group does not belong to this phase of the dialectic. Consider, for example, two workers who agree on an exchange of products. Each voluntarily becomes a means for the other, in and through his product. And we can say that each recognizes the other's praxis and project. But unity does not go further than this. In a world of scarcity, of course, one man represents a menace or threat to the other. But this situation leads to conflict rather than to genuine unity, even if one man succeeds in compelling another to serve as an instrument for the attainment of his own end. In Sartre's view, unity comes from outside, a theme already familiar from being and nothingness. In some cases, unification is effected simply in the consciousness of the third party. One of the examples given by Sartre is that of a bourgeois on holiday, who watches from a window two workers, one working on a road, the other in a garden. The watcher negates them by differentiating himself, as a bourgeois on holiday, from the two workers, but by doing so he unites them in terms of their praxis. This unification has of course a foundation in fact, inasmuch as the two men are actually workers, but the unification takes place in the mind of the watcher, not in the minds of the laborers who are ex hypothesi unaware of one another. In other cases, however, the unification, or totalization, is effected in a plurality of consciousnesses through the mediation of a third party. For example, in the presence of the exploiting boss, a we consciousness, that of the exploited, can arise in the minds of the workmen. As has been noted, explicit treatment of such themes as exploitation does not really belong to consideration of the first phase of the dialectici. For individual praxis as such does not involve either exploitatic end or the formation of a group. At time possibility of such developments is prefigured 10 mdlvl dual praxis. And this is the point which Sartre wishes to make. He is arguing that the conditions of possibility of the dialectic of history, interpreted of course on Marxian lines, are present from the start in individual praxis, so that human action is the foundation of the whole dialectic. To put the matter in another way, he wishes to maintain the position of I.e. pour soi, in being and nothingness as the giver of meaning. For example, Sartre argues that in nature in itself there is no scarcity. Scarcity is present in nature only through the mediation of man, in relation, that is to say, to human needs. Once present in the material environment, making nature appear as a threat to man's life, scarcity then rebounds, so to speak, onto man himself, making his fellow men appear to the individual as a threat. This situation in turn makes possible not only conflict, violence too, and exploitation, but also the forming of genuine groups. Thus, while he finds room for Marx's concept of man as standing in a dialectical relationship to his environment before the development of conflict and class antagonism, at any rate in a logical sense of before, Sartre can also assert that the conditions of possibility of the whole dialectic of history are precontent in man's free action, and that history is thus made by man. 4. When speaking of scarcity, Sartre refers to scarcity of products, scarcity of tools, scarcity of workers, scarcity of consumers. The basic reference, however, is to shortage of the goods required for the maintenance of human life. Scarcity in this sense grounds the possibility of social division into haves and have-nots, or at any rate into consumers and sub-consumers, and so of class division. Such division can of course take place as the result of war, when one population is compelled to work for another. But what is inevitable is that in a world of scarcity there should be class divisions of some kind. As for determinate social relations and structures, Sartre accepts the Marxian doctrine that they depend on the mode of production. The essential discovery of Marxism is that work as an historical reality and as the utilization of determinate tools in an already determinate social and material milieu is the real basis of the organization of social relations. This discovery can no more be questioned. In the milieu of scarcity, all the structures of a determinate society rests on its mode of production. At the same time, Sartre tries to go back behind social division and struggle, the negation of man by man, the negation of man by matter considered as the organization of his being outside himself in nature, to the point of view which finds expression in this typical specimen of Sartrean jargon can be illustrated in the following way. To overcome scarcity, man acts on his material environment and invents tools to do so. But then matter worked on by man, matière ouvrie, turns against man, becoming counter-man. Thus the Chinese peasants won arable soil against nature 3 by pursuing a policy of deforestation. The result of this was a series of inundations against which there was no protection. Nature exhibited a contrafinality and affected human praxis and social relations. Again, the invention of machines and the development of industrialization was intended to overcome scarcity but in fact produced a further negation of man by making human beings the slaves of machines. Man thus falls under the domination of the practico-inert which he himself has created. Man makes the machine, but the machine then reacts on man, reducing him to the level of the practico-inert, to what can be manipulated. To be sure, man remains the for itself, and so free. At the same time HS becomes subject to the domination of the worked matter, matière et bovry, which he himself has made and which represents man as outside himself, as objectified in matter. Man is thus alienated or estranged from himself. Sartre lays great emphasis on the power of worked matter to affect social relations. It is the object and the object alone which combines human efforts in its inhuman unity. For example, it is the demands of the machine which differentiate workers into skilled and unskilled. It is also the practico-inert which determines the stratification of classes, a class being for Sartre a collective or collection. In the collection human beings are united by something outside themselves in the way that a number of people waiting for an already crowded bus are united. They constitute a series, not in the sense that they are all standing in a line but in the sense that each member is a unit, interested in his getting a place in the bus, a unit for which other members of the series are potential rivals or enemies. Similarly, each worker in a factory is intent on gaining his livelihood, and what brings the workers together in this particular collection is the machine or set of machines. Again, it is worked matter or the practico-inert which lies at the basis of class division. To use an Hegelian term, Sartre is speaking of the class in itself, not of the class for itself. And he accepts the Marxist view that the mode of production determines the nature of class division. This domination of man by matter represents the sphere of what Sartre describes as the anti-dialectic. 2. And he lays such emphasis on it that some writers have seen in his attitude an almost Manichaean view of matter as evil or at any rate as the source of evil. However this may be, it should be remembered that worked matter is for Sartre man exteriorized and that man's subjection to the practico-inert is in a sense subjection to himself, though in a form which involves self-estrangement or self-alienation. Though enslaved to his creation, man remains free. And just as the constituting dialectic contains within itself the possibility of an anti-dialectic, so does the anti-dialectic contain within itself the possibility of the constituted dialectic. Thus the class in itself can become the class for itself, and the series can be transformed into the group. 5. This transition is not for Sartre inevitable or automatic but depends on human freedom, on individuals negating the domination of the practico-inert and transcending the social situation created by this domination towards a new social form, with a view to constituting or making it on the basis of the anti-dialectic. The unification of the workers as a genuine group, taking concerted action in view of a common end, must come from within. The transformation of the series into a group or of the class in itself into the class in and for itself comes about through a synthesis, a marriage as it were of the original freedom which expresses itself in individual praxis, in the constituting dialectic, with the externally produced totalization in a series which pertains to the phase of the anti-dialectic. The original constitution of the group expresses an upsurge of freedom. But Sartre is under no illusion about the group's stability. Once its immediate aim is attained, the storming of the Bastille for example, it tends to fragment or fall apart. The threat of atomization is met, if it is met, by the oath, i.e. serment, a term which should be understood not in the sense of a formal oath or of a social contract but rather in that of the will to preserve the group. This will however is inevitably accompanied by the exercise of constraint on members of the group whose actions tend to disintegrate it. In other words, the preservation of a group is accompanied by the development of authority and institutionalism. There then arises the temptation on the part of the leader or leaders of the group to represent his or their will as the real will of all, considered as constituting an organic totality. But Sartre refuses to admit that the group is or can be an organic entity over and above its interrelated members. It is true that the leader may succeed not only in imposing his will but also in getting it accepted by the other members as their will. But the individual member is then reduced to the status of a quasi-inorganic entity, while the group is the machine which the sovereign makes to function per inda ac cadaver. 2. The group can thus come to resemble an inorganic entity, a machine, but when constraint is removed, its members tend to break apart, thus manifesting the fact that while they are individual organic entities, the group is not. The state is for Sartre the group of organizers and administrators to which the other groups composing a given society have conceded authority, probably more out of impotence than because they positively willed to do so. It is true that the organized state is required for the protection of groups, but it is not an organic entity with some sacred status. And its legitimacy consists in its ability to combine and manipulate other collections and groups. The idea of a diffused popular sovereignty which embodies itself in the sovereign is a mystification. There is no diffused sovereignty. The legitimacy of the sovereign is simply one of empirical fact, the ability to govern. I obey because I cannot do otherwise. 2. Sartre rejects therefore any deification of the state. And, as one would expect, he accepts the Marxist view that in the class struggle the state acts as the organ of the exploiting class, or classes. Point 3. At the same time he recognizes that even if the state acts as the organ of a dominant class, it nonetheless claims to represent the national interest and that it may conceive a totalizing view of the common good and impose its mediating policy even on the dominant class. To say this, however, is to say that the group which constitutes the state tries to maintain itself as the accepted legitimate sovereign by serving the interests of the class from which it proceeds, and, if needed, against its interests, for in plain English, a government composed of people from a particular class may take a wider view than that which would be suggested by the prima facie interests or advantage of the class in question. If so, this is to be interpreted in Marxist terms as a subtle way of preserving the position of the dominant class, which might otherwise be threatened. To do him justice, Sartre is quite prepared to extend his rather cynical view of the state to the communist state. In his opinion, it is in the interest of the dominant group in the state to reduce other groups to collections or series and at the same time to condition the members of these series in such a way that they have the illusion of belonging to a genuine totality. This was what the Nazi government tried to do. And it can also be seen in the case of the so-called dictatorship of the proletariat. Talk about the proletariat exercising a dictatorship is for Sartre mystification. The plain fact is the dominant group takes good care to see that no other genuine groups arise and combines coercion with conditioning to preserve the illusion that its own interest is that of the totality. 6. There is an obvious difference in atmosphere between being and nothingness on the one hand and the critique of dialectical reason on the other. In the earlier work it is the totally free individual who stands in the center of the picture, the individual who chooses his own values and is constantly transcending himself towards his future possibilities in the light of his freely chosen basic operative ideal, until at death he relapses into the facticity of el en soi, the in itself. In spite of topical examples, the work can be looked on as an abstract analysis of the two fundamental concepts of the for itself and the in itself, and as applying to man at all times. In the later work, the critique, the general movement of history comes to the fore, and a much greater emphasis is laid on the group and concerted action by a group as it transcends a given social situation towards the realization of a new society. Again, though in the earlier work Sartre certainly recognizes the fact that every human being exists and acts in a given historical situation, and the fact that the exercise of human freedom is influenced by a variety of factors, environmental, physiological, and psychological, he is chiefly intent on arguing that limitations on human freedom are limitations only because the individual confers on them this significance. In the critique this point of view does indeed reappear, but there is clearly a much greater emphasis on the constraining pressure of antecedent conditions on human activity. Above all, let no one proceed to interpret us as saying that man is free in all situations, as the Stoics claimed. We want to say exactly the contrary, namely that all men are slaves insofar as their experience of life develops in the field of the practico-inert and in the precise measure in which this field is originally conditioned by scarcity. To draw attention to differences between being and nothingness, and the critique of the dialectical reason is not, however, to deny that there is any discernible continuity. In the earlier work, we can say, there is a dialectical relationship between the for itself and the in itself, between consciousness and being. The former arises through a negation of the latter, and it thus presupposes and depends on being in itself. At the same time, being in itself requires consciousness in order to possess meaning and to be revealed as a world. In the Critique, this dialectical relationship takes the form of that between man and his material environment. Man presupposes a material environment and acts on it, but the environment is revealed as nature only through the mediation of man. Again, in being and nothingness there is a dialectical relationship between distinct consciousnesses, inasmuch as the for itself is said to negate and yet to require the other. The other's look both threatens the self and reveals it to itself. In the Critique, the threat represented by the other is described in terms of the concept of scarcity rather than in that of the look, but the basic dialectical relationship remains. Moreover, in spite of the prominence which Sartre gives to the idea of the group, his account of the genesis, nature, and disintegration of the group shows clearly enough that for him the individual free agent is still the basic factor. And even though in the Critique a much greater emphasis is placed on the constraining influence of antecedent conditions, the domination of man by matter is represented as man's subjection to himself as exteriorized, as a self-estrangement which can be freely transcended. As Sartre has not simply abandoned existentialism for Marxism but has tried to combine the two by reinterpreting Marxism in the light of an existentialist anthropology, it is only to be expected that we should find in his thought elements both of continuity and of discontinuity. It does not necessarily follow, however, that his existentialized Marxism is free of all ambiguity. As we have seen, he tries to combine two positions. On the one hand, there is the thesis that it is man himself who makes history, and that he does so in a sense which excludes the claim that a certain social situation in the future is assured, as, that is to say, the inevitable result of the working out of a dialectical law which governs the historical process. On the other hand, there is the thesis that the dialectical pattern is not simply imposed on history by the human mind, but that history possesses a dialectical structure of such a kind that it makes sense to speak of man undergoing or suffering the dialectic. Sartre wishes to retain the concept of man as the free agent and at the same time to make room for the idea of man as the slave of the practico-inert. He wishes to say on the one hand that it is man who freely makes the dialectical movement of history, while on the other hand he proposes the view that history is one intelligible open-ended process. If by claiming that history is intelligible Sartre meant simply that historians can write intelligible accounts of historical events and movements, there would be no difficulty, other than the puzzles which the philosopher can propose about the relation between, for instance, an historian's reconstruction in the present and a past which no longer exists. But when Sartre claims that history is intelligible, he obviously does not mean simply that historiography is possible. He is claiming that history as a whole, though an unfinished whole, a process of totalization, embodies one intelligible movement. And the more this claim is pressed, the closer does Sartre come to a teleological view of history which implies the very conclusion which he wishes to avoid, namely that history is governed by a dialectical law of which man is the instrument. Sartre can reply, for example, that the statement that it is man who makes history and thus its dialectical pattern is not incompatible with the statement that man does not simply impose the pattern but finds or recognizes it. For man finds what he has made. If he finds in history his own self-alienation and his enslavement to the practico-inert, he is recognizing in reflection what he himself has brought about. It does not follow that man deliberately caused his enslavement. The fact of the matter is that man's activity is conditioned from the start by an antecedent or given situation. He acts freely, but not in a vacuum. His action has results which constitute antecedent conditions for the actions of others. And so on. Given man's basic situation, the course of his history is what one might expect. But it is nonetheless the story of the activity of free agents. History should not be represented as an entity over and above human action and as determining it. It is human action, as subject to the constraining pressure of antecedent conditions. And this pressure can amount to enslavement, though it does not destroy man's basic freedom and his ability to transcend his enslavement. Though however Sartre can make a good job of reconciling positions which may appear at first sight to be incompatible, it is difficult to feel satisfied. As we have noted, Sartre looks in man himself for the conditions of possibility of the dialectic of history. This enables him to claim that it is man himself who makes history and its dialectical pattern, and that there is no impersonal dialectical law working independently and using man as an instrument. As however man acts in a situation, we may well be inclined to draw the conclusion that the movement of history is simply the unfolding or development of the original or basic dialectical relationship between man and his environment. In other words, Sartre's grounding of the dialectic in man himself is not free from ambiguity. It might imply that man happens to have chosen to act in a certain way, when he could have acted in another way. Or it might imply that the dialectical movement of history is the development of a basic situation, a development which is predictable in principle. In this second case it would seem reasonable to speak of the operation of a law, even if the law were a law of man's nature as existing in a certain environment. As the second volume of the Critique has not yet appeared, it is obviously difficult to know how precisely Sartre proposes to develop his view of human history as possessing one truth and one intelligibility without implying that the historical process is necessary. It would not be surprising, however, if he found the task rather difficult and was driven to talk about the analytical reason's inability to grasp the movement of dialectical thought. The foregoing remarks relate of course simply to certain difficulties which arise if a philosopher tries to fuse Sartrean existentialism with Marxism. But we can very well go on to ask why Sartre or anyone else should make this attempt. It is not sufficient to answer that Marxism has become fossilized and that it needs an injection of humanism. This may very well be the case. But why choose Marxism in particular for rejuvenation? As we have seen, Sartre's reply is that Marxism is the one living philosophy of our time. Why, however, does he think this? He assumes of course that history can be divided up into epochs, and that in each epoch there is only one living philosophy. And even if we are prepared to grant the first assumption, or at any rate to pass over it in silence, the second assumption is clearly questionable. There are other philosophies besides Marxism which are alive today. What makes Marxism more living than the others? It can hardly be because Marxism has practical implications, whereas so-called linguistic analysis, for example, is not practically oriented. For Sartre tells us that every philosophy is practical, even that which appears at first to be the most contemplative. Point 2. The answer is of course simple enough. Sartre assumes that in every epoch there is one ascending class. And the living philosophy of an epoch is for him the philosophy which brings to explicit expression the needs, interests, aspirations, and goal of this class. It need not be thought out by members of the class in question. Marx and Engels were members of the bourgeoisie. But they developed the philosophy which turned the proletariat from a class in itself into a class in and for itself, and transformed it, or part of it, from a series of collections into a group. Marxism brings to explicit expression the consciousness of the ascending class and enables it to transcend the existing social situation towards a future to be realized by concerted revolutionary action. It is the one genuine revolutionary philosophy of our time, and it is therefore the one living philosophy of our time. It is true that Sartre sometimes speaks of philosophy in what appears at first sight to be a different way. For example, he tells his readers that philosophy must present itself as the totalization of contemporary knowledge. The philosopher achieves the unification of all branches of knowledge taken by itself. This statement of the function of philosophy sounds like a reintroduction of the concept of a synthesis of the sciences as found in classical positivism. Sartre goes on however to say that the philosopher unifies contemporary knowledge by means of directive schemata which express the attitudes and the techniques of the ascending class in relation to its epoch and to the world. Point 2. So the living philosophy is still the philosophy of the ascending class, in spite of talk about unification of the sciences. It may well be true to say that every statement of the nature of philosophy expresses a philosophical stance, unless perhaps it is a case of a statement simply about linguistic usage. However this may be, it seems pretty clear that Sartre's concept of living philosophy expresses a previous acceptance of Marxism. For the matter of that, it is a previous acceptance of a Marxist point of view which governs his selection of historical examples and even his definition or description of man as a practical organism living with a multiplicity of organisms in a field of scarcity. Point 3. Man is doubtless what Sartre says that he is, even if this is not all that he is. But the selection of certain aspects of man and his situation for particular emphasis is clearly governed by a previous conviction that Marxism is the one living philosophy of our time. In the long run we can hardly avoid the conclusion that it is Sartre's personal social and political commitment which is basically responsible for his choice of Marxism as the philosophy which he proposes to rejuvenate. If the living philosophy of an epoch represents the self-consciousness and aspirations of the ascending class, the natural conclusion to draw is that it is true only in a relative sense. 4. There have been other epochs, with other ascending classes and other living philosophies. Sartre however does not wish to tie Marxism in an exclusive manner to the rising class. In the critique he insists that Marxism is the philosophy of alienated man, not simply of the alienated worker. And, as we have seen, he tries to give Marxism a foundation in an anthropology or doctrine of man which exhibits the possibility of man's enslavement but is nonetheless logically prior to the emergence of the class struggle, inasmuch as it goes back to the basic situation of man as such. When looked at under this aspect, Marxism seems to be presented not simply as the philosophy of a particular class but rather as the true philosophy of man and of his history. To a certain extent a harmonization of the 2 points of view is perhaps possible. For it may be claimed, as the Marxist would doubtless claim, that the triumph of the proletariat will bring with it, sooner or later, the liberation of man in general. The salvation of man will be achieved through the proletarian revolution. But in this case Marxism would seem to be not simply the living philosophy of our time, in the sense mentioned above, but the one true philosophy, which would have been true at any time. Perhaps in the second volume of the Critique Sartre will devote some careful reflection to the question of precisely what truth claims he wishes to make on behalf of his rejuvenated Marxism. As things stand, he does not seem to have made the matter very clear. To many people however criticism of this kind has little value. Those who can swallow the contention that Marxism is the living philosophy of our time will regard such criticism as just the sort of tiresome exhibition which one might expect from an obscurantist bourgeois philosopher. Those however who believe that Marxism has life and power only because it has become the official ideology of a powerful, self-perpetuating, and authoritarian party and that, left to itself, it would go the way of other notable systems, may be impatient for another reason. They may think that Sartre has devoted his very considerable talents to pouring new wine into old skins, and that there are more valuable occupations than pointing out inconsistencies or ambiguities in his attempt to rejuvenate a philosophy which belongs to the 19th century rather than to the second half of the 20th century. Perhaps so. But Marxism still has a powerful appeal. It possesses an obvious importance, even today. This however is compatible with its being a powerful myth, powerful, that is to say, when it is believed. It is arguable that Sartre has become fascinated by this myth because he sees in it the expression and instrument of a cause to which he has committed himself. At the same time it is a myth which can be misused and turned into the instrument of an oppressive group intent on the preservation of its power. Hence the attempt to rejuvenate the myth and to give it fresh life as a revolutionary call to the creation of a new society. Chapter 18. The Phenomenology of Merleau-Ponty. 1. If a philosopher wishes to discuss such themes as human freedom, authenticity, self-commitment and personal relationships, his treatment is inevitably abstract and expressed in terms of general or universal concepts. Karl Jaspers, for instance, made a sharp distinction between the scientific objectification of man and the philosopher's endeavor to illuminate man's inner awareness of his freedom with a view to clarifying for man his basic possibilities of self-transcendence. But even Jaspers had to write about man, employing universal concepts, even if he insisted on the need for special categories for this purpose. It is therefore understandable if in addition to their more professional philosophical writings certain thinkers, such as Sartre and Marcel, have published plays and, in Sartre's case, novels too, in which they have been able to exhibit problems of life in terms of the actions, predicaments, options, and relationships of individuals. Such works may give concrete and dramatic expression to themes which have already been treated in a more abstract way, or, as in Marcel's case, they may precede the more abstract and philosophical expression. In both cases, however, the two kinds of works have a recognizable relationship to one another, which is lacking in cases in which a writer sets his philosophy aside and produces popular detective stories to augment his income. If, however, the thought of Sartre is discussed in accounts of French philosophy, it is because of the writings which profess to be and are philosophical works, not on account of plays such as The Flies or In Camera, even if the latter stand in a recognizable relationship to the former. And the question arises whether one is justified in including mention of literary figures who are commonly thought of as having philosophical significance but who not only did not publish philosophical works in the academic sense but also refrained from making any claim to be philosophers. It is difficult to determine rules to which no exception can reasonably be taken. If we think of philosophy as a science which is concerned with proving that certain propositions are true, we shall be unlikely, for example, to include a treatment of Dostoevsky in a history of Russian philosophy. And though mention of his name occurs fairly frequently in, for instance, the work by N. Olasky L., he is mentioned incidentally and not listed among Russian philosophers. At the same time, it is possible to take a wider view of philosophically significant writing, and no great surprise would have been caused if aspects of Dostoevsky's thought had been considered. In fact, the Encyclopedia of Philosophy edited by Paul Edwards contains an article devoted to the great Russian novelist. In regard to recent phi and ch thought, similar questions can be raised in regard to A. Camus. He was not indeed a professional philosopher, nor did he ever claim to be. But in view of the themes of which he wrote, he has been commonly mentioned in accounts of existentialism in France, even though he denied that he was an existentialist. And the insertion of some remarks about him seems defensible, though not obligatory. Albert Camus, 1913–60, was born and educated in Algeria. In 1940 he went to Paris, where he participated actively in the resistance. In 1942 he published his novel L'Étranger III and a well-known essay entitled L'Émi the Decisive Point 4. After the war he continued to be involved in political activity, and a number of his political essays, which originally appeared in the newspaper Combat and elsewhere, have been reprinted in the 3 volumes of Actuels. 5. Camus' famous novel La Peste appeared in 1947,8. And in I-95 he published L'Homme Revolte, an essay which led to a breach in relations between himself and Sartre. The novel, entitled La Chute, appeared in I-956. In the following year Camus received the Nobel Prize for Literature. But in I-960 he was killed in a motor accident. His notebooks, Carnets, have been translated into English 3 and also some of his plays. 4. Camus is well known for his statement that there is only one really serious philosophical problem, that of suicide. To judge that life is or is not worth the trouble of being lived, this is to reply to the fundamental question of philosophy. 5. On the face of it, this may seem a very eccentric view of philosophy. The presupposition, however, is that man seeks a meaning in the world and in human life and history which would ground and support his ideals and values. Man wants to be assured that reality is an intelligible teleological process, comprising an objective moral order. To put the matter in another way, man desires metaphysical assurance that his life is part of an intelligible process directed to an ideal goal, and that in striving after his personal ideals he has the backing and support, so to speak, of the universe or of reality as a whole. The great religious leaders and creators of metaphysical systems and worldviews have tried to supply this need. But their interpretations of the world cannot stand up to criticism. In the end, the world is revealed, to the clear-sighted man, as without any determinate purpose or meaning. The world is not rational. Hence arises the feeling of the absurd, i.e. sentiment de l'absurdité. Strictly speaking, the world is not absurd in itself, it simply is. The absurd arises from this confrontation between man's appeal and the irrational silence of the world. The irrational, human nostalgia, and the absurd which arises from their confrontation, those are the three personages of the drama. 8. The feeling of the absurd can arise in a variety of ways, through, for example, the perception of nature's indifference to man's values and ideals, through recognition of the finality of death, or through the shock caused by the sudden perception of the pointlessness of life's routine. Some thinkers understand the absurd but then pursue a policy of escapism. Thus Karl Jaspers leaps from the shipwreck of human longings to the transcendent. Whi1e Leo Chestov makes a similar leap to a God who is beyond reason. But the man who, like Nietzsche, is able to look the absurdity of human existence in the face sees the meaning of the world disappear. Hence the problem of suicide. For to see the meaning of this life dissipated, to see our reason for existing disappear, that is what is unbearable. One cannot live without meaning. Suicide is not, however, the action recommended by Camus. In his opinion, suicide means surrender to the absurd, capitulation. Human pride and greatness are shown neither in surrender nor in the sort of escapism indulged in by the existential philosophers, les philosophes existentiels, such as Jaspers, but in living in the consciousness of the absurd and yet revolting against it by man's committing himself and living in the fullest manner possible. There are indeed no absolute standards which permit us to dictate to a man how he should live. As Ivan Karamazov says, all is permitted. But it does not follow that the absurd recommends crime. This would be puerile. If all experiences are indifferent, that of duty is as legitimate as any other. One can be virtuous by caprice. 2. The man of the absurd, one homme absurde, can take various forms. The Don Juan who enjoys to the full, as long as he is able, experiences of a certain type, while conscious that none of them possesses any ultimate significance, is one form. So is the man who recognizes the meaninglessness of history and the ultimate futility of human action but who nonetheless commits himself to a social or political cause in his historical situation. So is the creative artist who sees clearly enough that both he and his works are doomed to extinction but who nonetheless devotes his life to artistic production. And in La Peste Camus raises the question whether there can be an atheist saint. The man of the absurd lives without God. But it by no means follows that he cannot devote himself in a self-sacrificing manner to the welfare of his fellow men. Indeed, if he does so without hope of reward and conscious that in the long run it makes no difference how he acts, he exhibits the greatness of man precisely by this combination of recognition of ultimate futility with a life of self-sacrificing love. It is possible to be a saint without illusion. In maintaining the meaninglessness of the world and of human history, in the sense that they have no goal or purpose which is given independently of man, Camus is substantially at one with Sartre, though the latter does not dwell so much as the former on the theme of the absurd. Sartre is not, however, the source of Camus' assumption. We should not of course speak as though an original writer such as Camus simply borrowed his ideas from a predecessor. But I use clear that it was Nietzsche who provided a stimulating influence. Camus believed that Nietzsche had rightly seen the advent and rise of nihilism, and, like the German philosopher, he looked to man as the only being capable of overcoming nihilism. At the same time, it does not follow that Camus can be properly described as a Nietzschean. For one thing, Camus came to be more and more concerned with injustice and oppression in human society in a manner in which Nietzsche was not. Camus did not indeed renounce his belief that this world has no ultimate meaning, 1. But he came to lay more and more stress on revolt against injustice, oppression, and cruelty rather than on revolt against the human condition as such. Indeed, he became convinced that the feeling of the absurd, taken by itself, can be used to justify anything, murder included. If one believes in nothing, if nothing makes sense, if we can assert no value whatsoever, everything is permissible and nothing is important. One is free to stoke the crematory fires or to give one's life to the care of lepers too. In point of fact, revolt presupposes the assertion of values. True, they are man's creation. But this does not alter the fact that if I revolt against oppression or injustice, I assert the values of freedom and justice. With Camus, in other words, cosmic absurdity, so to speak, tends to retreat into the background, and a moral idealism comes to the fore, a moral idealism which did not call for the production of an aristocracy of higher men, at the expense of the herd, but which insisted on freedom and justice for all, real freedom and justice moreover, not oppression or enslavement masquerading under these honored names. Camus was no admirer of bourgeois society. But he became acutely aware of the way in which revolt against the existing order can end with the imposition of slavery. The great event of the 20th century was the forsaking of the values of freedom by the revolutionary movement, the progressive retreat of socialism based on freedom before the attacks of a Caesarian and military. Socialism. One man cannot play the part of a spectator of history as a whole, and no historical enterprise can be more than a risk or adventure for which some degree of rational justification can be offered. It follows that no historical enterprise can rightly be used to justify any excess or any ruthless and absolutist position. Point 2. For example, killing and oppression in the name of the movement of history or of a terrestrial paradise to be attained at some indefinite future date are unjustified. If absolute nihilism can be used to justify anything, so can absolute rationalism, in which God is replaced by history. In regard to their consequences, there is no difference between the two attitudes. From the moment that they are accepted, the earth becomes a desert. We have to get away from absolutes and turn to moderation and limitation. Absolute freedom is the right of the strongest to dominate and thus prolongs injustice. Absolute justice is achieved by the suppressio of all contradiction, therefore it destroys freedom. It is on behalf of living human beings, not on behalf of history or of man in some future age, that we are called upon to rebel against existing injustice and oppression, wherever it may be found. Real generosity towards the future lies in giving all to the present. 6. As has already been noted, the publication of the Rebel, L'Homme Revolt, led to a breach of relations between Camus and Sartre. The latter had been coming closer to communism, though without joining the J.R.T., and he was already engaged in the project of combining existentialism and Marxism. Camus, while disclaiming the label existentialist, was convinced that the two were incompatible, and that Marxism, with its secularization of Christianity and substitution of the movement of history for God, led straight to the death of freedom and the horrors of Stalinism. As for bourgeois democracy, which replaced eternal divine truths by abstract principles of reason, the trouble has been, according to Camus, that the principles have not been applied. In the name of freedom, bourgeois society has condoned exploitation and social injustice, and it has sanctioned violence. What then does Camus wish to put in the place of communism, fascism, Nazism, and bourgeois democracy? Apart from some remarks about the benefits to man which have been obtained through trade unionism, he gives no clear picture. And Sartre of course sees him as criticizing various movements but offering only vague and abstract ideas. Camus, however, has no intention of offering a blueprint. His philosophy of revolt is merely concerned with moral values and the development of moral responsibility, and he insists that though the rebel must act because he believes that it is right to do so, he must also act with the recognition that he might be wrong. The communist will not entertain the idea that he might be wrong. Hence his ruthlessness. The only hope for the future is an open society, in which the passion of revolt and the spirit of moderation are in constant tension. 1. It does not follow, however, that Camus is an optimist with unbounded faith in man, provided that unjust institutions can be overthrown. In The Fall he makes his central character, Clémence, refer to the basic duplicity of the human being, as though he located the root of evil in man himself. This is not indeed incompatible with what he has to say about social institutions, for they are made by man. At the same time there seems to be a shift of emphasis in his thought from the absurdity which arises in the confrontation between man and the world to social evils, and from social evils to the evil in the heart of man. How his thought would have developed if it had not been for his untimely death, it is obviously impossible to say. Camus was a man who found himself unable to accept Christian belief, but who not only had high moral ideals but was also passionately concerned with human freedom, social justice, peace, and the elimination of violence. He was not anti-Christian in the sense in which this term would be ordinarily understood. What he objected to was not so much Christianity as such. He had Christian friends whom he admired, but the compromise and ambiguous attitude in regard to social and political evils which he regarded as a betrayal of the original Christian inspiration. When man submits God to moral judgment, he kills him in his own heart. 3. The question then arises, what is the basis of morality? If we deny God in the name of justice, can the idea of justice be understood without the idea of go? For Camus was not sufficiently interested in professional philosophy to devote time and energy to prolonged reflection on such problems. He was convinced, however, that man cannot live without values. If he chooses to live, by that very fact he asserts a value. That life is good or worth living or should be made worth living. Man as man can revolt against exploitation, oppression, injustice and violence, and by the very fact that he revolts he asserts the values in the name of which he revolts. A philosophy of revolt has therefore a moral basis, and if this basis is denied, whether explicitly or in the name of some abstraction such as the movement of history or through a policy of expediency, what began with revolt, with the expression of freedom, turns into tyranny and the suppression of freedom. Camus tended to leave his assertions without any developed theoretical support, but he undoubtedly threw light, as the citation asserted when he was awarded the Nobel Prize, on the problems of human conscience in our times. He was genuinely and deeply concerned with these problems, and in treating of them he displayed, as writers on him have noticed, a combination of commitment and detachment. He was certainly committed, but at the same time he preserved the measure of detachment which enabled him to avoid the lamentable but not uncommon tendency to fulminate against the evils of one political system while excusing similar or even worse evils in another system or country. In other words, Camus' commitment was basically moral rather than political in character. 2. In turning from Albert Camus to Maurice Merleau-Ponty, 1908–61, we turn from a socially and politically committed essayist, novelist, and dramatist to a professional philosopher. Not that Merleau-Ponty can be desk-bed as uncommitted. For he believed that ethics cannot be divorced from political action, and up to a point he supported the Marxists, even if he had little use for Marxist dogmatism. Whereas, however, we cannot consider Camus' thought apart from his social and political commitment, there are large areas of Merleau-Ponty's philosophy which can be treated on a purely theoretical level. After studying at the L'École Normale in Paris and taking his agrégation in philosophy, Merleau-Ponty taught in a lycée and then at the L'École Normale. After the war, during which he served as an officer, he became a professor first at the University of Lyon and then at the Sorbonne. In 1952 he was appointed to the chair of philosophy at the Collège de France. Merleau-Ponty was one of the founders of Les Temps Modernes and a co-editor, along with Sartre. He has sometimes been described as an existentialist, but though there is indeed ground for associating him with atheist existentialism, he is better described as a phenomenologist. This label helps at any rate to differentiate him from Sartre. It is true, of course, that Sartre has developed phenomenological analyses. The point is, however, that the label existentialist, together with the fact that Merleau-Ponty was for a time associated with Sartre, tends to give the impression that the former was a junior partner or even disciple of the latter, whereas he was really an independent and original thinker. Merleau-Ponty's first main publication was La structure du comportement, which appeared at Paris in 1942. This was followed in 1945 by Phenomenologie de la perception. In 1947 Merleau-Ponty published Humanisme et terreur, essai sur les problèmes communistes, in which he examined the problem of the use of terror by the communists. A collection of essays, entitled Sens et non-sens, appeared in 1948. The inaugural lecture given by Merleau-Ponty at the Collège de France was published in 1953 under the title L'éloge de la philosophie. In 1955 he published Les Avenches de la dialectique, which includes a criticism of Sartre, and this was followed in 1960 by Signes. Before his death Merleau-Ponty had started on a new work, Le visible et l'invisible, intended as a fresh statement of his philosophy. The part of the work which he had written was published in 1964, together with notes for the projected parts. In a lecture which he gave at Geneva in 1951 Merleau-Ponty asserts that the 20th century has erased the dividing line between body and mind and sees human life as through and through mental and corporeal, always based upon the body and always, even in its most carnal modes, interested in relationships between persons. 1 This statement refers of course to the overcoming of dualism on the one hand and of a reductive materialism on the other. And the reader may wonder whether it is not perhaps too sweeping. Sartre, for example, is certainly a 20th century writer, but as far as his analysis of the concepts of the in itself and the for itself is concerned, the distinction between the two seems to be sharpened into an antithesis, a pretty obvious dualism. Merleau-Ponty is however quite well aware of this fact. When he refers to 20th century thought, he is clearly referring to what he considers its most significant and valid trend, a more adequate self-awareness by man, an awareness which is expressed in, though not confined to, Merleau-Ponty's own philosophy. He sees the line of thought which he sums up in his concept of the body subject as triumphing over dualism on the one hand and materialism and behaviorism on the other, and to put the matter in another way, as going beyond the antithesis between idealism and materialism. In existentialism man is indeed conceived as essentially a being in the world, dialectically related to it in the sense that man cannot be understood apart from the world, apart from his situation, while what we call the world cannot be understood apart from the meanings conferred on it by man. This sort of idea is of course present in Sartre and expresses the trend of thought to which Merleau-Ponty refers. But Sartre also presses the distinction between consciousness and its object in such a way as to give new life to a version of the Cartesian dualism against which Merleau-Ponty vigorously reacts. By dualism Merleau-Ponty understands the view of man as a composite of body and spirit or mind, the former being considered as a thing among things, subject to the same causal relations which are found between other material objects, while the latter is looked on as the source of all knowledge, freedom, and openness to others, or, to use Merleau-Ponty's term, as existence. Obviously, Merleau-Ponty does not deny that the body can be treated as an object and considered as such in scientific inquiry and research. But in his view this possibility presupposes the human body as being itself a subject, in dialogue with the world and with other persons. It is not a question of maintaining that there is in the body a distinct soul or spirit, in virtue of which the composite being can be described as a subject. It is the body which is subject. This view obviously entails understanding body in a sense rather different from that in which it would be understood within a dualistic framework of thought, namely as opposed to mind or spirit. It is precisely this opposition which Merleau-Ponty wishes to overcome and thinks that he has overcome through his concept of body subject. If we start with dualism and then try to overcome it by making the one or other factor primary, we either reduce mind to body or identify the real man with an incorporeal soul or spirit. Merleau-Ponty however rejects such reductionism and insists that the human body is one reality which is at the same time material and spiritual. He is of course aware that there are factors in the situation which provide an at any rate prima facie ground for dualism, and he is aware of the very great difficulty which we encounter if we try to avoid language which implies dualism. In other words, he admits that the concept of the body subject is difficult to express, and that one has to look for a new language to express it. He is convinced, however, that this is precisely what philosophers ought to try to do, and that they should not tamely let themselves remain imprisoned in old linguistic and conceptual fetters. It may seem that Merleau-Ponty's project bears a marked similarity to that of Gilbert Ryle in his work The Concept of Mind. So it does in some respects. Both philosophers are opponents of dualism, but neither wishes to reduce man to a machine. For each of them the human being is one single incarnate reality which lives, desires, thinks, acts, and so on. At the same time there is also a clear dissimilarity. One of Ryle's contentions is that all mental operations should be understood in terms of public or witnessable activities. It is natural therefore that he should devote his attention to the mental phenomena of which we are easily aware, and as a counterblast to dualism he constantly cites examples of what we are accustomed to say in ordinary language, to expressions which militate against the idea of purely private and occult mental activities, and so against the notion of the ghost in the machine. Merleau-Ponty, however, is intent on showing that mental activities, in the sense of activities at the level of more or less clear consciousness, do not constitute a mental life which accrues to a body that is itself without subjectivity, but that they presuppose the body subject. He is not trying to reduce psychical to physical processes. He argues that already at a preconscious level the body is subject. In other words, he wishes to explore a territory which underlies and is presupposed by the various activities that give rise to the dualistic expressions of ordinary language. It is understandable therefore that he insists on the need for fresh concepts and modes of expression. The field specially chosen for investigation by Merleau-Ponty is perception. In a paper which he wrote in connection with his candidacy for a chair at the Collège de France, he says that his first two works sought to restore the world of perception. 1. If we simply state, however, that Merleau-Ponty develops a phenomenology of perception, the statement is apt to mislead. For the word perception may suggest the activity of describing the essential structure of this conscious activity when it has been turned into an object of reflection. Merleau-Ponty, however, is concerned with perception as the mode of existence of the body subject at a preconscious level, with, that is to say, the dialogue between the body, as subject, and its world at a level which is presupposed by consciousness. In this case, of course, the phenomenological method, as employed by him in this context, cannot take the form of a faithful description of an immediate datum of reflective awareness or consciousness. It is a case of delving into the region of obscurity, and Merleau-Ponty admits that any complete illumination of this obscure field is unattainable. One can only feel one's way, grope, and try to let in as much light as one can. He believes, however, that it is important to make the effort. For the perceived world is the always presupposed foundation of all rationality, all value, and all existence too. It is not a case of maintaining that thought, for example, consists of transphone sensations. It is a case of trying to penetrate to the presupposed foundation of thought and of all conscious activity and trying to elucidate its structure. The philosopher, as Merleau-Ponty conceives him, is very much an explorer. In his first main work, LQ, Structure du comportement, the structure of behavior, Merleau-Ponty approaches the theme of the relations between man and his environment through an examination of certain modern physiological and psychological theories, such as behaviorism and the Gestalt psychology. In other words, he places himself on the level of scientific theories and confronts these theories with what he believes to be the facts of man's perceptual behavior. He argues, for example, that we cannot account for the facts by interpreting the relation between the human body and its environment in terms which imply that the body is a machine with pre-established mechanisms which are set in motion simply by reaction to external stimuluses. The true stimulus is not the one defined by physics and chemistry, the reaction is not this or that particular series of movements, and the connection between the two is not the simple coincidence of two successive events. One science, for its own purposes, can legitimately consider the body as a thing among things, but the scientific point of view is formed through a process of abstraction from a level of real behavior at which the organism exhibits a kind of perspective activity, behaving as though it were oriented towards certain meanings or goals. The organism's capacity for meaningful response can be exercised of course only within limits and in dependence on conditions in its environment. It is, however, a question simply of a blind response. The organism exhibits subjectivity, though at a preconscious level. Merleau-Ponty's line of thought can be expressed this way. The relation between the human organism and its environment cannot be expressed simply in terms of mechanistic reciprocal causality. That is to say, we cannot reduce the reciprocal action between the terms of the relation to a series of unidirectional determinations. Point 2. There is indeed causal interaction. For example, food acts on the organism, and the organism acts on the food by assimilating it. But the food is food only in virtue of the structure, needs and activity of the organism. The effect produced by X cannot be understood simply in terms of X. There is a complex dialectical relationship. And subjectivity is present when for one of the factors in the relationship all other factors constitute a world. Merleau-Ponty does not mean to imply that the perceived world, at the level of experience under consideration, is consciously perceived by the body subject as a world. But he insists that on the level of perceptual behavior there is already a global environment or milieu as a term in a dialectical relationship, correlative to the aptitudes, the kin or ability, of the subject. As we ascend the levels of experience and consciousness, the environment takes on new forms or shapes, in correlation with the meaning-conferring activity of the subject. But these presuppose a preconscious level on which the human organism unconsciously confers meaning and constitutes a milieu or environment. It does not of course confer meaning on nothing, nor does it create the things about it. But if we can talk about the ego and its world at the level of consciousness, we can also talk about the body subject and its world or milieu at the preconscious level. The epistemological distinction between subject and object is not yet there. But there is nonetheless a lived dialectical relationship, which forms the constantly presupposed basis for higher levels aux experience, though a higher level differs qualitatively from a lower level. To assert that there is a dialectical relationship between man and his environment is to assert that man is from the beginning a being in the world, and that both terms of the relationship are real. In this sense Merleau-Ponty is a realist. At the level of reflective consciousness it becomes possible for philosophers to advance theories which subordinate the object to the subject, idealist theories that is to say, but this sort of theory distorts the original and basic relationship between man and his environment which is presupposed by every level of behavior and experience. At the same time to say that this relationship is dialectical or that it is a continual dialogue between man and his environment is to say, among other things, that the meanings of things are determined not only by the object but also by the subject. To take a simple example, if that tree appears as far away, it is for me, in relation to myself, that it appears as far off. I am the center in relation to which one tree appears as near, another as far. On the scientific level of course one can freely adopt the frame of reference which suits one's purpose, but on the level of perceptual behavior spatial relations appear within the dialogue between the human organism and its environment. Similarly, colors are neither purely objective nor purely subjective, they appear in the lived dialogue between the body subject and the world. Obviously, the environment or situation changes. So does the subject, not simply as an effect of external stimuli but also through its own active responses which contribute to determining the meanings of the stimuli. The dialectical relationship is not static, the active dialogue is perpetual, as long as the subject exists. But it is within the dialogue between the body subject and its environment that the world comes to appear, though its appearances change. In La Structure du Comportement Merleau-Ponty considers, as we have already mentioned, certain modem psychological theories. He tries to show that the facts discovered by these psychologists are at variance with and do not fit their presuppositions and implied ontological perspectives. On the contrary, the facts demand Neither the reduction of the subject to a thing or object nor an idealist theory of a consciousness which creates the object, but rather a recognition of the basic situation of an incarnate subject involved in the world and in constant dialogue with it. In other words, Merleau-Ponty takes certain theories and tries to delve into the obscure region which is presupposed by all thought and knowledge. In his subsequent work Phenomenologie de la Perception, Phenomenology of Perception, he installs himself from the first in perceptual behavior in order to pursue the analysis of this exceptional relation between the subject and its body and its world. We cannot, however, reproduce the contents of this remarkable work. It must suffice to draw attention to a few points. It may well have occurred to the reader that inasmuch as the passage just quoted makes a distinction between subject and body, it is hardly compatible with what we have been saying about Merleau-Ponty's concept of the body-subject as one single reality. But it is necessary to make some distinctions. We can of course consider the body purely objectively, and then we naturally distinguish between the body as object and the subject. However, the objective body is not the truth of the phenomenal body, the truth, that is to say, of the body as we live it. It is only an impoverished image thereof, and the problem of the relations between soul and body do not concern the objective body, which has only a conceptual existence, but the phenomenal body too. The body considered as a purely physical object distinct from the subject is an abstraction, legitimate enough for a variety of purposes but not an expression of the body as lived or experienced. The latter is the body subject. At the same time the body subject is temporal, it transcends itself, and there are distinguishable levels. For example, the body considered as a group of habits can be considered as my body by the subject or T as it transcends the already given. We do not say that the subject thinks itself as inseparable from the idea of the body. 3. Indeed, Merleau-Ponty sometimes speaks of the soul as a higher level of the subject's self-organization. But he insists that such distinctions refer to distinguishable aspects of one reality, and that they should not be understood in a dualistic sense. All such distinctions are made within a unity, the body subject. Merleau-Ponty's rejection of any dualistic interpretation of the human being is naturally accompanied, or followed, by a rejection of any real distinction between language and thought. It is true of course that when linguistic expressions have once been created and have become the common possession of a given society, with meanings determined by convention, they can be repeated and handed on from generation to generation. The spoken word language as already constituted, thus forms a datum which human beings appropriate in the course of education. And as, given this datum, it is possible for writers to invent new expressions to express new concepts, thus adding the speaking word to the spoken word, there is a natural inclination to regard thought as an inner activity which is distinct from language. One thinks and then gives verbal expression to the thought. Merleau-Ponty, however, regards this as a mistaken interpretation of the situation. In the case of the speaking word, the meaning is indeed in a state of coming to be, but it by no means follows that it comes to be before its symbolic or linguistic expression. We may talk, for example, of the poet seeking words to express his thoughts, but the thought takes shape in and through its expression. He does not first have his poem in his mind in an unexpressed state and then express it. For if he has it in his mind, he has already expressed it. Whether he has written it down or spoken it aloud is irrelevant. If the poem can be said to be present in his mind, it is present as expressed. It is precisely in the case of the speaking word that the relation between thought and language becomes most clearly apparent. They are two aspects of one reality. If we separate them, words become mere physical occurrences, flatus voces, to use a medieval term. The general view maintained by Merleau-Ponty of the relation between thought and language is of course in harmony with that of the so-called linguistic analysts, who are opposed to the idea of a separation or real distinction between an occult activity, thought, on the one hand and the public phenomenon of language on the other. Like Gilbert Ryle, Merleau-Ponty recognizes the absurdity of complaining that we have only the words of a philosopher of the past, such as Plato or Hegel, and do not enjoy access to his thoughts or to his mind. For the philosopher's thoughts are expressed in his writings, and access to his words is access to his mind. The philosophers of ordinary language, however, are principally concerned with what Merleau-Ponty calls the spoken word. Inasmuch as they do not exclude in principle either the revision of ordinary language or the invention of fresh terms, they leave room for the speaking word. At the same time, the emphasis is laid on the spoken word, whereas Merleau-Ponty lays emphasis rather on the speaking word. For he is intent on exhibiting the connections between his theory of language and his theory of the body subject. He recognizes a kind of pre-linguistic understanding by the body of its world, a practognosis as he calls it, which is not distinct from the bodily behavior in question. But thought in any proper sense of the word comes to exist in and through linguistic expression. The social aspects of the subject are of course manifested in the spoken word. The human subject, however, is capable of transcending the already given or acquired, and this aspect is exhibited in the speaking word, in the creativity of scientists, poets, and philosophers. But even with them thought and expression go together, and this shows that thought is anchored, so to speak, in the body subject. There are successive levels of subjectivity, but the subject is always the incarnate subject which, as it develops its potentialities, gives new meanings to the world. Thought represents one aspect of the body subject, its subjectivity, while language represents another aspect, its corporeality. But just as the body subject is one single reality, even if there are distinguishable aspects, so are thought and language one reality. We have spoken of man's dialogue with his environment. This environment is not, however, simply the physical world of things or objects. Man is born into an historical and cultural situation. I do not have only a physical world, I do not live only through the milieu of the earth, air, and water, I have around me roads, plantations, villages, streets, churches, utensils, a bell, a spoon, a pipe. Each of these objects bears stamped on it the mark of the human action for which it serves to, though however the human being is born into a world of cultural objects, it is obviously not a question of inferring the existence of other persons from such objects. This would give us at best an anonymous one. In the cultural object I experience the near presence of the other under a veil of anonymity. 3. Must we then say that we infer the existence of other persons from their overt behavior, from their bodily movements? It is difficult to see what else one could say, if the body were understood in the sense required by dualism. But if the subject is not something hidden away in a body but the body itself, the body subject, we can see that the existence of other subjects is experienced in man's pre-reflective dialogue with the world. The small child does not infer the existence of its mother from the smile which it sees on her face or from the movements of her hands. It has a pre-reflective perception of its mother in the dialogue of their behaviors. We have indeed to admit that a conflict can arise between different subjects, and that one subject can try to reduce another to the level of an object. But such conflicts obviously presuppose awareness of the existence of other persons. It may be objected that it is only as appearing for me or to me that other persons come to exist in my world. But it does not follow that they do not appear for me as other subjects. Certainly, I cannot be the other subject. Communication cannot be total and complete, the self is always involved in a certain solitude. But the solitude of real life is not that of solipsism. Solitude and communication ought not to be regarded as the two terms of an alternative, but as two moments of a single phenomenon, since, in fact, other people exist for me. To exist is to exist in a world which includes a social dimension, and the theoretical puzzles which can be raised on the level of reflection in regard to our knowledge of others presuppose an experienced or lived dialogue with other subjects. In the phenomenology of perception, Merleau-Ponty has some sensible remarks to make on the subject of freedom. He begins by recapitulating briefly the theory of Sartre in being and nothingness. For Sartre, freedom is absolute. Our decisions are not determined by motives. For the alleged motive does not exercise weight on my decision, on the contrary, it is my decision which gives the motive its force. 2. Again, it depends on me whether I see human being as things or as human beings, as objects or as free subjects, and it depends on my will to climb it that a rock appears to me as one immovable or as a difficult obstacle. Merleau-Ponty objects that if freedom is said to be absolute and without limits, the word freedom is deprived of all definite meaning. If, in effect, freedom is equal in all our actions and even in our passions, one cannot say that there is any free action. Freedom, is everywhere, if you like, but it is also nowhere. 3. It is obviously true that it is I who give to this precipice the meaning of being an obstacle to the ascent of the mountain which I envisage, but my dialogue with the world, in which this meaning arises, is a dialogue, not a monologue. The relation between the precipice and my body does not depend simply on me. When I give the precipice the significance of being an obstacle, I am already in a situation. Similarly, my past behavior and the habits which I have formed constitute a situation. It does not follow that my present choice is determined. What follows is that freedom is never absolute but always situated. This does not mean that a free action is divisible, as it were, into a part which is free and a part which is determined. It means that man is not a pure consciousness, but that the level of consciousness and freedom is conditioned by a pre-conscious level. To take an example given by Merleau-Ponty, the bourgeois intellectual who breaks with his class and identifies himself with the proletarian revolutionary movement does so freely, but he reaches his decision not as a pure consciousness, existing apart from all social classes, but as one who is already situated by birth and upbringing. His decision, though free, is the decision of a bourgeois intellectual. He chooses precisely as such, and though in the end he may succeed in closing the gap between bourgeois intellectual and member of the proletarian class, he cannot do so through one initial decision to break with his own class and espouse the cause of another. His exercise of freedom is conditioned by a pre-existing situation. Merleau-Ponty did not claim to have provided definitive solutions of the problems which he considered. His thought was exploratory, and he regarded himself as making a contribution which opened the way to further reflection. In general, he was faced with the problem of harmonizing belief that man, the existing subject, confers meanings on his world with the evident fact that, as conscious beings, we find ourselves in a world already clothed with meaning. His treatment of perception and perceptual behavior at a pre-conscious level was a contribution to the solution of this problem. But Merleau-Ponty never intended to imply that all levels of experience could be reduced to preconscious experience, or that the structures characteristic of higher levels could be described or analyzed simply in terms of the structures characteristic of the level of perception. The realm of perception, the life world, constituted for him the basis of other levels. We all continue to live in the realm of perception. At the same time, the higher levels require individual treatment, and Merleau-Ponty planned to follow up the structure of behavior and the phenomenology of perception with works on such subjects as the origin of truth and the sociological significance of prose literature. In point of fact, the planned volumes were not written, but he developed ideas on a number of subjects in important essays. An example is his paper on the phenomenology of language, 1951, in which he maintains that when I speak or understand, I experience that presence of others in myself or of myself in others which is the stumbling block of the theory of intersubjectivity. Another example is the notable essay L'Oit l'Esprit, I and Mind, which appeared in 1961.2. This was the last piece of writing which Merleau-Ponty himself published. In it he expressed his view of operational science as having lost touch with the real world and of art as drawing on the fabric of meaning which modern science would prefer to ignore. 3. Reflection on art is used to support the basic idea of the body subject as a perceiving and perceptible reality, the reality in the world through which being becomes partially visible or is revealed. The author refers to music as representing certain outlines of being, its ebb and flow, its growth, its upheavals, its turbulence, but he concentrates his attention on painting as giving direct expression to concrete realities. Merleau-Ponty is not, of course, suggesting that science is useless or that it should be done away with. He is suggesting that it cuts itself off from the real world to which the artist has direct access. What does Merleau-Ponty mean by being? In his last writings, particularly in the part of the visible and the invisible which he was able to finish before his 9th, his phenomenology takes a more metaphysical turn, and the theme of an ultimate or basic reality comes to the fore. Man is a perceptible reality, and as such he belongs to nature or the world. He is also a perceiving reality, in dialogue with the world. But it does not follow that as subject man is a consciousness apart from or outside the world. What follows is that in his act of vision the world becomes visible to itself, in and through man. To put the matter in another way, man's awareness of nature is nature's awareness of itself. Inasmuch as man belongs to nature and is rooted in it. This is the metaphysical significance, so to speak, of the statement that man is both a perceiving and a perceptible reality. Though however man as perceiving constitutes his world, not in the sense that he creates it but in the sense that he makes structures appear, reality is more than becomes visible or perceptible. And that which becomes visible and which underlies the distinction between subject and object is being. Being in itself is invisible. To speak paradoxically, it manifests itself as the non-appearing foundation of that which appears in the dialogue between the body subject and its environment. It is not itself a perceptible structure but the field of all structures. Being becomes visible to itself in and through man, but only in the form of perceptible structures. What Merleau-Ponty calls the flesh of the world grounds both subject and object and thus logically precedes them. It manifests itself both in perceptible structures and to thought, in the sense that man can become intellectually aware of its reality, but, considered in itself, it remains hidden. It is perfectly reasonable to see in this theory of being a significant development in Merleau-Ponty's thought. And it is understandable if some of those who admire him as a philosopher but who are distressed by his earlier exclusion of such concepts as the absolute and God like to dwell on a metaphysical development which recalls Schelling's idea of nature coming to know itself in and through man and of being as hidden in itself but as grounding both subject and object. At the same time we should not read too much into Merleau-Ponty's concept of being. Being is for him the invisible dimension of the visible. It is indeed the ultimate reality, in the sense that it becomes visible in the structures of the world, but it is not the God of the ism. And even if this metaphysical turn in his thought would make it easier for him to find an opening to religious belief, there is no real justification for trying to annex Merleau-Ponty for Christianity. 3. What we have said hitherto may have given the impression that Merleau-Ponty stood aloof from social and political issues and confined himself to abstract philosophy. In point of fact he was strongly attracted by Marxism. One reason for this was obviously the emphasis laid by Marx on the basic situation of man as a being in the world and on man's dialogue with his environment. Merleau-Ponty may have tended to interpret Marx in terms of his own philosophy, but he was genuinely impressed by the close connection made by Marxism between ideals and social realities and between ethics and politics. He was never the man to accept an ideology on authority or to submit his mind to the requirements of a party line, and he had little use for a deterministic view of history. But in Humanisme et Terror he asserted that Marxism was the simple statement of those conditions without which there would be neither any humanism nor any rationality in history, and that as a criticism of existing society and of other humanist theories it could not be surpassed. Though however in this work Merleau-Ponty did his best to understand sympathetically the use of terror in the Soviet Union and the purges instituted by Stalin, he later became not only highly critical of Soviet policy and of communist orthodoxy but also prepared to admit that communist practice was the logical consequence of Marx's adoption of a theory of history which enabled the communist leaders to lay claim to scientific knowledge of the movement and demands of history and to justify their actions and dictatorial and repressive behavior in a manner analogous to that in which the inquisitors would have justified their actions in the name of their knowledge of divine truth and of the divine will. Merleau-Ponty never lost his admiration for Marx as a thinker, but he had little use for the idea of a philosophy which had become science and could be used to justify dictatorship. He was certainly not an upholder of capitalism. But neither was he a communist. And it seems reasonable to claim that at no time was he really a Marxist. What attracted him to the thought of Marx were the elements which fitted in with his own philosophy. And whereas he at first tried to dissociate Marx himself from the developments in communism which he disliked, he later came to think that the origins of these developments could be found in Marx's later ideas. In an essay, Merleau-Ponty remarks that ever since Nietzsche, the humblest student would flatly reject a philosophy which did not teach him to live fully. 3. The context of the remark is provided by the statement that we do not accuse painters of escapism, whereas philosophers are liable to be reproached in this way. Context apart, however, would Merleau-Ponty's philosophy serve as a guide to life? It is difficult to say, when it remained incomplete. As it stands, it can be seen as demanding reciprocal recognition among human beings, a respect for human freedom and a self-commitment to the cause of social liberation without the claim to absolute knowledge and to the right to coerce human beings in the name of this alleged knowledge. In other words, Merleau-Ponty's philosophy can be regarded as a phone of humanism. But he is remembered, it will presumably be for his phenomenological inquiries. And these, we may suppose, will be considered not as definitive treatments, which Merleau-Ponty never claimed that they were, but as stimulating explorations, as points of departure. 4. One of Merleau-Ponty's essays is entitled From Mauss to Claude Lévi-Strauss, L., and Lévi-Strauss dedicated his work La Pensée Sauvage II to the memory of Maurice Merleau-Ponty, his colleague at the Collège de France. Lévi-Strauss was born in the same year, 1908, as Merleau-Ponty, and after his studies he taught philosophy for a time in secondary schools, lycées. But in 1935 he accepted the chair of sociology at the University of São Paulo in Brazil, where he remained until 1939. After the war he acted as cultural attaché to the French ambassador in Washington, but in 1947 he returned to France. He became director of studies at the École de Hautes Études at Paris, and in 1959 he was appointed to the chair of social anthropology at the Collège de France. He is first and foremost an anthropologist. 3. But his ideas have, or have been given, philosophical implications. Structuralism has been presented as embodying or implying a view of man rather different from the existentialist view. Indeed, it has been represented by Michel Foucault as completing Nietzsche's death of God by the death of man. Though therefore the present writer would not be competent to discuss anthropological themes, even if considerations of space permit such discussion, we can hardly leave French philosophy without some remarks, however inadequate, about the structuralist movement in recent French thought. In the first and last chapters of his Structural Anthropology, Lévi-Strauss discusses the use of such terms as ethnography, ethnology, physical anthropology, social anthropology and cultural anthropology. In his view, ethnography, ethnology, and anthropology do not constitute three different disciplines but rather three stages, or three moments of time, in the same line of investigation. Ethnography, for example, aims at recording as accurately as possible the respective modes of life of various groups. It is concerned with observation and description. The movement of the mind is then one of synthesis, in which ethnology forms a stage. Synthesis, however, is concerned primarily with the relations between social phenomena, and anthropology aims at establishing basic structural relations underlying man's whole social life and organization. The sociologist, as Lévi-Strauss sees him, is concerned with the observer's own society or with societies of the same type, whereas the anthropologist seeks to formulate theories which are applicable not only to his own fellow countrymen and contemporaries, but to the most distant native population. 3. Further, the anthropologist, while not of course neglecting man's conscious processes, should include also his unconscious processes, with a view to bringing to formulation the basic structures of which all social and cultural institutions are projections or manifestations. In other words, anthropology is concerned with what Marcel Mauss described as the total social phenomenon. While however it is not indifferent to highly developed societies which express man's conscious endeavor or to the historical processes which led to their development, its aim is to go behind the sphere of conscious ideas and purposes and that of historical processes to the complete range of unconscious possibilities. For these possibilities, according to Lev J. Strauss, are limited in number. If therefore the anthropologist can determine the dot relations of compatibility and incompatibility between these different possibilities or potentials, he can formulate a logical framework for all historical social developments. Levi Strauss quotes the statement of Marx that while men make their own history, they do not know that they are making it, and he comments that while the first part of the statement justifies history, the second part justifies anthropology. In coming to his idea of structural analysis in anthropology, Levi Strauss was influenced by linguistics, which, in his view, was the social science which had made the most notable progress. This progress was achieved through the development of structural linguistics by N. Trubetskoy and others. In his Psychologie du langage 1, Trubetskoy assigned 4 basic operations to structural linguistics: the study of the unconscious infrastructure of linguistic phenomena, concentration on the relations between terms, exhibition of the structures of phonemic systems, systems of vocal sounds, and the discovery of general laws which would formulate basic necessary relationships. Levi Strauss does not claim that the method of structural linguistics can be simply abstracted and then applied literally in anthropology. For the anthropologist concerns himself with human behavior and attitudes which cannot be reduced to systems of terminology or shown to be nothing but expressions of language. While he interprets society in terms of a theory of communication, Levi Strauss does not restrict communication to language. Nor does he regard all other forms of communication as derivatives of language. At the same time, he insists on collaboration between linguistics and anthropology and on their mutual relations, and the method of structural linguistics has served him as a model in formulating a method of anthropology. He looks on the relations between social phenomena as providing the material for the construction of abstract models too, which should make the observed facts intelligible. The anthropologist will endeavor to go behind, or beneath, conscious models to unconscious models and, by studying the relations between types of models, to bring to light the necessary relationships which govern man's mental, affective, artistic, and social life. Further, while not claiming that all social phenomena must be susceptible of numerical measurement, Levi-Strauss envisages the possibility of the use of mathematics as a tool in anthropological analysis. The matter can be clarified somewhat in this way. In La Pensée Savage, Levi-Strauss rejects the distinction, made, for example, by Lévi-Bruhl, between the logical mentality of civilized man and the prelogical mentality of primitive man. The savage mind is logical in the same sense and the same fashion as ours, though as ours is only when it is applied to knowledge of a universe in which it recognizes physical and semantic properties simultaneously. In this case, of course, there must be a logic in myths. And when writing about mythology in Le Cruetie Quit, 1964, Levi-Strauss argues that there is no arbitrary disorder or mere fantasy in the choice of images or in the ways in which they are associated, opposed, or limited. The reason is that the myths express unconscious mental structures which are the same for all. These structures, however, are purely formal in character. That is to say, they do not provide content, like the archetypes of Jung, but rather the formal structures or patterns which condition all forms of mental life. In spite of the obvious differences between myths and science, the same formal structures are expressed in both. In a sense, the basic structures correspond to the a priori categories of Kant. But they are not referred to any transcendental subject or ego. They belong to the sphere of the unconscious, and Levi-Strauss evidently thinks of them as having their origin behind man, not in a metaphysical but in a naturalistic sense. Levi-Strauss has written on a number of particular themes, such as kinship structures, les structures et humanitaires de l'appareil, 1949, totemism, le totemisme aujourd'hui, 1962, and La Pensée Savage, 1962, and, as we have seen, on mythology. He has utilized both the relevant anthropological literature and his own field work, and he naturally, and rightly, regards himself as an anthropologist, not as a philosopher. Moreover, philosophies seem to be for him phenomena which, like myths, provide material for the anthropologist's inquiry and research, inasmuch as they embody the formal structures which express themselves in the whole of human life and culture. At the same time, the scope of anthropology, as dealing with the total social phenomenon and as concerned with discovering the formal basis of man's mental life, becomes so wide that it is difficult to draw any clear line of demarcation between anthropology as a social science and philosophical anthropology. Further, the fact that Levi Strauss does not claim to be a philosopher does not necessarily prove that he has no personal philosophical point of view, which is implied by and sometimes finds more or less explicit expression in his anthropological writings. A philosophy of man is clearly implied by some remarks made by Levi Strauss in the 9th chapter of La Pensée Sauvage. When discussing Sartre's concept of the dialectical reason, he admits that in Sartre's terminology he can be described as a transcendental materialist and aesthete. 1 He is a transcendental materialist inasmuch as he regards dialectical reason not as something other than analytical reason but as something additional within analytical reason. Sartre calls analytical reason reason in repose. I call the same reason dialectical when it is raised to action, tensed by its efforts to transcend itself. 1 Reason's effort to transcend itself is not, however, an effort to grasp the transcendent but the effort to find the ultimate basis of language, society, and thought, or, to express the matter more provocatively, to undertake the resolution of the human into the non-human. 3 As for the term aesthete, Levi Strauss says that it applies to himself inasmuch as Sartre uses it to describe anyone who studies men as if they were ants. Indeed, the ultimate goal of the human sciences is not to constitute, but to dissolve man. It is hardly necessary to say that Levi Strauss has no intention of denying that there are human beings. Man.is the subject of his study. The word dissolve is to be understood in terms of reduction. But Levi Strauss insists that he does not mean by this the reduction of a higher to a lower level. The level which is to be reduced must be conceived in all its distinctive characteristics and qualities, and if it is reduced to another level, some of its richness will be communicated retroactively to this other level. For example, if we were to succeed in understanding life as a function of inert matter, we would find that the latter has properties very different from those previously attributed to it. 5 It is not a question of reducing the complex to the simple, but of replacing a less intelligible complexity by one which is more intelligible. Thus to reduce man's mental, social, and affective life to unconscious formal structures or patterns is not to deny that the former is what it is to make the complexity of the forms of social and cultural phenomena intelligible in the light of a complex structure which is expressed in and unifies the phenomena but from which the phenomena cannot simply be deduced a priori. For we have also to take into account the dialectic between man and his environment and between man and man. Levi Strauss doubtless believes that these ideas fall within the scope of anthropology, and that it is a mistake to represent them as philosophical theories. While however he does not develop them as a philosophy, it seems clear enough that they imply a naturalism which is different from the crude reductionism of some 18th-century philosophers. If Levi Strauss is prepared to accept the Sartrean label transcendental materialist, his materialism is of the somewhat ambiguous type represented by dialectical materialism, which has indeed exercised a certain influence on his thought. In any case, he opposes a view which reintegrates man into nature to the Sartrean dichotomy between the for itself and the in itself, and a conditioning of man's thought and activity by formal structures which underlie consciousness to the absolute freedom proclaimed by the author of Being and Nothingness. Structuralism has its antecedents in, for example, structural psychology and, more recently, structural linguistics, as well of course as in the theories of Durkheim and Mauss. Its principal field of application is the human sciences, where it concentrates on the relations and supposedly invariant laws of combination between the relevant phenomena. It does not neglect historical development, the diachronic element, but it concentrates on the synchronic element, the basic formal structures which are believed to be independent of historical change. This approach has been applied in a variety of fields, such as literary criticism, art, psychology, and the interpretation of Marxism, and in so far as it is a question of a heuristic method, there can obviously be no cogent objection to experimenting with it and evaluating the results. The method, however, is connected with hypotheses which can reasonably be seen as implying a naturalistic philosophy which differs from both existentialism and Marxism, even if elements from both sources are incorporated. Given the emphasis on heuristic method, it is doubtless an exaggeration to speak of a system of structuralist philosophy. Equally, given the wide area of application of the method in the human sciences, one can justifiably speak of a current of thought which differs from both existentialism and Marxism and which can perhaps be described as a new naturalism, based on reflection in the field of social and cultural anthropology. A short BFBUOGRAPHY. In the bibliography at the end of Volume 7 of this work, a number of general histories of philosophy were mentioned, the titles of which have not been repeated here. Encyclopedias have not been listed, except for the two mentioned under general works below. Nor have bibliographies been provided for all the philosophers whose names appear in the text of this volume.